My name is Joel Dugan. I am the chair of the Department of Architecture, Art, and Design at Fairmont State University. And I helped to found what was the beginning of our public art projects almost 6 years ago. And we have quickly moved within the North Central West Virginia region, developing community assets that help to create a sense of place and preserve the stories of the citizens of North Central West Virginia and the challenges that they overcame. Day giving is so important for all of us because it creates a financial pathway to making these projects possible. The mural that I stand in front of right now, the mission mural at Glen Elk, is a beautiful piece that talks about resurrection and return. Return to a table, return to a community center. This project was only possible because of the support of donors who selflessly donated money to our need last year and allowed us to complete 3 projects throughout this North Central West Virginia region. These projects made huge impact on the way that people identify a sense of home, a sense of place, and a sense of value to their community. I think what you will see is that for every dollar spent, we make sure that it creates the most amount of impact possible. For students, $5 could be the difference between having a brush on site or being able to have lunch provided when we're out at the murals. Each one of the students who participates in a mural receives award funding to compensate them for their time, and that comes directly from the donor support and allows them to be supported in the field during their summer projects. I think the thing that I just want to talk the most about is the outreach that we do and the sense of discovery that is at the center of all of our teaching pedagogy. It is really important for us that our students understand that art is not created within a vacuum, that there is a community that relies upon art as a way to create a sense of belonging, a sense of being. Community art is a great opportunity for that because none of this is created without community exchange and collective envisioning. It is really important to us that when we are creating works for public view, that the community's vision is central and primary in our design and in our focus.
We were really excited to have the Art and Architecture Department from Fairmont State with us. We believe as an organization, again, in the revitalization of people and our community. And we also believe that public art plays a role in uplifting a community and representing the story of the work that we do and the work that our community represents. We did a major upgrade of our facilities in terms of improving the appearance. We painted the buildings, repaired windows to make it more attractive in our neighborhood. We see that Glen Elk is revitalizing the downtown Clarksburg, and the Glen Elk section is coming back, and it has a very storied history. And we thought that public art on the side of this building that we had just painted would be a great asset to our community. And we've seen people drive by and stop on the bridge and get out and look at the mural and drive by the lower road under the bridge. Under the bridge was a place where people hid. Where folks who were down on their luck would end up sleeping in the bushes down there, sleeping in the weeds, pitching a tent. And now, in that under the bridge area, there's this beautiful mural that gives hope and brightness. What rejuvenation, what renewal, what resurrection that represents. Certainly, this work is not cheap. Financial assistance with this project, donating to these kind of projects, adds a lot, not only to the community, but the participants who make the project. And I think as we look at Fairmont State University as an educational organization, as part of the fabric of our community, engaging students and faculty and probably even alumni in all that process is a wonderful benefit. How Fairmont State is tied in with our community and our life in West Virginia.
I just wholeheartedly want to thank you all for what you have given to us and the nourishment that you've provided the university and the students to continue to make impact in each one of their disciplines and in all of their studies. We are wholeheartedly thankful for all you do and thankful for our donor support.
Fairmont. My name's Laura Siebold, and I work at Hope Gas in Culture and Talent Development, and I'm also the president and founder of Shine Consulting, which is a leadership, coaching, and consulting firm. And I am so thrilled to be here today and to be joined by my friend, a man who needs very little introduction, but I'll introduce you anyway. Can I do an Oprah introduction?
Sure, whatever you need, yeah.
Your Fairmont State University president, Dr. Michael Davis.
I didn't know if you were going to get up on the feet and dance.
You gotta do the arms.
Welcome. Thanks for being here. We really appreciate it.
Absolutely. I am excited to be here and to support the Day of Giving. And how many hours of sleep are you going on right now?
I took a short nap yesterday, but other than that, I've been up since 6 yesterday morning.
Love it.
So I'm doing good.
Very good.
Doing
All right.
Excited to be here.
We kicked this off, at midnight?
At midnight, yep.
Give us a little rundown on the day.
We just passed $70,000. Donations are rolling in.
All right.
It's obvious people are waking up.
Yes.
And getting their checkbooks out, so we're excited about that. Yeah.
Awesome. And how long do we go today?
We go till midnight.
Wow. What's our goal?
700,000.
Woo, okay, we've got a little ways to go.
And we've got a lot of matches out there, so that's really how we start to unlock some of that big money is through those matches.
Okay.
And a lot of them are just based on the number of donors. So a $5 donation can help unlock some of those matches.
Okay, good to know.
Yep.
All right, very good. So you and I haven't connected in a while, so I thought maybe we could catch up.
Absolutely.
You can tell me what's been going on here at Fairmont State.
Sure.
All right, so I'm going to run through a couple things here. We have Day at the Capitol that was on February 13th.
Yep, about 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago today, we went down. We did some legislative visits the day before, and then we had 160 faculty, staff, and students down at the Capitol. We took over the main hallway and the rotunda. There was maroon everywhere, and it was everything from aviation to nursing to the honors program to everything you can imagine, including our acrobatics and tumbling students in the rotunda performing.
No way.
Yep, absolutely.
Oh, that's super cool.
Yeah.
That's awesome. All right, how about the new Access Scholarship?
Yep, so the Access Scholarship, and there's some other schools in the state doing it. Ours has a higher cap, so we'll capture more students. But it's anybody whose family income is less than $70,000 a year, who's from the in-state, can come to Fairmont State for no tuition.
Oh my goodness, that is awesome.
Yeah. Yep. So I mean, it's our job to serve the public.
Yep.
So we're going to do that.
Removing barriers,
Yep.
right?
Yep, absolutely.
I love it.
And the money people give today towards academic scholarships will help us fulfill that mission.
Very good. Wonderful. How about there's a new outdoor leadership program? You know, I like leadership, so I'm intrigued by this one.
It's exciting, and it came from last year's Day at the Capitol. Last year we were down at the Capitol, and the Secretary of Tourism was talking about the number of open jobs in the state in the tourism industry and how higher education wasn't producing graduates needed to fill those jobs. So we came back and took it to our faculty, and they developed a program that now just has a couple more administrative hurdles before we're ready to admit students. And the idea is give them hands-on education so that when they graduate from here, they're ready to lead in the field of outdoor recreation.
Oh, that's awesome. Very cool. Okay, and there was also a CASA study that was conducted by Fairmont State, and I'd love to hear a little bit more about that and the findings.
Yep, so we partnered with West Virginia CASA to study the impact on students' learning and other outcomes from their time in foster care.
Wow.
So how that was impacted. And we found that, those early interventions are really key. So making sure that we get to students often with lots of touch points at different points in the foster care system. So we're not just sort of hoping it takes care of itself, but instead each point that we intervene has a huge income on those students' outcomes.
That's awesome. Very, very good. All right, and lastly, but certainly not least,
right,
let's hear the strategic vision for Fairmont State.
Yeah, so we spent the last year plus, working on our strategic plan, and the first part of that is our strategic vision. So we relaunched our strategic vision as a great place to work, a great place to learn, and a great place to call home. So you'll hear us talk a lot today about what makes Fairmont State great. And we're really leaning into that. So the Access Scholarship is obviously helps with a great place to learn. We just announced a compensation study to make sure our people are fairly compensated. That helps with a great place to work.
And they get to work with you.
Right.
Hello.
That makes it a great place to work right away, right? Yeah. So so we're moving on now to the implementation phase.
Wonderful.
So different units on campus are talking about what they're going to do to make Fairmont State a great place.
That's awesome. Very good. Any other updates that we missed?
No, there'll be a lot during the day. We're going to do interviews all day long.
Yes.
One of the best parts of today is you get to hear from all these units on campus that maybe might not always get featured billing. So it's nice to hear what they're doing. Yeah.
I know. I'm here just for a portion with you, but I'm excited to be here. We've got, even just in our time together, we have some really
we've got a lot
great,
going on.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
Now, we have a special segment coming up here. I believe Freddie, the Falcon, is going to provide a weather report for us.
Yeah, that's what I understand.
All right. Over to Freddie.
Good Morning Fairmont is brought to you by Shine Consulting LLC. You were made for more. You were made to shine. Visit wvshine.com to learn more.
Freddie. It's now time for our sports update.
All right, the 22nd ranked Fairmont State women's basketball team dominated West Virginia Wesleyan in their final home game of the regular season, securing a 75-46 victory. Leela Jones led the charge with 16 points on an efficient 6-for-7 shooting performance, including 3 three-pointers. And Alyssa D'Angelo added 13 points, and 10 different Falcons contributed to the scoring. Fairmont State started strong with a 10-0 run and never looked back, improving to 23-4 on the season.
That's awesome. And the 13th ranked Fairmont State men's basketball team also cruised to a dominant win over West Virginia Wesleyan, pulling away early for a 96-66 victory. Andre Harris led the team with 19 points, 6 rebounds, and 4 steals, while Ty Peterson added 17 points, hitting 4 three-pointers. The Falcons jumped out to an early 8-0 lead and maintained control throughout, forcing 26 turnovers and turning them into 35 points. With the win, Fairmont State improved to 23-4 on the season.
The Fairmont State softball team opened its season with a split against Barton College. The Falcons won Game 1, 8-5 in extra innings, thanks to a late home run from Kay Compton. And then Barton responded with an 8-6 win in Game 2.
Meanwhile, the baseball team took on Mansfield University at a neutral site and came away with a 14-7 victory. Max Schnur secured the win for the Falcons in a high-scoring game.
Over in acrobatics and tumbling, the Falcons hosted number 3 Gannon University and stayed perfect on the season with a 246-239 win. Fairmont State led throughout and dominated multiple events to improve to 4-0.
In tennis, both the men's and women's team faced tough competition on the road against Tiffin University, with both squads falling 4-0.
Awesome. Well, Freddie, you were right about it raining donations, because while you were doing your weather report, we topped $78,000.
Woo!
So, good job, Freddie. All right. Now we're going to bring up Emily Swain. Thanks, Freddie.
Thanks, Freddie.
We're going to have Emily Swain, who's the dean of our middle college.
Wonderful. Looking forward to talking to Emily.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Good.
So tell us about middle college.
Middle college is a fantastic program. We have youth who have experienced foster care in the state of West Virginia who have come to our campus to earn a high school diploma and their associate's degree. We have lots of really good support and services for them, so they're getting to experience normalcy and permanency, which is a really important part of the program. They're off to a great start on their second semester. Our grades have really improved, and the students are really, really working hard this semester.
That's great.
Yeah.
Fantastic. When did middle college start?
The idea started several years ago, but the first class came in the fall of 2024. So we are 1 semester and 4 weeks into the full launch of middle college.
And who's eligible for middle college?
So right now, middle college is for students in the state of West Virginia who are currently in foster care with the state of West Virginia, ages 16 and up. So they have to pass some academic criteria. They have to pass some testing that is done, and they have to show that they're willing to work on their academics and that they're willing to commit to the program for 2 years. But it's really for youth who want to get a head start out of their current situation and who want to set themselves up for success as adults.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Now, Emily, I know it's still a little bit early, but what are the students starting to show interest in? Were you seeing anything coming out yet?
We are. So we have a couple of students. One thing that we're working on this semester is identifying clubs and groups on campus that the students are interested in, and then also externally to campus, some community groups or activities that the students are familiar with from before they came to Fairmont State, and things to kind of pique their interest and expose them to Fairmont State as a whole. So we have several students who are interested in clubs focused on like our students are all earning their associate's degree, but they all had to pick primary specialization. So we have one student who's interested in foreign languages, and so she's really explored that this semester. We have a student who has joined a gym off campus to work on some mixed martial arts skill building and connecting with a really great mentor in the community that way. So we're really, after we got through that first semester and everyone became more comfortable and used to a setting, freshman year is hard for everybody, right? All first-time freshmen struggle that first semester. And so now that we've kind of gotten over that hump and made it through the first semester, everyone's just becoming more comfortable and more interested in becoming a bigger part of campus and the community.
Right. So middle college students have access to all of the things that a traditional Fairmont State student would.
They do.
Library, Falcon Center, student clubs and organizations, all of that.
Absolutely, absolutely. And they have been welcomed by the students, by the student groups. We have a couple of the honoraries the academic honoraries that have came to our middle college students and have done some programming with them and some activities. So there's really been a concerted effort, I think, to make the students feel included, which is really, really great, because that's a big part of it, is building that community. We know if you have a sense of belonging, you're more likely to be successful. So that's outside of the academic component. That's also a really, really big part of what we're trying to do.
Awesome. And I feel like this is such an exciting and much needed program for you. It seems like it would be a very fulfilling experience. What are you excited about being a part of the program?
It is. So all of my career, I actually had, it was Dr. Slomeski who told me this. He said, sometimes nothing makes sense until you look at it backwards, right? And so that's kind of, I think, like for me personally and with my career, I've been in social services. I've worked with vulnerable populations in the past, but I also have a background in education. And so for me, this is like the ultimate opportunity to be able to be part of something that will make an impact, because our kids, they need people to advocate for them. And if I have a seat at the table to do that, that's what I want to do, because it matters, because they matter. West Virginia matters. Like, they have an opportunity. This program could literally change generations of families in West Virginia. So it's not just them, but it's what comes next too. So for me personally and professionally, it has been the most fulfilling thing that I've ever done.
Oh, that's amazing.
So I'm very thankful for the opportunity.
One of the things you and I have talked a lot about when it comes to middle college is, we're building the plane as we fly, right? We're the first people to do this. And when we started having this conversation, we said, we're going to start with these kids getting education, and then we'll figure out the rest of it. So, we've been talking, we don't know what the future is. We're going to find ways to help more students. Can you talk about sort of how you approach each day, thinking about that? We're going to start with these students getting an education.
Yeah, I think the most important thing to remember is that everything is contextual, right? Nothing is happening in a vacuum. And so that education really starts with, good morning. I hope you have a great day. Good morning. I love your shoes. Good morning. It's so great to see your face this morning. I say that a lot and they just kind of look at me. But it's just that propping them up in a way that allows them to receive the education, and making sure, like we know about like Maslow's hierarchy of needs. So we are making sure that those basic needs are met, and then because those basic needs are met, which I'm considering part of this educational experience for them, they can then move on to those next steps of learning and self-actualizing. And I think that education, it is comprehensive. It's not only going to class or only completing an assignment. It's also growing as a person, finding independence, reclaiming the life that you want. I mean, that's part of education to me, and Fairmont State, I think, is really well positioned to offer that because of the size of our campus, because of the people that we have here. And they can really create that environment in which education is possible for our students. And I mean, I truly believe that education is the way out of poverty. It's the way to make changes, systematic changes, personal changes. And so if we can provide that, we can do anything.
Absolutely.
So.
I love that. So here's your chance to make a pitch to donors.
Yes.
So where's the money that people are going to give to Middle College Go, and what kind of impact is it going to have?
Yeah, so we talked a little bit about normalcy at the beginning, and that's one thing that that is really important. Like, we don't always think about it, but like, we have several students now who have been able to test for their learner's permit, and so that costs money. And whenever students are in a traditional home, they typically have a family that's willing to pay for that, and they have these resources. But that's not necessarily the case for our kiddos. And so paying for your learner's fee, being able to take lessons, like I mentioned, the student who is really involved in MMA with his mentor, that costs money. And so these dollars that we're bringing in right now are really to impact that normalcy component of the program. We want to be able to take the students traveling. We want to be able to show them and provide like cultural opportunities for them while they're in the program. We want to be able, if they need to like get homecoming dresses, or if they need to pay for a class, if they need to get their license, those things all cost money. Even getting transcripts sent from, we had a student who had like dual enrollment credit from a high school that they came from. It costs money to get their transcript here, so that can be counted. So those types of things is really what we're working for on this day of giving, because we want to be able to provide that normalcy and permanency. And to do that, we have to be able to fund those projects.
I love it.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
You're doing amazing work.
Thank you. I appreciate everybody's support of our kiddos.
It's exciting to see where this program goes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think the sky's the limit.
Thank you. Me too.
Yeah. All right. Well,
thanks.
thank you.
Thanks,
Emily,
Emily.
Thanks
so
for having me. I
much
Great having
appreciate
you.
it.
here. Okay. Morning trivia time.
I think we have some trivia questions coming, right?
Yes, yes.
Oh,
Actually,
you have them?
I have the
So
trivia
you
questions.
asking me trivia? Is that what's happening?
I believe that is what's
okay.
happening here. This is going to be, let me get my timing device out here, because this is a very intense competition. All right, so let me pull up. You have,
See how much I've learned in a
30
year,
seconds.
in a year and a half.
Yeah, 30 seconds.
Oh, is it 30 seconds to see how many I can answer?
Well, I think you get 30 seconds a question.
Oh, 30 seconds a question.
Yeah, I'm
I won't need it.
Make it. Okay. All right. So how much time? Let me see how many questions I can get through here, because there are quite a lot. So we have about I'd say 5 minutes to get through these. Okay. Are you ready?
Yep, ready.
We're gonna start with an easy one. What is the name of Fairmont State University's athletic teams?
The Fighting Falcons.
Love it. And another softball. What is Fairmont State's mascot's first name?
Freddie.
Freddie.
We've already
You
gotten
just
to see
saw.
Freddie today.
Okay, going back in time a little bit, on September 27th, 1947, during halftime of the football game against Glenville State, the Tau Beta Iota fraternity introduced Fairmont State's newly minted mascot by having Freddie the Falcon emerge from what object?
An egg. Yes. And then we recreated it this year.
Yes!
I'm very excited.
Love it.
Yep.
Okay, what year was Fairmont State University established?
1865.
I love it. And why was Fairmont State formed?
We were founded as a teacher's college.
I didn't know that. I learned as I prepared
We
for
used,
this.
we used to be a normal school. That's what we said.
Yes, used to be a normal school. Well, thanks for answering the next question, which is long before it would become Fairmont State, what was the original name of the school?
Was it Fairmont State Normal School?
That is an acceptable answer. Yes. Also, West Virginia Normal School at Fairmont.
Okay.
Yes. Connected to that, introduced around 1940, the name of Fairmont State's first mascot was the Fighting what?
Teachers.
Yes.
I know that one, yeah.
They don't fight anymore,
No,
do
let's
they?
hope not.
No.
Let's hope not.
All right. And just a fun fact to throw in here, the original mascot, dressed in a long-tailed coat, wire-framed glasses, and carrying a pile of books, was retired when Fairmont State Teachers College was renamed Fairmont State College in 1943. Little fun fact for you. All right, back to the questions. What year did Fairmont State College become Fairmont State University?
I'm guessing. 2004.
Wow. That was an
is that
impressive
right?
guess. Yes.
Wow.
Okay. You're doing far better on these than I thought you would, actually.
Me too. That makes 2 of us.
All right. Fairmont State has had several names over the years. Which name did the school go by for the longest?
Is it Fairmont State College?
Yes, 1943 to 2004.
Yep.
Also in the alma mater, Fairmont State is known by this moniker, the College on
The Hill.
College on the Hill. Prior to being gifted to Fairmont State in 1940, the Victory Bell was mounted on this.
Oh, it was a boat.
Yes.
Some sort of boat. I don't
Yes.
remember which one, yeah.
Yes. Monongahela oil barge, boat,
Yep.
all acceptable answers. Okay, another fun fact about the Victory Bell. It was a gift to the college from the Letterman's Association, which is now the Fairmont State Athletic Association. And the bell is nicknamed Old Boaz in honor of Boaz Fleming, the founding father of Fairmont.
Yep.
All right, back to the questions. Originally located adjacent to Hardway Hall, the Victory Bell is now located where on
It's on
campus?
the education quad. I don't know if that's what we call
Education
it. but,
quad.
It's right outside the
Yes.
education
All right. What custom was associated with the Victory Bell?
building. Now we paint it. I don't know if that was the original, but they also used to ring it after a victory, maybe?
Yes, painting, and then
Yeah.
also tipping their beanies or curtsying when walking
Oh,
past.
okay.
I think we should bring that back.
Yeah, absolutely.
I like that one.
Bring back beanies.
Bring back beanies and the curtsying by the
Keep me
bell.
from getting sunburned. That'd be great.
Now discontinued, what was the name of Fairmont State's annual yearbook?
The mound.
Yeah. I'm going to move you into the bonus round.
All right,
I
sounds
think
good.
you're ready for the bonus round. All right. What year or decade did Fairmont State move to Locust Avenue?
Is it 1908?
Close. 1917 to be
Okay.
exact. We would have accepted 1910s,
Got it.
but if we round up. What was the name of the school from 1931 to 1944?
Is it Fairmont State Teachers College?
Yes. Very impressive. What Native American culture built the mound?
Ooh, I don't know that one.
Finally, we
Finally
found one
got
he
me,
doesn't know. It's the Hope Well.
Okay.
Yes. And what is the age of the original mound? Hint, it's old.
Yeah, it's 1,000 years old. I don't know.
Between 1 and 500 AD.
Oh,
is
wow.
Yeah, it's old. How about the original location of the mound?
Anyway.
2nd Street block of Fairmont Avenue.
Right.
Who knew? I'm a little partial to this next question. Because the land where Fairmont State stands now used to be a dairy farm, what did people call the college?
Cow College?
And the end of what war set the stage for the development of public education?
World War II.
I thought so too. The Civil War,
The
actually.
Civil War. I mean,
Yes.
that's when Fairmont State
Yeah.
founded, 1865. So it makes sense.
Makes sense, doesn't it? Where is the sesquicentennial time capsule located?
Right outside of the Falcon Center. There's
I'll
a
have to pay
little
attention
marker
to
right
that
outside
on my way
there.
out. And what year will that time capsule be opened?
Is it 2065?
Impressive.
Is that right?
Yes, that is the bicentennial. So we'll look forward to that. I'm
Yeah.
sure you'll still be president by then. So we'll look forward to that.
I'll be in my late 90s. I don't know about that.
Well done on the
Thanks.
trivia questions.
That would be the hardest part of my day.
I know. I am really, really impressed. And now I am so thrilled to turn it over to Gavin. We have Gavin on the street.
All right. Gavin,
is our
take it away.
next segment here.
Quick, for a bracelet, what's your guilty pleasure song?
The Climb by Miley Cyrus.
Quicker! It's the climb! Quick, what's your favorite guilty pleasure song?
Party in the USA.
Thank you.
Go.
Quick, for a bracelet, what's your favorite guilty pleasure song?
Baby
Quicker!
Shark. Baby Shark.
Thank you. Hi.
Hi.
Quick, for a bracelet, what's your favorite guilty pleasure song? Quicker.
Should have said
Quicker.
no by Taylor Swift.
Thank you. Quick, for a bracelet, what's your guilty pleasure song? Quicker. Quicker.
60s in my Noacon.
Thank you. Quick, for a bracelet, what's your favorite guilty pleasure song? Quicker.
Sparks Fly by Taylor Swift.
Gross. Quick, for a bracelet, what's your favorite guilty pleasure song? Quicker.
Mirrors by Justin Timberlake.
That's a good one.
Thank you. Thanks.
Quick, what's your biggest pet peeve?
When people chew loudly.
Do you chew loudly?
I hope not.
She chews loudly. What's your biggest pet peeve? Quicker.
When people who wear heels clomp them all around and they're really loud when they walk through the hallways.
Do you wear heels?
No.
Like ever?
Well, maybe.
Canceled. Quick, what's your pet peeve?
When people come to Chick-fil-A and they don't say thank you, so then we can't say my pleasure.
You know, I pay for that my pleasure. Quick, what's your biggest pet peeve?
My biggest pet peeve is whenever you're taking notes and someone next to you has a squeaky pencil.
Just use a pen. Sharpie S-Gels are my favorite. Quick, what's your guilty pleasure song?
My guilty pleasure song is Plant Island by My Singing Monsters.
I've never heard of it. Can you sing it for us?
It's like boom, ba-boom, boom, boom, ba-da-da-da-da-da.
Cool. Quick, what's your pet peeve? Quicker.
That when people gulp really loud when they swallow.
I do that sometimes. I'm really sorry. Quick, what's your guilty pleasure song?
Boomerang by JoJo Siwa.
What's your guilty pleasure song?
The VeggieTales theme song.
I love VeggieTales. What's your guilty pleasure song?
Wait, sorry.
Quicker.
Wait, take a horse.
Like, in parentheses, ride a cowboy?
Yes.
Okay. Quick, what's your guilty pleasure song?
Honky tonk, but honky tonk.
Why? What's your guilty pleasure song?
Terrapin by Claro.
This is the weirdest setup ever, but that's a great song. Quick! What's your biggest pet peeve?
My biggest pet peeve is my student workers don't clock in and out.
That's me.
Mm-hmm.
Anything you would like to say?
A lot of people can relate with me on this, I think.
I still get paid.
Hey everybody, I'm here with Caitlin Jivinen. Caitlin, for people who don't know you, what do you do here at Fairmont State University?
Yeah, so my name's Caitlin Jivinen. I am the university social worker here at Fairmont State, but I also run the Nest, our food and clothing pantry.
Which is why we're here today. Caitlin's going to show us how to make what?
A Thanksgiving casserole using all things that can be bought and stored without a refrigerator.
Awesome. And what people probably don't know about me is I love turkey.
Okay.
After Thanksgiving, I go and buy all the discount turkeys and put them in my drop-down freezer so I can have turkey any time of the year.
So this will be perfect for you.
Yeah, but this is even easier because it comes in a can.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. So we are preheating the oven to 400 degrees. That's off camera. So what is the first thing after that on our ingredients?
So we are going to take a bag of cranberries, and we are just going to put them into a bowl of water to rehydrate.
Awesome.
So we'll do that.
How many of these foods do you have at the Nest?
We actually have everything that you see on this table at the Nest right now.
Awesome.
So that is very exciting. So if you are liking this recipe, you can come to the Nest and get as much as you want to make.
All right, next we bring 2 pots of water and 2 cups of water and 2 cups of chicken broth to a boil.
Yes.
All right. Once we put it in there, I'll start our stove top here. All right. And we're using instant mashed potatoes, and they show up actually in a lot of recipes. I don't know, do you do much baking or?
Yes.
And they show up all the time.
They do,
I was
because
surprised.
they're a lot easier to peel than to peel a bunch of potatoes and mash them.
Well, during the pandemic, we were doing a lot of baking, and they were actually hard to find.
Yes.
Because everybody was using them in baking.
Yes, and they have a great shelf life.
Yep. We ended up buying them online in bulk during the pandemic. So
that is one of the things that donors get the most of.
Oh, awesome.
Are instant mashed potatoes, because you can make them in the microwave, you can make them on the stove.
All right, so that's boiling. So while that's going on, let's talk about what sort of things you carry in the nest.
Yeah, so the nest carries what you would regularly assume, right? The non-perishable items. So everything that you see on the table, ramen noodles, macaroni and cheese, but we've also moved to perishable items.
Okay.
We're offering some fresh pastries once a week. We have milk, we have things that can be housed in a refrigerator for an extended period of time, as well as clothing items, hygiene, baby products, and cleaning supplies.
So if somebody, say somebody owned an apple orchard and wanted to donate two bushels of apples, is that the sort of stuff you can take in?
Yeah, absolutely. So earlier in the year, we had a vendor come in and do caramel apples, and we were able to take the apples that they didn't make the caramel apples with, and they flew off the shelf. So yeah, we are open to taking fruits and vegetables. We have a refrigerator to keep them semi-good for a decent amount of time, awesome. But the students really love them. So.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time, back when we lived in Virginia, I worked at our local food pantry. And during the summer, we'd get bushels of stuff from farmers and things like that. And those were always the most popular things.
Yes, yeah, that is the most requested thing at the nest are fruits, vegetables, and meat.
Got it.
So.
Awesome. All right. Well, it looks like this is almost boiling, so.
We'll just take the instant mashed potatoes and put them into the pot.
So put the whole bag?
Yep, the whole bag.
Awesome. And then I need a spoon. Through the magic of television, a spoon will appear. A whisk is great. Thank you.
Ta-da!
All right, through the magic of television, we got a whisk. All right. So that says, let's stand for a minute.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Just let it get a little bit hard, and then we'll put it on the bottom of the baking dish.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
So what's the most surprising item that flies off the shelves at the nest?
The most surprising item that flies off the shelf are socks.
Socks?
Yes. I was not sure how they would do, and we've had to restock them 3 times.
Wow.
So I'm not sure.
Are they a certain type of sock?
No, they are requesting higher socks, but no, they're just any kind of socks that are flying off the shelf.
I can understand that.
Yeah.
I love a good sock.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
You know, and one always gets lost in the dryer.
Yep,
so.
Absolutely. Well, it's one of those things too, you know, if you're wearing a holy sock, it could ruin your day. So
Exactly,
those
yeah.
little things.
Yeah, so they come in, they can get a brand new pair of socks.
Wow. That's solidified very fast. So this goes in the bottom of this?
Goes in the bottom.
All right. So Caitlin says she's going to take this around Turley later today.
Yes.
So we'll have a follow-up video.
Yes.
That'll show how people like it.
Exactly.
All right.
So the next thing is we're going to take a can of green beans, whatever style you prefer, but we have French style.
That's the best style.
Yeah. We're going to drain the water, and then we're going to layer the green beans right over top of the mashed potatoes.
That's good. I was going to pretend to cut my finger on the can, but Keely wasn't watching, so I didn't do it. All right. There we go.
Okay.
Just spread those out, make those even. All right.
Okay, and then we are going to take our cans of turkey, and what we're going to do is we're going to drain the juice into a pan, or into a pot. So we can use the same pot as the mashed potatoes.
Sounds good.
This is going to make our gravy.
Is it juice? Is it turkey juice?
I probably shouldn't have said
the juice of the turkey.
Turkey broth. Sorry, maybe we should the turkey broth. Put it in the pot, and then we're just going to take the pieces of turkey and layer them on top of this, but try to also shred it with a fork.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever worked in a kitchen?
Yes, yeah.
I did too.
During college, I worked in a kitchen.
Yeah, me too.
I forgot a lot of things, like the types of measuring cups used for liquids and solids, but that's okay. Perfect.
I don't know if for this recipe, the measurements matter as much.
Yeah.
I think this is one of those ones that's going to be very forgiving. At home, I've got these giant claws that shred meat. I mean, I couldn't do a little can like this, but if I make like a pork butt or something like that, yeah.
Yeah, we also have different pots and pans in the nest. So if you do have a kitchen at home or live in one of our residence halls with a kitchen and don't have a pot or pan, we have some pots or pans that you can use to cook boxed mac and cheese. Yeah, so that was donated by a local church.
That's awesome. Do they keep them or they check them out? Or?
We like for them to check them out, but if they keep them, that's okay, because it usually just ends up in our residence halls, and
it's like an appliance library.
Yeah, kind of. So then all we're going to do is add a little bit of liquid to the broth, the turkey broth. That could be the water or the broth. I'll just use a little bit of water.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
And then we will mix in the turkey mix. And just bring that to a boil. Yeah. I love this recipe because it's one of those things you can cook for people and they
just go right on top.
Yep, right on top. And they think that you are a culinary expert when really it just took a few items and a few pots and pans.
All right.
And then we are just going to sprinkle the cranberries right over top.
Okay.
And I'm gonna drain these.
Drain them.
Yeah. Okay. Sprinkle those right over top. Perfect. We will just add 1.5 cups of water into the pan. Okay, so we're going to add 1.5 cups of water, but also a fourth a cup of chicken broth.
All right.
And we're going to bring that to a boil, and we're just going to add the contents of the stuffing packet.
This would be a great lunch for Justin Rader.
Yes, it will. I will be sure to get his input on how delicious this is.
Spread it all out. All right. Yeah, spread it out.
All the way around. Okay. Then once everything's in the casserole dish, now we pop it into the oven at 400 degrees for 30 minutes.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, thanks, Caitlin.
Yeah, thank you for cooking with me.
Yep.
Okay, so we're here with Dr. Bredesen, and she is going to try Dr. Davis's Thanksgiving casserole.
I'm very excited. There's nothing better than Thanksgiving. Oh, this looks delicious. Okay, but let's see. The proof is in the taste, right? That is really good.
Okay, I'm here with Dr. Rader, who is the Director of Student Engagement and Leadership, and he is going to try Dr. Davis's Thanksgiving casserole. Tell us your thoughts.
It's very good.
Is it good?
Yes.
Okay, we're here with John Mullins, one of our financial aid counselors, and he is going to try Dr. Davis's Thanksgiving casserole.
It's really good.
It is?
It's really
Okay.
good.
All right, we're here with Luke Kopp, who's the AVP of Student Housing and Wellness, and he is going to try Dr. Davis's Thanksgiving casserole.
Thank you.
Of course.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yay! I'm back here with Dr. Davis and Cheryl Lewis, and they're going to try the Presidential's Thanksgiving casserole.
Smells like Thanksgiving.
Awesome. It looks like a lot of it's gone already.
It is, yes. We had a lot of people ask for seconds.
We should put this on Aladdin's menu for
Good idea.
for Thanksgiving. Oh man,
Wow.
that's really good.
I feel like it's Thanksgiving. It tastes so
That
good.
is so good.
What a great way for leftovers, too.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Wow. Vanessa.
Man, that's really good.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm here with Gavin Arnold. He is a sophomore here at Fairmont State, and he is going to try the presidential Thanksgiving casserole.
I'm seeing a lot of things here. That's good. That's really good.
Good, yeah. All right. Okay, I'm here with Lauren Lancaster, who is the professional advisor for COLA, and we are here to try Dr. Davis's presidential Thanksgiving casserole.
All right. Let's see. Okay. Okay. I'm impressed.
All right, I'm here with Dr. Jarash, and he is going to try the presidential Thanksgiving casserole.
Well, I can make sure I get the meat into this. That's really good.
That's good.
Yeah, it is.
So I am here with Dr. Someski, and he is going to try Dr. Davis's Thanksgiving casserole.
Thank you.
Of course.
Overtones of Thanksgiving.
Mm-hmm.
Are those green beans?
They are.
Oh. Not bad for a university president.
Mamma mia, here we go again. Happy to have Troy Snyder here, who is the director of the upcoming Mamma Mia production with the Town and Gown Players coming in June.
Right.
Right? Could you tell us a little bit about, I mean, we've got, some time before the production starts, so mark your calendars, everybody, but maybe talk us through this upcoming production here.
The one now that we've got?
Yeah, let's do that, and
Yeah.
then we can transition to Mamma
Yeah, we have
Mia.
a lot of things to get through before we get to Mamma Mia. Our next production is called The Foreigner, and it's a comedy that we're in rehearsals for right now, and it opens next Wednesday.
Oh, wow.
And runs for 5 performances in the theater over in Walman.
And that one is Fairmont State students, faculty, and staff.
No, this is just students.
Oh, just students.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's 7 actors in the cast.
All students.
And this is all students. Sometimes we do that mix of faculty and staff and students together.
This is
but
a smaller
this
cast.
Yeah, this is just students.
Do you have anyone who's first time on stage, or? I always think those are cool stories.
I think everyone in this has been in at least one play.
Okay.
I think we have some people who were in the Laramie Project last fall.
Well, that was a big cast.
Yeah, but that was their first time on stage, and then this is second time for at least everybody.
And this is next Thursday,
Wednesday
through
Sunday. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. We're opening on Wednesday. That's a little bit unusual, but we're trying to do more performances that are available to students.
Well, I'm glad because I'm traveling on Thursday, so
students
it's
and
great.
presidents.
Thank you. I
Okay,
appreciate
yeah.
appreciate you doing it just for me.
Sure.
Okay, now I'm not super familiar with Town and Gown Players, so could you just even give a little background, how many productions you run a year?
Yeah, Town and Gown started, Mr. Wallman, who was a theater teacher, one of the first theater teachers on campus, wanted to do a summer theater. And he went to Pittsburgh and he bought a tent. and he put the tent up over in a parking lot by the library, and that was in 1960. And we've had a summer theater on campus every year since then, and it's always been a combination of, we call it town and gown because it's the residents of the area and students and children, young adults who can participate. And they've done as many as 3 or 4 shows in a season. Now we're cut down to 1, but it's been a continuing tradition since then.
But in addition to the performances we do with our students, the town and gown, we also do the Academy for the Arts productions with kids, right? We just did
if you want to be on stage at Fairmont State, we have got something for you, whether you're 5 or you're 100.
So we did Rudolph Jr. at Christmas time. My daughter was in it. It was a great experience for her. But we have another one coming up for Academy of the Arts.
Yeah, right? The Academy for the Arts is producing Mary Poppins, a children's version of Mary Poppins so my students are outside there.
Are they going to come perform for us?
I don't know I'm not sure what they're doing. They're holding signs, and I don't think it's a protest, but so anyway, the Academy's doing Mary Poppins, and auditions for that are I think next week. So that's coming right up.
Wonderful.
And that's the amazing part. You're doing The Foreigner. In June, you're doing Mamma Mia, and there's a whole nother performance.
There's even one more. There's in April, we have a play for children that's performed by our students that we'll do a performance one weekend here on campus, and then we'll take it out to schools.
And what's that performance?
It's going to be The Ugly Duckling.
Oh, okay.
And so we'll go out to schools. Last year we went to 4 schools and performed in the gymnasium or the cafeteria or wherever they would.
Last year was a hip hop version of the Frog Prince.
That's right, the hippity hop.
Which was a lot of fun.
Tale of the Frog Prince. Yeah,
that was a lot of fun.
Thank you. And we performed for 800 students.
Wow.
In the schools, and we just took the play right to them in their school, and that's something that they don't get very often in their schools.
I'm going to give you a chance to get on your soapbox and talk about
why
the arts matter.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, gosh. They matter because what's the point of all this we do as human beings if we can't create something for ourselves, if we can't express ourselves? The arts are the best way for someone to grow as an individual. You don't have to have athletic ability. You don't have to have singing ability. But you can get on stage and it can grow your confidence, and you can learn team building, collaboration, those kind of things. And for people who say the arts don't matter, I say, well, you tell me why the arts don't matter. I think that's what I like to say, because they certainly do matter, and it's a no-brainer that the arts matter.
Absolutely.
And you all are already doing very well on Day of Giving. So
good.
We're happy to see
Good.
that.
Keep those bucks coming in.
Yeah. How does that benefit you all?
There are a lot of expenses involved with putting on plays, and one of the things that people don't know, that when we do a play, The Foreigner, The Ugly Duckling, or Mamma Mia, that we have to pay the companies who are representing the artists who write these plays. Because if you write a play, a musical, or not musical, you have a right to make a living off of that. And the royalties or the rights to do these plays can vary, but it's sometimes several $1,000s to do this. And that's an expense that we have that I don't think you see.
Yeah, you don't really think about that.
You see the costumes, you see the scenery, but you don't see what we have to pay before we're even allowed to say that we're doing the plays. We have to pay these
You have to use
rights.
their branding and collateral.
Yeah. All the material we do is copyrighted.
Right.
That's why you can't take pictures, you can't do videos.
Yeah.
But you also have to pay for the privilege of doing these great shows that we do.
Fantastic.
Thanks, Troy.
Yeah,
We're all
thanks
looking
for
forward to
being here.
Next week, go see The Foreigner.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Very good. Thanks, Troy. Okay, I think we're heading outside next.
We're going to work.
Go, guys.
Thank you.
Get my cough out before we get going.
Oh, to have the energy of youth.
I know, right? Right?
I hope none of those students are skipping their 8 a.m. class.
Yeah. Oh, definitely not.
I hope they're all just here for breakfast and then they'll go to their 9:30s.
There you go.
Oh, well, we're so excited to be joined by Emily Swain. Fun fact, I got...
Susan
I'm sorry, Susan Rodriguez!
But I'll be Emily if you want me to.
You can be Emily, too. Wrong page. Susan, I'm so sorry. Fun fact, I actually got my first professional job through a career fair.
Wonderful.
Yeah, so we are thrilled again to have Susan Rodriguez, Director of Career Services and Civic Engagement, and thank you for being here this morning.
Having me. Absolutely.
Could you tell us a little bit about the upcoming career fair?
Sure. It's actually going to be held on Wednesday, March the 12th.
Okay.
From 10 to 2, and our employers can start arriving at 9. We're expecting a big crowd of employers. Right now we have over 130 employers that have registered.
That's amazing.
Last year we had close to 500 students that came through our career fair, so we're really excited for a big turnout again this year.
That's awesome. How can students sign up, get involved?
Sure.
What do they have to do to participate?
They can do it one of two ways. We have obviously a flyer that's going around that has a QR code. They can scan the QR code, or they can go to our website and sign up there through Handshake and register through that. And then they can see, actually, when they register for the career fair, they can go in and see then all the employers that are registered and get a little history or know something a little bit about that company and what they're hiring for as well, too.
Fantastic. How often do you have career fairs for the students?
Well, we do the annual all-major spring career fair every year in March, and then we do individualized ones in the fall.
Oh, that's fantastic. So this is the big one.
This is the big one.
Yeah,
Yes, it
and
is.
tell us the date again.
March the 12th.
March the
Yes.
12th. So coming up, everyone needs to mark their calendar
Yes,
for
they
that,
do.
and it's all majors, you said.
Yes, it is.
I think one of the coolest things about the career fair is walking around and talking to people that are recruiting students who happen to be our alums.
Yeah, exactly.
How many of
It
them
is.
went here
Right,
and,
I know.
and give all their success to Fairmont
Back,
State.
yeah, and they do, and they want to give back, and that's the great thing about it. You know, it's such a, if you will, an easy sell when you call these employers and ask them to attend. They're like, sure, I want to come. You know, they don't want to be here, so that's wonderful.
You're going to need a bigger space.
I know I'm going to need a bigger space. You know, we have to work on that.
We're already in 2 gyms. Right?
I know we are. We're in 2 gyms.
We have
Gym
to
1
take
and
over.
2.
We have to take over Coal Bank too.
Something, yeah. We'll have to do something. Yeah,
that's a good
for
problem
sure.
to have.
That's right. I will say that's a good problem to have. That's for sure.
If there's employers that are listening right now that aren't registered,
Sure.
can they still
Absolutely. You have until
attend?
March the 7th to
Okay.
register for the career fair.
March
so
the
yeah.
7th.
And so we've got a nice group of sponsors, employer sponsors. So that makes it free for all of our employers to attend. So we're thankful to our corporate sponsors for the event as well too, to help that out.
So what if we have students who are coming up on graduation, need jobs, but are terrified of going to the career fair because they don't know how to interview, they don't know how to engage, they might not have the clothes they need
That's right.
for those interviews. How can you help them out?
We do several things actually leading up to the career fair. We have a lot of resume workshops that we've been doing, cover letter workshops. We, as early as just last week, we did mock interviews where we bring in industry leaders and we have students come in and do those mock interviews to prepare them for a career fair or even an actual interview. So that helps them kind of take the jitter, the nerves off before they actually come to the career fair. And then if any student is in need of any professional dress or what have you, we have a career closet. And it's been a lot of fun. We've had our student workers be the managers of our career closet. We have a couple mannequins up in the hallway, and we change the outfits every week, so it's always interesting to see what they have on. And
I hope they have a Day of Giving t-shirt on today.
Sure.
They will.
Might not be those professional attire.
That's right. There you go. We were thinking career fair minded, but yeah, we'll put on that Day of Giving shirt.
And they have names. What are their names?
They do. We have Buff Ben and Sassy Sally.
I love it.
Yes, so it's been a lot of fun.
I love it.
And I think down at the hallway and the whole campus has been interested in coming to see what they have on as well too.
Absolutely.
But yeah, so we do a lot to try to get the students ready so they're not caught off guard, they're prepared. And I think one of the biggest compliments we can get from our employers is when they say your students came prepared. Their resumes look good. They had good conversations with us. So that's kudos to our students. We've got a great group of students here. We know they're they're eligible to be hired, and we want to see them get good jobs.
Absolutely.
So here's your chance to make your pitch.
Yes.
Why should people give to career services,
Absolutely.
the closet, all those kinds of
Absolutely. You know, you need to give to the Career Closet, Career Services to help actually grow our students, grow Workforce West Virginia. We need students to get good jobs, and all these things compacted together helps them set them up for their career and to be successful at their career too.
Awesome.
Absolutely. Very good.
Thanks.
Well, Susan,
It was
thank
great
you
to have you.
so
Thanks for
much.
having me. I appreciate it.
Thanks for being here.
Awesome.
All right.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Of individuals who have moved on to have successful careers, I think our next segment here is an
Here he
alumni
comes.
spotlight with Alex.
You guys are getting water. Can we move these chairs closer to the microphones?
Sure.
Just
Yes.
slide them. Because now that there's a lot of noise in the room.
Yes, absolutely.
Let me do a quick fundraiser. So these pitches we're asking people to do are obviously helping because we just topped $90,000, and it's barely after 8 a.m. So we are rolling along.
Very good. I'm excited. And we're just going to keep moving forward here, keep giving, keep donating. We have an alumni spotlight. So Alex, is it Petrie?
Petrie, correct.
Petrie, all right, who is the executive director at Main Street Fairmont, also a 2016 Business Administration graduate and a 2017 Master of Business Administration graduate.
Correct.
Here at Fairmont State.
Correct.
Oh, we're excited to have you here. So tell us a little bit about what your current role is with Main Street Fairmont.
Yeah, so my current role with Main Street Fairmont is Executive Director. For those who aren't familiar with Main Street Fairmont, it's a nonprofit organization. It's a community development, economic development, downtown Fairmont organization. Main Street is actually a national organization, Main Street America. Under Main Street America, each state has their own advisory organization. So we are under Main Street West Virginia. There's 13 accredited Main Street communities in West Virginia. We are one of those, and our mission is really just to build downtown and make Fairmont a beautiful place for our residents. And part of the Main Street mission, it's a 4-point approach. So you have organization, which is fundraising, really. Mm-hmm. Then you have design, which is beautification, which is all the flowers you see downtown, all the banners you see downtown, all the public art you see downtown. A lot of those are our projects under design. We have economic vitality, which is recruiting and retaining downtown businesses. And then lastly, really what everyone knows us for is promotion, which is our events. So we have many successful events that we do throughout the year. It all kicks off in May. We have our Hometown Market Series that runs from May through September. It's the third Saturday of each month through that time period. What that really is, it's kind of a hybrid vendor farmers market, and then we'll have entertainment. Each one's themed differently. And then in October, we partner with the Chamber of Commerce, and we do the Frankenstein Hot Dog and Beer Festival. And then Christmas time, we have the Hometown Holiday Celebration. It's a 2-weekend celebration. It includes the Feast of Seven Fishes Festival, the Hometown Christmas Market, and the Festival Cucina, and the Christmas tree lighting ceremony. So we're working really hard to make downtown a fun, attractive place for folks here, and we try to bring folks from outside of the area as well. So we're trying our best to do the good work.
Can you talk about what the importance is of the partnership between Fairmont State University and Main Street?
It's extremely important. One thing that we've seen over the last few years is we have this culture that we've been building, starting to create I like to call it the downtown Fairmont Renaissance of these businesses that are new and that are unique, and over the last few years, we've seen a lot more students downtown at the Joe, at 228 Gallery, at Loving, West Virginia, and that is so important. We are extremely lucky to have a university 2 miles down the road. We're one of 2 Main Street communities in West Virginia who have that, and I think over the last few years we've worked really hard to build a strong relationship with you all, and it's so important.
That's great. Sky's the limit, right?
Yeah, because our community of students is an extremely important part of our community as a whole.
Awesome.
Yeah.
For sure. Alex, how do you feel like your education here, your 2 business degrees, how did that prepare you for the role that you have now?
Yeah, it really set me up for the future. And not only did I receive my bachelor's and my master's, I was also a student athlete here for 4 years.
Oh, wow. What'd you play?
Men's swimming.
Nice.
And then I stuck around and I was an assistant coach for 7 years. So
Wow.
it took a while to get rid of me. But yeah, like all of that set me up fantastically for my future. I really didn't know when I finished. I didn't really know. Still really didn't know what I wanted to do or where I was going to go, and it was really about the connections that I made here that kind of got me going. I was working as a GA when I was studying for my master's, and I worked in student activities, and Robin Yeager, who's the director of the Falcon Center, she told me, you have to go to this career fair. I didn't want to go. She was like, you have to go to this career fair that was happening here in the gym. And she was like, you have to go, you're coming with me. And she made me go, and I came here and I talked to the city of Fairmont, and that was where I started my career. I worked for the city of Fairmont in the planning department for 5 years. So
Awesome.
yeah, and a lot of the connections that I made while I was working here, studying here, swimming here, a lot of those folks are still in my life right now, and a lot of those folks I currently work with in several different capacities. For example, Pat Snively, who is my coach, he's the director of the Marion County Chamber of Commerce, and we work super closely together on multiple projects, and it's really awesome. Yeah.
How'd you end up at Fairmont State?
So I'm a Fairmont native.
Okay.
And I was a swimmer. The goal was always, I didn't want to continue swimming in college. The plan was, to go somewhere else, maybe 20 minutes up the road, and just continue my studies there. And I got to the second half of my senior year, and I had a close relationship with Pat, and I didn't want to stop swimming. It hit me that second half of my senior year, and he was like, I've got a spot for you if you want it. And I was like, yeah, let's do it.
That's awesome.
It was the best decision I've ever made.
The rest is history,
Yeah,
right?
the rest is history.
Here I am.
I mean, it seems to me that Fairmont State has had a huge impact on your life.
Absolutely.
And continues to. So tell us, why should people contribute today for Day of Giving?
People should contribute because Fairmont State is so special. The culture of this university, it's a strong culture, and it's a long-standing culture, and the people here, they care about you. And another thing, as we're looking out the window, something that I think a lot of folks don't realize about Fairmont State is we also have an incredibly beautiful campus. And
It is.
You don't know that until you actually get up on the hill.
You get a little workout walking around here too.
Yeah, but Fairmont State is an incredible place. It's an incredible university, and when you graduate from Fairmont State, that's not the end. Every single person that I know who has had similar experiences that I've had as a part of this university, this stays with you for life, and it doesn't end when you graduate. And I think that's incredibly unique. I don't think everyone's college experience is like that, but I think for the majority, that's what Fairmont State is.
And I think for this relationship to work, it's not just our students and our faculty and staff going downtown, going to Main Street, but bringing Main Street to our campus.
Yeah.
Too. And I think you all will be stronger if we're strong, and vice versa.
Absolutely.
So we're going to keep that going.
Yeah, 100%.
Well, the next segment we have, it's good you're here because
Okay.
you
Yes.
were a student athlete. One of the things I did to prepare for Day of Giving is I visited with our different athletic teams, and I took on the role of a student athlete. So I believe the first segment we're going to look at is I went and filled the shoes of a Fairmont State softball player. So let's
Love
take a look
it.
at that.
I can't wait to see this.
Hey everybody, we're here for Mike Tries It with Fairmont State softball coach Brooke Lowry. Brooke, what are you going to have me do today?
I'm going to have you inside the cage here taking some live swings off of freshman Caitlin Morey, and our senior catcher Liz is going to help her out.
What's her pitching repertoire? What should I look for?
I don't know. She's pretty spinny. I don't know. I definitely watch out right here.
Got it. So I've been coaching softball for 9 going on 10 years, but I've never tried to hit a fast pitch softball. So we'll see how it goes.
Today's the day. Not that time.
That was way up here.
Okay. She's nervous.
Is that a strike? That looked inside.
She said we'll go 1-1. I get curveball down and away. He's getting closer. Getting closer. I don't know. Is that ball? Is that a ball? Are those balls? Are you just setting up down the middle?
Look, I'm afraid I'm going to hit you. You okay? All right, good.
Yeah, every ball is about $15. She's like, I said 2 pitches. Still in it.
Working that pitch count.
Good morning, Fairmont. I'm Gavin, and I'm joined here by Cheryl. We are members of the President Office. Cheryl is the assistant, and I'm one of the student event presidential events office assistants. And we do a little segment every Monday on our Instagram called Motivational Monday. You guys should check it out. It's on our Instagram, which is FSU_President Davis. Cheryl is one of the most inspiring people that we have here on campus, and she loves to share her wisdom and her motivation with us every Monday with a special quote. And today we thought it would be a very good idea to do a little special Thursday segment for Motivational Monday. But before we get to that, I want Cheryl to share a little bit about herself and something that I just love about her. Cheryl, as you can see, wears these beautiful bracelets on her right wrist every day. She changes the colors out, she alternates, and it's one of my favorite things that she does. So I want her to tell us a little bit about why she wears them and what they're all about.
So these bracelets are affirmation bracelets. I believe in positive thinking. So every morning when I put on my bracelets, I say a new affirmation. And they always relate to something that I feel is important. So I might say, I am peace, I am love, I am patient. And I go through them and I try to attract positive things in my life by saying positive affirmations.
And that's so important. Like, that's one of the biggest takeaways that I've ever gotten from Cheryl is the way that we talk about ourselves is the way that we present ourselves to our co-workers, our peers, anyone in our lives. So affirming those positive behaviors within ourselves, we project those positive behaviors. And we thought that that was a very important thing to talk about on our little motivational segment. But now let's transition into what everyone's waiting for, one of Cheryl's infamous quotes. So Cheryl, I'm going to give the floor to you. Take it away. Inspire us, motivate us. Let's hear it.
All right, so the quote for today is, "No one has ever become poor by giving." And what that means to me, what that means to me is when you give, you're not only enriching the lives of the people that you're giving to, you're actually enriching your own life by giving. Studies show that people that give are happier. And when you give, it stirs up the happy chemicals, the endorphins in your brain, right? And so when you're happy, you have less stress, you have less anxiety, less depression, your blood pressure lowers, and it affects you physically. And giving is extremely contagious. And by giving to Fairmont State, you are giving to help better our programs, enhance our facilities, and it's not just giving to us. You're giving to you, your community. This is where you will send your children, your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren. So you're building a legacy by giving to Fairmont State.
Wow. I think it's so important, too, that we discuss giving on the day of giving here at Fairmont State, because, like Cheryl said, it is so important. The amount of gifts that we are given by you guys, the donors, here at Fairmont State, just pour into the community that much more. The students here are involved in the community, involved in all of the things happening all over Fairmont and in Fairmont State. And it starts with you guys and your generous donations to us. But also, like, taking that to a more interpersonal level, giving just satisfies a need of like helping, and it satisfies the needs of people in need. Yeah. So it's very important to me to give when I can and create a network for people who don't have what they need, or in this case, to create a network of funds for a university to thrive and all the students to thrive. So I just think that it's very important that we talk about this on Day of Giving, and we use it to motivate our gifts and use it to motivate ourselves and our outlook on life as we move forward.
And also it helps take the focus off yourself and what you may be going through by helping somebody else. And I think that's important too. You find a sense of purpose when you give. Yeah. And giving to Fairmont State is just going to overall affect you physically, spiritually, mentally by giving to our institution.
Now, there's something very important to be said about Cheryl and her energy and her liveliness. So I just wanted to share a little bit about how this all started. So whenever I started here in the president's office, which was just a little bit over a year ago now, I was given the opportunity to meet Cheryl. She interviewed me, and I noticed right off the bat she had a little whiteboard on her desk that had a different quote on it every week. And we thought that it was very important to spread that joy a little bit further than just Hardway Hall, second floor. So whenever we were tasked with creating regular content on our Instagram page, I thought that it was very important that we highlighted Cheryl weekly. And then that quote would be the quote that was featured in her office. And we've gotten a lot of feedback and interest from faculty, staff, students, community members. I know my dad is like a regular watcher on the Instagram page.
So is my son too. One of my kids watches it too. I put up a quote. It started just really for me, you know, to help me when I'm down, because I'm not perfect and I'm not happy all the time. I actually started out in financial aid here, and I had a quote every week there. And one thing that really touched my heart is we had a student worker. And she graduated, and the day that she graduated, I found in my lunchbox a little note from her, and the little note said, "I've been suffering from depression, but I would come in every day, every week to see your quote, and it really helped and affected my life. And I never thought in a million years that by putting a quote up every week that it would affect people's lives. This has been a great opportunity to do that.
And I think that is just so amazing to me, because you started doing this for you started motivating yourself, and in turn you now have enough power and enough stamina to do this weekly for a bunch of viewers, and you're touching the hearts of everyone in our office and everyone in our hallway. And I just think that it's very awesome that you put in the effort to do this every week. And even though it is just writing on a board, you pick out those quotes, you plan them out, you plan what you want to say about them, you want to touch on everything that everything that quote means to you. It's awesome, and it's one of my most favorite things about you. Speaking of most favorites, we've done a lot of quotes, we've done a lot of videos, a lot of editing, we've had music, and we've done different locations and different activities, a little bit more interaction. But I want to ask you what your favorite quote is, and then I'm going to share what my favorite quote is.
All right. One of my favorite quotes is, "What you think about, you create." That is probably one of my favorite quotes. I'm very careful about what I put in my mind, what I think about, what I read, what I watch on TV. It's all positive, because I want to attract positivity into my life.
Yeah. I would have to say my favorite quote ever that we've ever done was actually a more recent one. It was whenever we were talking about vents leading to other rooms and creating that space of gossip and how it affects the greater area of the people that you're around, and how it's going to come back to you. And one of my favorite things that you said in that video was, "Go to the throne, not the phone."
That's right.
And I thought that was really catchy and really fun. So we have talked a lot about Motivational Monday. Like I said, I encourage you to reach out to us with your favorite quotes on our Instagram page. Check us out, FSU_President Davis. And then I also want to steal a page from Dr. Davis's book and ask you, what's your favorite part about Fairmont State? What makes it so great?
There's a lot of things about Fairmont State, but it's mainly the people, whether it be our faculty and staff and our students. That's why we're here, is for our students, but I love the people.
Awesome.
I definitely love the people.
Awesome. And we are so grateful for all of the gifts that you're giving, and we're so grateful for all of the views that we have on our Instagram with our Motivational Mondays.
One thing about money is, money by itself doesn't really have much power. But when you give money, that's where the power is. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And I believe that money can buy happiness if you're using the money for other people.
That's awesome. She's up here motivating us on the fly. Isn't that amazing? We're going to go ahead and turn this over to our my favorite group on campus, the group that I'm a part of. We're going to be taking a look into the band here, and then we're going to go straight into the choir right after that.
time to notice all that I see. And after I've come so far, you know where I'll be. I'll fly away, fly away, fly away home. I'll fly away, fly away, fly away home. Well, life is a vision, that's how it should be. The world is a canvas, and the choices are free. At the end of the journey, when all is complete, they'll all wonder where I've gone, but you know where I'll be. I'll fly away home. I'll fly away home. Our dreams last forever, for all that we know. Our roads come together, and that's where we'll go. We'll fly away home. We'll fly away home. We'll fly away home. Fly away home. We'll fly away, fly away, fly away. Sigh no more, lady, sigh no more, sigh no more, no more. Better deceivers ever. One foot in sea, one foot in sea, one foot in sea, and one on shore, and one on shore. Do one thing constant never, then sigh not so. But let them go and be your blithe and body, converting your sounds of woe into hey naughty naughty, hey naughty naughty, hey naughty naughty, hey. Sing no more ditty, sing no more, sing no more, no more. A doll so dull and heavy, the Prada man, the Prada man, the Prada man was ever so, since summer's burst was heavy, then sigh not so. But let them go and be your blithe and body, converting your sounds of woe into hey naughty, hey naughty, naughty, hey naughty, naughty, hey naughty, hey naughty, hey naughty, naughty, hey. River rushing down the mountain.
All right, welcome back. We're over $101,000, so keep it going. Keep it going. It's an exciting time, and we have an exciting unveiling.
Yes.
We have Joel Dugan with us. Joel is Associate Professor of Art here at Fairmont State. And what are we unveiling today?
We're unveiling a portrait of John Boyd, so presidential leader for the university when the university was Fairmont Normal College.
Yep, the very first principal, which is now the president, the equivalent, from 1865, helped found it through the early years, through 1867. So how long did it take you to complete this project?
Not as long as he served as the president. So it took a little bit of time to get some of the skin tones and eyes correct. We were working from a black and white photo, but I think we ended up with a pretty nice gaze and an enhanced image. So.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's
Cool.
fantastic.
All right,
are you ready?
Do the grand reveal.
Yeah.
Drum
okay.
roll.
So you want to grab that side?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Let's go forward with it. All right.
Ta-da.
And here we go.
All right. So this will hang in Hardway Hall with all the other historic presidents. And, you can come see it right outside my office.
All right.
So thanks, Joel.
Well, thank you so much.
I'm going to give you a chance before you go, though, to pitch why people should
Yes.
give to the arts.
I think the arts are the vibrant thread to keep us all connected as a community, and they're vital for the state of West Virginia, and also to make sure that we maintain a sense of place in the areas that we call home. So it's a big part of what we do here at Fairmont State, celebrate the arts, and we also are committed to making a lasting impact in our community.
And what's the benefit from these dollars for our students? What's that direct benefit?
They have a vital support within their community where they feel like they are authorized to make expressions, and it helps to keep them here inside the state of West Virginia so that they don't leave with a sense to want to go somewhere else. So it's a great opportunity for students to be supportive as well as feel a sense of home.
Awesome. Thanks, Joel.
Thank you so much.
Fantastic.
Thanks for being here.
Great
Thank
day.
you.
Beautiful job.
Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Okay.
So we have a couple donor shout outs.
We have some donor shout outs. I know the
I'll let
past
you go-
few hours
I'll let you go
have
first.
flown by. So
Yeah.
so while every dollar counts, and we're grateful for every dollar here, we have some big donations that have come through the Sobek family for athletics, Claudia Strickland for ASCE, Fawn Amber Montoya, Folk Life Center, the Rotary Club of Fairmont, Academy for the Arts and Athletics, and David and Diane Floyd for women's basketball. Thank you all. And Dr. Davis.
And then I've got a
over to
few.
you.
I've got the Joseph family, who gave to acrobatics and tumbling, Steve and Laurel Schwartz, who gave to the Falcon Marching Band, Brent Smith, who gave to football, Lindsay Gray, who gave to our lead center, and Barb Owens, who gave to our praxis for test support. So this is great.
This is fantastic.
I really appreciate you being here this morning, helping get that energy up, and I know it'll carry throughout the day.
This has been so
you're,
fun.
You're basically an honorary Falcon.
Well, I appreciate that.
You got the
I appreciate.
maroon.
I know, and when I brought my check too, so I
Good.
am a participant in
Awesome.
the day of
Who
giving.
are you gonna give to today?
Well, I was actually thinking about middle college.
Awesome.
Yeah, that was where I was headed, the direction I was heading.
That's
so,
fantastic.
Yeah.
But we'll make sure we take your money before you go.
Absolutely, yes. I won't walk out the door without that. But thank you. This has been an honor to be here, and I'm excited to see what the rest of the day looks like.
And we'll be here all day in Gym 1. So if you want to come and feel the energy firsthand, help us celebrate these achievements, please come down. It's going to be a great day. Go Falcons.
little bit. All right. Leave room for Dr. Davis over here. If you can come over just a little bit. There you go. All right.
All right, we're here with Coach Luke Barker and a couple of his players. Coach, who do you have with you today?
I have Derek Crosby, he's a running back for us, and then Gage Mike, who's a wide out for us.
Awesome. What year are these guys?
I'm a senior.
Senior?
Senior as well.
Senior as well. Yeah.
But y'all will be back next year?
Yeah, yeah, they'll be
good.
seniors.
Good, awesome.
Yeah.
So you're about a year in.
Yeah, right over.
When I interviewed you last year, you were brand new.
Yeah, a couple weeks.
So what's your impression of Fairmont and Fairmont State University?
They're just great people. And we talked about this before, but I just think there's just great people around here, people that care. And I've said this multiple times, and our players know it too. There's not a lot of communities that care the way that this place does, and I think that's what makes this place special.
Yep. That puts a lot of pressure on you, though.
It does.
And a lot of pressure on them. I mean, they gotta.
And you can ask
them. They
them.
gotta perform.
I always tell them, pressure bust pipes makes diamonds, and these guys are diamond making business. So that's
awesome.
what we're trying to do. Yeah.
So, Derek, talk about your experience here at Fairmont State. What it's meant to you to be part of this team and be part of this university.
Yeah, it's an absolute blessing to be here. Since I've been here since 2021, and I really have felt the love here. I've worked like Apple Valley, and I feel like the connection to y'all, like talk about how much they love the football team. It's just great to feel that. Like I feel like I really am playing for somebody. Playing for the people here, and I love the school too. I'm a national security intelligence major and political science double major. This place has provided a lot of opportunities for me. So
balance the athletic with the academic. Exactly. That's great. How about you, Gage? I'm surprised we let you back at Day of Giving after you tried to beat me in basketball last year. But
well, obviously being here from Fairmont, it is really humbling and such a good experience to be able to represent the people of Fairmont, and makes you work even harder those days you don't want to get up, things you don't want to do. Like Coach Barker said, we have the whole community behind us. Just to feel that love from everybody, it's very inspiring, and we're looking forward to a great season.
We have predictions for next year.
Prediction is we're going to take it a week at a time, and we're going to continue to get better. Yeah, well, my prediction.
That's such a coach answer.
Yeah, it is. Want to know every day.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
So we've got some nice matches for football this year. One is already complete. The Whitehall Spirit match is already complete. $2,500.
Yeah, thank you to Drew Hill and all those guys.
Gary Kay and Barbara Bennett have a $1,000 match. Veritas has a $5,000 match, and Jim and Debbie Ashton have a $7,500 match.
Yeah,
so what do those contributions do for your program?
Well, they do a lot. We're trying to renovate down in our hallway. Hasn't been redone in about 11 years now. We want to, obviously highlight the things in the past and highlight what we're doing moving forward. And I think just little tweaks like that obviously makes the kids see that we're pushing forward and continuing to try to make everything we do better. We talk about great place to work, great place to learn, great place to live. Well, I want those guys to feel at home in that locker room, and that's continuing renovations and making sure that we show them that our appreciation by doing things like that for them and feeding these guys a little bit more. We're trying to get a fueling station going to make sure that we can continue to put them in the spot that they need to be and to go to.
Got to keep Derek's legs moving.
Correct.
Yep,
yeah.
Absolutely.
Correct. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right. So the question I always end with is, what makes Fairmont State a great place? And I'll give each of you a chance to answer.
Yeah, great place is the people. Like I've said that before, but the people make it a great place, and just what we have here. I mean, I don't think we signed 40 high school kids this year, and everybody that came on campus said, wow, you don't understand what it is until you get here. So the facility that we're in right now, the facility that we have up there in the Feaster Center, the people make it nice, but then when you get on campus, it's just that home feel of having nice stuff around.
And these are 40 kids that are doing lots of visits.
Correct, they're doing lots of visits.
So the fact that they feel something different here says something.
From 11 different states they're all coming from.
That's
amazing. So it's a good, again, we're bringing people from a little bit of everywhere, but then when they get on campus, they feel that home
You're
feel.
welcome for that tuition reduction for the states.
Well, that helps. Yeah, that helps for sure.
Yeah, I think just Fairmont is a place of opportunities here. I really love it. Football, you put in a lot of work, you really will get opportunities to play here. You're a person who's accountable, you're resilient, you sacrifice, you're gonna thrive here. And then, on the academic side, very, very opportunistic place. The teachers are very great. They have a lot of experience, so it helps you. Like I've had my advisor gives me recommendations for any internship I apply and all that. So it's very, very opportunistic.
People looking out for you.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, yeah, piggybacking off Coach Barker in DC, I would say the people and then the opportunity definitely. Fairmont's a small little town in West Virginia, but if you buy into everything that it has to offer, it can lead you to great places in West Virginia or other states throughout the whole country. So, yeah.
Awesome. Well, we look forward to coming cheering you on all next year.
We appreciate it.
Great season. Looking forward to it.
Looking forward to it too. Thanks, Dr. Dave.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Go Falcons.
Go Falcons.
Welcome back. We just passed $107,000. So we appreciate all your support and keep it coming. It's my pleasure now to introduce Raymond Alvarez, who's going to give us some history of Fairmont State. I don't know if you heard during Good Morning Fairmont, I did very well in the trivia. I'm interested to learn some more today, and I'll let you have the stage.
All right. I always enjoy an opportunity to talk about the history of this institution because it ties very closely with the history of West Virginia. And going back, when we were part of Virginia, there was really no public education west of the Alleghenies. And after we became a state in 1863, of course, the legislature had no money for publication, but it was an initiative. And one of the first superintendent of schools was Reverend William Ryland White, and he actually was the first principal at Fairmont Normal School when the state took over the operation and transitioned it. Prior to that, in the 1865s, it was Francis Pierpont and Reverend White that created a private organization. So Mr. Boyd was one of the teaching instructors there and principal. There weren't many students, but things started to happen after the ownership was transferred. So White was instrumental because it wasn't organized. It basically was a public school, and he brought in 3 young teachers from the Philadelphia area, and one of them was Elizabeth Dickey Fleming. And the first thing she did was organize the students into a model we have today. It was like grades 1 through 6, and then there was like 6 through 12, and the rest were the students who were there in the normal school. The normal was additional education so that you could become a teacher. There were no teachers, really. There was no supply of teachers in West Virginia. So White set it up, and it's interesting in our history to note that Elizabeth Dickey Fleming actually became the principal, and while she served, she had the unique history of being the first woman in the United States that was a principal of a state normal school. So you have a real heritage of history here, and probably far greater than any other educational facility that you'll find in West Virginia. Fairmont Normal School was it probably was the first normal school in West Virginia to be chartered. There were 4 altogether. We were a branch of Marshall College. The facility soon outgrew itself, so they needed a new facility. So Fairmont State actually has had 3 campuses. This is our 3rd campus. I'm also the county historian and the city of Fairmont historian, and people give me a lot of items. So I brought along, this is a copy, this is the front page of the Fairmont Index from March 31st, 1893, and the main story is the new normal school is completed. This was the opening of the facility on Fairmont Avenue, and it stayed there. It was considered the most completely furnished. It was like the best facility in educational educational facilities at time in West Virginia. So it stayed there, but it quickly outgrew because the enrollment grew and they were landlocked. And then comes along Joseph Rozier, and what he did, he was the president here for 30 years. Rozier is the president that actually acquired the present-day campus. It was a farm. There was a lot of controversy because the people of Fairmont thought, oh, they're building it so far out of town, right? I mean, you know, we can walk to downtown from here. But at the time it was considered, you know, they're locating this campus too far from town. However, it had acreage, and it was part of the Kennedy Farm originally and expanded over the year. Rozier was able to get commitment for funding and made it a true campus. A lot of his commitment for expansion of these buildings came during the Great Depression. So he was a significant leader. When he retired, that left a gap in leadership. He retired in the mid-1940s, and then he also has an interesting history because he became appointed to fill the vacancy of U.S. Senator M.M. Neely, who became governor. So this is Joe Rozier, and his family brought a lot of things that they gave to us last year. We did a program on you. One of my favorite is an autograph picture signed by Franklin D. Roosevelt, and then another one by Harry Truman acknowledging Rozier's leadership in the state government. So, you know, Fairmont State made many landmarks early on from the turn of the century, the early 1900s. It was an educational leader. Under Joe Rozier's aegis, he changed the name to Fairmont State College. That's significant. And he envisioned a lot more degree programs than just teacher education. So he set the stage for a lot of things that we saw now. And like I said, what started out as a very small enrollment continued to grow. Other milestones for Fairmont State. In 1926, Alpha Psi Omega, which is the International Collegiate Drama Honor Society, was established here by Dr. Paul Opp. And also they spun off the high school version of this, which is Thespians. Both organizations are still in effect today. They're large organizations. They're located, one's in Ohio, one's somewhere else, but it all started here. If you go into Hardway Hall, that was one of the events that was one of the significant items that helped get the building on the National Registry of Historic Places. Like I said, Dr. Rozier changed the name to Fairmont State College in 1943. Now, there are other significant things that I like to point out. When we look at desegregation of schools, had Brown versus the Board of Education was significant Supreme Court decision coming in like the early summer of 1954. School systems hadn't really adapted to that, but guess what? In the fall of 1954, the first black students were admitted to Fairmont State. In the 70s, one of the first community colleges in West Virginia was developed here. It was Fairmont Community College, which today is Pierpont Community and Technical College. In the 80s, the National Aerospace Education Center. In 2004, we became Fairmont State University. So many significant events can be traced to this organization, and sometimes we forget about our past. I like to remind people that there were 3 campuses of this institution just in Marion County. We're the only college that's probably had so many locations that you'll find. You can find a lot of information by going to our library webpage. There is a section under LibGuides. Click it on. There's 2 things you can do. One, under LibGuides, look for My File, and you'll be able to see history, early history of Fairmont State, and there's a lot of information in there. The other thing I want to talk about with the library is the Mound online, and you can go back through yearbooks. I think the first one appeared around 1905. They're great compendiums of information. We started sports. Athletics started around 1909, and we always had sports teams for men and women. Okay, yes, the women had to wear bloomers, but they played basketball. So it's interesting to read these in the old yearbooks. You'll find them all online. And I think today, we're still creating significant, we're still adding to the history and heritage of this institution, what it means to West Virginia, as well as even our local economy. Today, during the Day of Giving, I want to point out that we did create a healthcare management program here. This was one of the, Rozier wanted to do this back in 1940. Okay, it took like 50 some years, but we've got it. And we also created a master's degree, and within this master's degree program, we have a scholarship fund. It's the Rosita Alvarez Schneider Fund. Primarily, it targets women as early careerists in healthcare because women are the most underrepresented in an industry that employs a majority of women. Women in senior leadership positions are fairly unrepresented, and that's systemic. However, our program's making a difference, and since we were approved in 2020, then COVID hit, but since that time, our first graduates were in 2022. We've had 51 people complete this master's degree. So you can make a contribution. I've raised $2,000, and I still have some more checks coming in for that fund. We have a special fund in there that benefits students. What it does is it allows us to send our graduate students and some of our undergraduate students to professional meetings, professional conferences, places where they're going to be able to interact with key executives from the healthcare industry. So if any of you are interested in that fund, you can find it in the foundation, or you can reach out to the College of Business and get in touch with me or Eric Police. So with that, as far as the history, I always like to talk about the history of this organization, and it's amazing. We have done special programs on the role of women in early educational leadership here. We have looked at the 1950s when Fairmont State, the administration and the faculty found themselves caught up in a local trial where a professor was accused of being a communist. And they were able to survive all these situations. Like in the 50s, during the McCarthy era and this trial, pretty much the press was like, you can't trust colleges and universities. And they were able to continue growth and success. If you look at the old yearbooks, start them around 1944 and 45, you'll see that we had barracks here for the returning GIs who wanted to go to school and were married. The enrollment, you can see where the enrollment during the war years was low with men. Then what happened after the war years and the expansion of our technology programs that continued through that period of time in the 50s and 60s. So I think the important thing when we look at history is like, what lessons can you learn? And I think there are a lot of important lessons that relate to Fairmont State. Early on, we were committed to education. The state leaders the state government, like I said, 1863, we became a state. What do you do the next day? There's no money. It took them a while to get education going. Most of the early significant state superintendent schools came out of Fairmont Normal. They were either professors, they were principals. So this organization, when you look at the history, has always contributed to education development in West Virginia, what we have today. Likewise, when we became a university, we represented the need to offer graduate education as well as undergraduate education. Today we're doing a lot of innovations with that. In our undergraduate healthcare program, starting in the fall, our students who are enrolled will have the opportunity to follow a track where actually in their senior year they begin taking college credit and they can continue and complete their degree within the 5th year. So it's called a 4+1. So a lot of exciting things are happening here. We still are trying to keep ahead of the curve, innovative, and if you've never had the opportunity to visit the campus, I would encourage you to come up. The library is open. The library is a great resource for information. There are newspapers online. The reference librarians are there. And a lot of people look at it as a source when they're tracing genealogy or history and heritage. I've been working several years now, and I've used like many groups with Woodlawn Cemetery. That's where all these people are. That cemetery is significant with historical figures, and we're trying to create more educational programs for middle schools as well as other student learning experience, like who are these people, why are they significant in history? And we have many specific programs. One of the people that I like to focus on is Dorcas Pritchard. She was the first dean of women around 1917. Dr. Rozier felt that he would support her continuing education. She actually received a master's in that reflected being a dean of women. Under her aegis, on this campus, Women's Hall, Morrow Hall, was built. She also set up programs for student health, student counseling. She was very looking at the students at their holistic needs. And over her years, she retired around 1946. But when you look back on the life of Dorcas Pritchard, she guided students through war, the Depression, all kinds of challenges. And what she did was she kept them busy. And she focused on the student engagement. And there were clubs, activities, organizations. And again, I just encourage you to look at the old yearbooks because they tell you a lot. And again, those are free, they're online. It's right under our, go to the Fairmont State, go to the library, and you will find all kinds of information there. So the other key factor is that when you look at what we're doing today, we have probably the same challenges that faced them in 1863. No money, a lot of things you would like to do. We have the same challenges we had in 1950. Like how do we continue to be a organization that is responsive to the community, and all those challenges still are ongoing today. So the history is very significant. You won't find it in any other school in this state. And I like to promote that understanding of where we were and where we want to go. So pretty much that's a history in a nutshell. I encourage you to give to the foundation so that we can continue to support our academic programs, support student enrichment, student engagement, and student activities, and learn about these significant people in our past. Reverend White, for example, what he did. J. Walter Barnes, significant leader. Joseph Rozier. You know, many people really developed this institution to what you see today because of their efforts. All the presidents, all the leadership in the past, it's always a challenge. You're always creating history. So what we do today is a part of our history. And I believe if we, for example, when we hit the goal, that may be the first concerted effort of the foundation with a large target. So again, no little blip on the significant accomplishments of Fairmont State. So with that, I'd like to wrap up this little history program, but participate, learn, support the foundation, and I will make a pitch for our Rosita Alvarez Scholarship Fund within the foundation as one of the foundation initiatives that benefits graduate students. And that's what we have. We need more of that kind of assistance because we are a university. University is made up of people, programs, and progress. So I'd like to thank the staff for allowing me to come. And with that, I hope you all are encouraged to go to the website, make your donation. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lydia Warren. I'm the director of the Frank and Jane Gaber West Virginia Folklife Center here at Fairmont State University, and we're really excited for this year's Day of Giving. At the Folklife Center this semester and this year, we have a lot of great events coming up. We have the Kestrel Celebration. We have Women of Appalachia Project, which is a poetry and literary event. We have music jams every month, and we have all sorts of stuff going on for students and community members. The money that you guys give during Day of Giving is really important at the Folklife Center. Some of the things that we plan to use it for this year is getting our archive together. Our archive is a great resource for students and scholars and community members who want information about what has gone on here in Fairmont and throughout West Virginia in terms of folklore and folklife and all sorts of different traditions. The money that you give during Day of Giving will go towards purchasing new equipment for our archive, new software for our archive, and last year we were able to use Day of Giving funds to fund a student worker for the summer who worked on all sorts of projects related to our archives. We really appreciate any donations you guys can make this year, and we look forward to seeing you at the Folklife Center in 2025.
Dugan. I am the chair of the Department of Architecture, Art, and Design at Fairmont State University. And I helped to found what was the beginning of our public art projects almost 6 years ago. And we have quickly moved within the north central West Virginia region, developing community assets that help to create a sense of place and preserve the stories of the citizens of north central West Virginia and the challenges that they overcame. Day giving is so important for all of us because it creates a financial pathway to making these projects possible. The mural that I stand in front of right now, the mission mural at Glen Elk, is a beautiful piece that talks about resurrection and return. Return to a table, return to a community center. This project was only possible because of the support of donors who selflessly donated money to our need last year and allowed us to complete 3 projects throughout this North Central West Virginia region. These projects made huge impact on the way that people identify a sense of home, a sense of place, and a sense of value to their community. I think what you will see is that for every dollar spent, we make sure that it creates the most amount of impact possible. For students, $5 could be the difference between having a brush on site or being able to have lunch provided when we're out at the murals. Each one of the students who participates in a mural receives award funding to compensate them for their time, and that comes directly from the donor support and allows them to be supported in the field during their summer projects. I think the thing that I just want to talk the most about is the outreach that we do and the sense of discovery that is at the center of all of our teaching pedagogy. Is really important for us that our students understand that art is not created within a vacuum, that there is a community that relies upon art as a way to create a sense of belonging, a sense of being. Community art is a great opportunity for that because none of this is created without community exchange and collective envisioning. It is really important to us that when we are creating works for public view, that the community's vision is central and primary in our design and in our focus.
We were really excited to have the Art and Architecture Department from Fairmont State with us. We believe as an organization, again, in the revitalization of people and our community, and we also believe that public art plays a role in uplifting a community and representing the story of the work that we do and the work that our community represents. We did a major upgrade of our facilities in terms of improving the appearance. We painted the buildings, repaired windows to make it more attractive in our neighborhood. We see that Glen Elk is revitalizing the downtown Clarksburg, and the Glen Elk section is coming back, and it has a very storied history. And we thought that public art on the side of this building that we had just painted would be a great asset to our community. And we've seen people drive by and stop on the bridge and get out and look at the mural and drive by the lower road under the bridge. Under the bridge was a place where people hid, where folks who were down on their luck would end up sleeping in the bushes down there, sleeping in the weeds, pitching a tent. And now, in that under the bridge area, there's this beautiful mural that gives hope and brightness. What rejuvenation, what renewal, what resurrection that represents. Certainly, this work is not cheap. Financial assistance with this project, donating to these kind of projects, adds a lot, not only to the community, but the participants who make the project. And I think as we look at Fairmont State University as an educational organization, as part of the fabric of our community, engaging students and faculty and probably even alumni in all that process is a wonderful benefit. How Fairmont State is tied in with our community and our life in West Virginia.
I just wholeheartedly want to thank you all for what you have given to us and the nourishment that you've provided the university and the students to continue to make impact in each one of their disciplines and in all of their studies. We are wholeheartedly thankful for all you do and thankful for our donor support.
L-Y-S-A.
Oh, right.
She gets all sorts of runs. Hey, welcome back. We just topped $135,000. It is amazing how you are turning out and showing up for Fairmont State. Keep it going. I'm joined again by Joel Dugan. Joel, I got your title wrong earlier. Joel is now a full professor at Fairmont State University, and Leisha Elliott. And what project are you here to talk to us about today?
So we're here to talk about a project that partners Fairmont State, Fairmont Senior, and Leisha's organization at the Marion County Senior Center, which has one of its facilities here in town, and we're working on a mural inside of her facility to help to talk a little bit about the colors of engagement that take place between youth and obviously the elderly within our community. I can let Leisha talk a little bit about how that beautification is impacting the center.
Well, we had the opportunity to reach out to Joel and work with his talent, and we want to have a welcoming environment at the Fairmont Senior Center. It's a little bit of an older building and it can use a refresh. So we're very excited about the holistic approach that Joel uses when he approaches a project like this. He isn't just coming in and saying, this is what you need to do here. Right. He's met with the students, he's gotten some ideas from them. They've been very receptive and very forthcoming in some ideas and how they see working at a senior center. And so it's really exciting that it allows, like I said, not just somebody to come in and say, this is what you're going to do. It's a collaborative effort, and they get to have their input, which is hopefully going to enhance their artistic creativity and their community spirit.
And then who will actually paint the mural?
So the students are collaborating together. So we have students here at Fairmont State that will be working alongside the students at Fairmont Senior. The high school students at Fairmont Senior, working with Jennifer Stodd's class, are helping to develop all of the assets for the concept. They will then help to develop a design. That design will be printed onto a polytab material. They will then create the assets there at the high school. And then the Fairmont State students will work with me and those Fairmont Senior students to put them into place and also help to seam together all the pieces. So it's a true collaboration and an extension out into the community that not only creates partnerships, but in our mind does exactly what public art should, which is it seeds the community with assets that establish place and a sense of history. It's a really wonderful opportunity. We had really kind of vibrant conversations about community engagement and kind of the idea of aging. And so far it's just been really, really exciting to be a part of. Obviously we have a little bit of a goal that we need to kind of meet. We're about halfway to that goal right now within our Studio Art Fund. But we have basically the need to hit about a $7,000 goal just for that project.
And there was funding for this project.
There was.
That we're trying to backfill now.
Yeah, unfortunately, there were some ways that we had drafted the grant that there's no way that you cannot say we are serving a diverse population of people. And obviously we're advocating really for this generational respect and engagement. It's a big part of who we are in the state of West Virginia. As we give back and we bring the community into our classroom, and we make sure that our teaching practice extends beyond the four white walls of the classroom. And this is truly that. I mean, we are finding a way to have outcomes that leave lasting impact in our community. And Leisha has done so much to lead within our community throughout her career, and we just really approach this project with an opportunity to develop a new relationship.
So right now, do you just have a big blank wall?
We do. If people wanted to go on our Facebook page, Marion County Senior Citizens Inc. Facebook page, we posted some pictures of what it looks like now.
Okay.
And you can see that it's ready to have something fun happen.
So you've got a
to
blank palette.
Pretty much,
right?
yes.
A blank canvas.
Right. And the other thing about the mural project, it ties in with some of the other murals that are within Marion County that kind of tell our story. In my previous role as director for the Convention and Visitors Bureau, we actually had a geocache trail that highlighted the murals throughout Marion County.
That's awesome.
So we're hoping that this will also get people into the center,
Right.
even if they're not seniors, but just to
Make
see
it a
it and see
destination,
some
yeah.
of the great services we provide, and to see how maybe in the future we can assist them.
Right, increase those connections.
Exactly.
That's awesome. How long will the project take once you have the funds secured?
We're trying to make sure that it all culminates before a June 1st deadline. Obviously, we want to work with the students and get things kind of wrapped up if we can before they graduate. A lot of the students we're working with are seniors. We've had a few of them on campus here for tours within our visual art programs, which is quite exciting to think that we could have them here as Falcons. But we are definitely trying to wrap it up by early summer.
How many of these students had prior art experience?
I would probably say out of that group, I mean, they're all in an art class right now, but I would be surprised if they've had more than 1 or 2 art classes. It was good to have conversations about how a concept could be broken into symbols. And we had a pretty deep conversation last time about this idea of like, how do we embrace aging, and how do we serve a community to make sure that generational engagement and generational knowledge is being passed down. So I think right now for the concept, we've got an exchange that's taking place between an elder and a youth, and it looks like we could possibly have kind of the physical, symbolic relationship of seeding one's forest and it coming alive with native plants and animals. So it's a good
awesome.
kind of metaphor for, I think, what this exchange is, and it is at the root of what we do. And I think Alicia referenced that is, all these public art projects we've done within the last 8 years, and we've always done them on a self-funded kind of platform, have left markers of history throughout our north central West Virginia landscape.
I think people think, well, you're just painting a mural, right? You're painting a picture. I don't think people realize when they look at the murals around town how much goes into that collaboration, how much you're working together, and how it really builds those lasting connections that make a community.
Well, and I think it goes beyond just Marion County, referencing that geocache trail. When we first launched that, we had people from many, many different states coming through that were just excited to see, and they got to learn more about Marion County. So that's always exciting too. It not only is just helping maybe an individual business or an individual industry, but it's helping Marion County as a whole.
I love that.
Well, and it becomes a destination for conversation. So those students that all have collaborated on it feel a sense of pride of what they have contributed to their community, and they take family members back to those locations, and then they tell the story, and they tell the story of engagement and translation. And I think that anytime we are all communicating with each other face to face and listening in a very kind of active way, we overcome some of the things in society that continue to divide us. And so it's a great way to find common ground in society and obviously build a network for a community.
Well, and I think too, with dealing with the students here, not only at Fairmont State, but then also in the high schools, is that this may be a passion for them, but now they could see it could possibly be a career.
Right, absolutely.
And it's not just something they have to give up once they graduate.
That's fantastic. Well, thank you both for this project. Please give. It's obviously a worthwhile project, and it helps build those community connections we care about so much. So thank you so much.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. Yep. Thank you for your support, everyone. Hello, I'm Joel Dugan, Chair of Architecture, Art, and Design at Fairmont State University, as well as a professor of studio art. Since 2020, our studio art program has completed 9 murals across 6 counties in West Virginia, all thanks to the support of donors like you. This summer, we're excited to embark on a new project, 2 large-scale murals and a series of tiny public art galleries to be installed throughout Marion County. Our goal remains the same, to enrich the cultural landscape and beauty of our region, all while sharing the story of the people who call it home. With your generous contributions, we can continue creating these public art installations, ensuring that our students are not only involved in meaningful work, but are also fairly compensated for their time and talent. It's crucial that we keep telling the story of our people, and through public art, we can strengthen our sense of place and community. Thank you for helping me make this vision a reality,
and for all of the support that you lend not only to our university, but also to our community at large.
Welcome back. I'm here with Tony Poling, who's the chair of education. Tony, who do you have with you?
I have Taylor Holmes. Taylor is one of our recent graduates from our elementary education program, and now she's getting her master's in reading specialist.
Oh, awesome. All right, so you're here to talk about the money we're raising for Praxis funding.
Yes, so we are raising money for Praxis funding, which is the required certification test for our students to become teachers. And depending on their content areas, some of these students have to take as many as 5 required content exams, and each exam costs somewhere between $100 and $170.
Oh, wow.
And so we've been raising money for the past couple of years through Day of Giving, and we've been able to fund Praxis fee waivers for our students to remove that financial burden.
That's great. And you have 2 matches you're working on. One from William and Lois Muto for $2,500, and then there's an anonymous one for $35,000.
Yes, that one's really exciting. And so we have an anonymous donor who's willing to make a one-time donation of $35,000 if we can get 50 first-time donors. And as of just a few minutes ago, I think we only need 23 more people to reach that $35,000 goal.
And that can be any dollar amount, $5, $10, that'll get us there, right? So let's get to that match. If you've never given before, this is your chance.
That's right. You know, we're working right now in a state that is just desperate for highly qualified teachers. And the feedback that we get from our students and their placements is that we are putting some of the best out there. And so removing this barrier is just one more way to get certified and highly qualified teachers in classrooms.
Can you talk about the impact of something like this as you're coming out of your program?
In my undergraduate experience, I was a full-time student and I also worked throughout that. And having to pay the Praxis fees, it could sometimes be a burden because $100 to $170, that's kind of a lot for students who are working and full-time students.
Right.
And to have the opportunity to have some of that covered is just a big stress reliever for students. And it just makes me feel more relaxed and confident.
Awesome. So will you have to take some of these when you're done with your master's program?
Yes, I have one more. I've already taken 4 for my undergraduate, and then I have one more to take.
And that's
for
the
my
reading
graduate.
specialist one?
Yes, sir.
Okay, awesome. And you want to work in elementary schools?
Yes.
Awesome. Any particular grade, or if you're a reading specialist, do you work across?
Yeah,
grades?
so right now I work at Whitehall Elementary and I do intervention for reading and math, and that's every grade, so I don't really have a preference. I like to do it all.
Got it. So it's like kindergarten through 4th grade?
Yes,
Is that
sir.
awesome?
Kindergarten through 4th.
That's fun. Those are fun ages.
Yes.
I always said if I was going to teach, that's the age I'd want to do.
High school. I was a high school girl. Yes, absolutely.
I don't know about that. I have a middle school daughter, and I definitely would not want to teach them middle
No,
school.
me neither. My son's in 9th grade now. It gets better.
Yeah, okay.
That's all I can say.
Yeah. So awesome. So, I mean, thinking about the impact of these sort of things, there's so many barriers to becoming a teacher, and then salaries are never where we want them to be for teachers, right? Like I always say, when I talk to our legislators and stuff, and they say, what can we do to get more teachers? I said, you could pay them more. So anything we can do to ease that burden as they go into that profession is really, really important.
Absolutely. Teaching is a work of the heart, and we go into it because it's something that we're passionate about. And, one of the unique factors about our education program is that our graduates come out with 900 hours of classroom practice, and they are ready and raring to go into their own classrooms. And we are putting West Virginia teachers back into West Virginia classrooms.
That's what I was going to say. Do you know what percentage of your students stay in West Virginia?
It's extremely high. The last percentage that I actually saw was somewhere right around 95% of our graduates were working in an in-state classroom school. And so as we're in the midst of this teacher shortage, and as you said, you have a daughter in public school, my son is in public school, he has several of our graduates teaching him, and I love that. I love going into his school and seeing familiar faces and knowing the quality education he's receiving.
So this is money that really empowers students who are going to stay in West Virginia and teach in West Virginia. You're going to stay in West Virginia?
Yes.
When you're done? Awesome.
It's an investment, not just in our students, but it's an investment in our K-12 students. It's an investment in my son. It's an investment in your child.
Yeah, I love that. All right, I always end with the same last question. What makes Fairmont State great?
Oh gosh, so many things, but I think for me it's the community feel that we have here. I was embraced when I joined the faculty here. I think our students feel warm and welcoming, and even when I see them post-graduation, they just talk about their time with us and how wonderful it was.
That's awesome.
Yeah, this is actually my 6th year here. I've been going here since fall of 2019, major change in graduate school.
Yep.
And I love it. I have no regrets about my decision. I really feel known and cared for by the faculty and staff that interacted with me on a daily basis, and it did just feel like a little second home.
Awesome. Thanks. We're coming up on $140,000. Giving to the Praxis now, like I said, $5 or $10 helps us get to that $35,000 match. So please give. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Toni Poling. I'm the chair of the education department here at Fairmont State University. My job is to oversee the preparation of future teachers. And for the Day of Giving, that's really what we are soliciting from our donors, alumni, and community supporters is financial help in offsetting the burden of certification exams for students that are pursuing teacher certification. Your donations go to support scholarship funds that help alleviate the financial pressure of attending university for students, in addition to the cost of praxis certification exams. Those exams come at a cost between $100 and $200 per exam for students per attempt. And depending upon content area, students have to pass between 1 and 5 of those exams in order just to achieve basic teacher certification. So if we can eliminate that financial burden for students, then it allows them to focus on passing the exam and achieving that certification goal. We actually solicited enough funds for praxis last year that we were able to cover the exams for every single student who was graduating. They have to take the exam prior to student teaching. We were able to cover one entire class's certification exams. So I can't tell you the relief that brings them. They're preparing for student teaching, which is a stressful role in and of itself. In addition to these exams, I should also say that our students complete 900 hours of classroom preparation in a public school under the supervision of a master teacher as part of our year-long residency program. So eliminating that financial burden allows our students to put the focus where it needs to be on their learning as a teacher and on educating the K-12 students that they're working with. Fairmont State University got its start as a normal school, which means that our roots are really in teacher preparation. The bulk of our students come from West Virginia schools. They choose Fairmont State to prepare them to become a certified teacher, and then they go back into West Virginia classrooms. So by supporting a future teacher at Fairmont State University, you're supporting a future West Virginia teacher who's educating West Virginia students.
So we're at our Aviation Center of Excellence down at Fairmont State University, and we were able to arrange a visit from VFA 106 and this beautiful F-18 Foxtrot model fighter jet. So you can see that pretty cloudy today, but they were able to shoot an instrument approach and get in here and get to talk to our students and just talk to them about the beautiful world of fighter aviation.
I'm Lieutenant Danny Hogland. My call sign is Shihadi. I'm currently with the VFA 106 Gladiators as an instructor pilot in the F-18 Super Hornet, which is behind me now. I joined the Navy in 2014, and like most people in my generation, I watched Top Gun when I was a kid. I thought that was pretty cool. So I thought planes were awesome, and I really wanted to fly one. I couldn't imagine if you talked to me in 2012 or when I was in college that the Navy would say that I could fly one of their airplanes. I think it's really awesome what I do here. Obviously, I joined the Navy because that's what Tom Cruise said in the movie. That's why I wanted to be cool just like him. And obviously, this isn't the only platform that the Navy flies, so it's pretty awesome that I get to fly off of aircraft carriers in a pointy-nosed gray airplane is something else, really. the way that I ended up choosing aviation, when I went to college, I studied aerospace engineering. I didn't know what I wanted to do. I was 18 coming out of high school, and who knows? So I got the list from the guidance counselor for the local state universities on what I could study there, and I didn't know what to choose. So my technique was to look down the list and cross off anything that sounded boring. So at the end of that, I had several engineering options that were sort of available to me, but air and space, aircraft and spacecraft and satellites sounded really awesome. And so I studied that in college. You certainly don't need an aerospace engineering degree to become a pilot or to be good at flying. But I chose it because I thought it was really interesting.
I don't know how to do Facebook.
Welcome back. We are close to $140,000, and we're close to 500 individual donors. And remember, both myself and Nick Fantasia, president of our Alumni Association, are matching $1 for every donor. So you can make Nick and I pay all day long. And now I'm joined again by Emily Swain, Dean of the Middle College.
Hi, thank you.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
So for those who missed the morning show, what is the Middle College?
So Middle College is an opportunity for youth who have experience in foster care to come to the campus of Fairmont State and receive a high school diploma and an associate's degree simultaneously, while also getting to enjoy all that Fairmont State has to offer.
And we've talked a lot about the stability is the really important part, right? A lot of these students have been to a dozen schools before they come to us. So why is it important to make sure that we get them through this program and with a completed high school degree and an associate's degree?
Yeah, so normalcy and permanency are really important for youth who have experienced foster care. We know that the more schools a student attends, the more placements a student attends while they're in care, the more impact it has on their educational outcomes, and then also their employment outcomes and life outcomes as they grow into adulthood. And so by giving them the opportunity to attend Middle College and complete this program, we are really offering that stability that's needed so that they can receive education, that they can grow, that they can learn, and that they can set themselves up for the future that they deserve.
How are they doing?
They're doing really well. We got our 4-week grades back yesterday or earlier in this week, and all of our students have improved their GPA. They're really invested in the work that they're doing. They're excited about classes. And one thing that's really great is that they're seeing now how those classes that they're taking are connecting to the people that they want to be and the futures that they want to have. Right. So it's becoming more of an identity and a more of a being able to look at the little picture of going to class every day, but how that goes into the big picture of what they want to be and do when they grow up.
Does this program make you hopeful?
It does. It makes me so hopeful. I mean, we have kids that have spent over 1,000 days in care. And so the fact that we have an opportunity to provide stability to them, to see them grow and thrive, and not all of the progress is always easy to see on paper, but watching them become more confident and watching them take accountability for themselves and their grades and their future, and gain that independence in a really healthy way, I mean, that's amazing, because that's the stuff that, when coupled with the education that they're receiving here and the degree, that's the stuff that can change the trajectory of their whole entire lives.
Right.
So it makes me incredibly hopeful.
Yeah, you can literally see the impact of the work you're doing.
Yeah, it's amazing.
That's
I feel
cool.
so fortunate, yeah.
And people have been very generous,
Yes.
both the state government, the federal government, but there are things that is not built into that money that we want to make sure those students have, and that's what we're fundraising for today. Can you talk
Correct.
a little bit about what those experiences are?
Yeah, and again, going back to that normalcy and permanency, a lot of that is these typical teenage experiences. And whenever youth who are in care are moving from home to home or placement to placement, that permanency and that normalcy is not there because it's starting over all the time.
Right.
And so because this program is 2 years, because they are, we've basically created this community, and we want to make sure that they can experience those typical teenage experiences. So like getting a learner's permit, that costs money. If they want to join a club or a group or something off campus, like if they have specific or particular interests that can be met by outside groups, we certainly want them to be able to explore that, but that costs money. And those things are not, like you said, those are not things that have been funded in the past. And so we really want to do that because the goal is to give them a teenage life.
Right.
So that includes education, that includes housing, that includes making friends and being involved in the campus community, and also getting to do the things that teenagers sometimes take for granted that they get to do, getting your learner's permit, getting to go to a concert or a museum or like a baseball game, those types of things. So we really want to make sure that we are creating normalcy in their lives as well.
We all know that part of the way we get ahead in life is we make connections with others, right, who can help us along the way.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what you're talking about, is making sure that not only that they have us, but that they have each other.
Yeah.
You know, and I think building that community takes resources, and we got to make sure that we're providing that.
That's absolutely true. And like a sense of belonging is really important to all students and their well-being, but particularly for students who have had experience in care. And that's something that we've seen. All of our students, we did a survey with them at the end of last semester, and they all indicated that they felt like they belonged in the program.
That's awesome.
And so that's huge, because then once you feel like you belong and you're safe and you're taken care of, then you can do all these other big things, and you can continue to grow. And so making those connections, knowing that there's safe adults around them that care about them and their interests, knowing that they have friends and campus resources and healthcare, all of those things are really, really important. And sometimes they're easy to take for granted. But when you're in the position that we're in, we know how important those are.
Yeah. And Gary Kay and Barbara Bennett have a match, $1,000 match.
Do.
There's $450 left on that. So please give to that. Make Gary and Barbara pay.
Yes.
Because it means a lot.
It does mean a lot. It does mean a lot. We want to give our middle college students that sense of normalcy and be able to do all the things that teenagers should get to do.
Yeah. So this is a new role for you.
Yes.
But you've been at Fairmont State for a while.
Yes.
What makes Fairmont State a great place?
The community. I've believed that since I was a student here. I could not have gotten through my college experience without the people that were around me. As employees, I feel the same way. I feel like people are willing to help. People are willing to pitch in and do the work, not just sit back and wait for the work to happen. And as somebody that's a doer, that's really important to me. That makes me feel really good that people are supportive. We know each other, so you get to bring your whole self to work, and you don't really have to people. Yeah, they like to talk about your kids. They like to talk about what you're doing, your activities and stuff. So it just feels nice to be able to work in an environment where all of you is accepted.
Well, and you're paying that forward in the best possible way. So,
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks
All right.
everybody.
Go Falcons.
Hello, my name is Mason Stark. I'm the president here of the Student Veterans Organization here at Fairmont State University. We are attached with Veteran Services, and here we are standing in our Student Veterans Lounge. Within this lounge, we use it for a place of study, work, get to commune with friends, and also as a place to get a snack or a bite to eat and away from the rest of campus to allow veterans to connect with one another. Along with us being attached to Veteran Services, we also like to associate ourselves with a lot of Fairmont State's programs. For instance, we like to go tailgate a lot at Fairmont State University football games, which allows us to get our name out there and also meet many of the community members within the place. Along with tailgating and other events we do here at Fairmont State within the Student Veterans Organization, we will also attend a yearly national conference that is hosted by Student Veterans of America, which brings multiple schools across countries and all the states together to allow them to commute, to meet other people, and allow for work opportunities and leadership growth and development while there.
When we attend this conference, we were able to bring back a lot of things back to Fairmont State to help progress the Student Veterans Organization and veteran services as a whole. We would appreciate any support on this day, and thank you very much.
My name is Carla Marshall. I'm the Director of Veteran Services here at Fairmont State University. I am happy to be here talking to you now because I am in love with what I do for our students here at Fairmont State that are veteran students here on campus. We have 175 students-ish here on campus, give or take a few. But it's great working with this population. They are wonderful. They are a little bit different dynamic than the average student. They're certainly non-traditional. We have students here on campus that are veterans that have served overseas. We have students that are active duty. We have students that are National Guard or reserves. And we have students that are the dependents of service members. So we have quite the population here in that 175 students, and it's just a great bunch of students to work with. They have needs that are a little bit different than the traditional student. They oftentimes have emotional needs or food needs that the average student doesn't have, and we try to address those kinds of things. I try to arrange for VA counseling to come here on campus. I also have another counselor that is in the Fairmont area that sometimes comes to campus. We have an area within our VA lounge that is a little kitchen area. So there's a refrigerator and there's a table and there's shelves, and I try to keep the shelves stocked similar to that of a food pantry, whether it be cans of soup or canned vegetables, or something as easy as granola bars that will quickly go into the pocket and, off to class it goes. Pop-Tarts are popular, and the students like to be able to make a hot cup of coffee in our Keurig machine that we have there also. So we have a refrigerator, a microwave, a Keurig, and I need to keep those things stocked. I want to supply that for the service members or the children of the service members as a thank you for all that they have done and will do. So all donations that we are successful in receiving to help our veterans, part of it's going to be used in keeping those shelves stocked and those needs addressed, but it also is to help the private need. Oftentimes there is a student that maybe is having a difficulty and maybe needs a little help with an electric bill or a gas bill or something of that nature. I try to make connections with them to get them connected to entities that can help them if we do not have the means to help them. And we also like to give our students opportunities beyond the classroom and the Veterans Lounge. We recently had 7 students attend the National Student Veterans Association Conference in Colorado Springs. So that was a conference that was definitely a professional development opportunity for our students, for these 7 students. And that was supported in part by donations from last year's Day of Giving, so thank you very much. It went to a wonderful cause. They just came back here about a week ago, and thank you. And also, we use the funds to provide times for them to have tailgate camaraderie and things at the football games and other outreach. One of the things we've discussed doing possibly this year is helping with the blood drive and possibly providing something like hot dogs, for those that give blood during the blood drive. So it's not only about lifting up our students that are veteran-connected students, but it's also about our veteran-connected students serving their community as well. So we appreciate any support that you can give us. We thank you for your time and for your energy, and I hope that you can stop by our lounge sometime. Our lounge is in Hardway Hall. We have 3 rooms. We have a very lounge-ish room where they can just hang out, watch a movie, play a game, play chess, just visit with each other, whatever they like. Then we have a resource room where we have 3 computer terminals and a printer, and it's more of a study room, if you will. And then we have the little kitchen that I referred to. So it's a special place because it's for the veterans and the veteran-connected students. It's a place where they have their camaraderie separate from the regular population. And so we welcome you to visit, we welcome you to give, and we thank you for your time. Thank you so much.
Welcome back. I got our 10 o'clock update. We have 515 donors, and we are over $144,000. So keep that going. Keep making those matches, and we're going to get there. Couple updates. Volleyball won the $500 for most donors between midnight and 1 a.m. So congratulations to volleyball. And then I offered a bonus to the first first units that submitted their Day of Giving forms. So that goes to men's and women's swimming. They'll each get $500 for getting their forms in first. And then our leaderboard so far, athletics is in the lead, academic scholarships is second, then our College of Business and Aviation, the Performing Arts, and our student organizations. But there's still plenty of time for the program you love and care about to move up on that leaderboard. So please visit the foundation website or come down to Gym 1 and make your donation. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Derek Daywig. I'm an assistant professor of exercise science here at Fairmont State, and today we'll be showing you some of our labs in the Health and Human Performance Department. So all of our labs here are on the bottom floor of the education building. When we first walk through into this lab, this is our human performance lab. So in here, we've got a large space for teaching. We have a lot of labs that we do in here for various classes, such as fitness assessment, biomechanics, research methods and design. It's a space for students to use to learn more about the things that we talk about in class, as well as for their research projects that they may be doing. Over here, what we have is our squat power rack. So this mainly gets used for strength and conditioning, where folks will use this to teach proper form from a safety standpoint, as well as how might you prescribe different types of exercises for individuals, as well as some students will use this for their research projects if they're interested in training and seeing improvements in strength. These mirrors help to evaluate how people move on their own, to be able to see what is my body doing as I go through these types of movements, that they're able to then use and correct form-wise. And then over here is our typical classroom space. We have our whiteboard that we'll draw on and teach on. And then our TV, which is where we do all of our lectures at when it comes to the lab. We have 16 seats in here for students to be able to sit, take notes, listen. But most of the time when we're in here, we're out moving around. Exercise science is a very hands-on and applied field. So students get a lot of opportunity to practice those skills. And then over here, we have some of our exercise science graduate assistants. This is Lindsay and Eris. And then Josie, who is one of our undergraduate exercise science students that have graciously helped out for today as well. And then over here, what we have from an exercise physiology standpoint is our metabolic cart and Woodway treadmills. These treadmills are able to change speed, go up and down inclines, and help to evaluate measures of cardiovascular fitness. Our metabolic cart helps to record the amount of oxygen individuals are consuming and the amount of carbon dioxide they're exhaling, and helps us to give measures of cardiovascular fitness, such as VO2 max. So this gets used for both a teaching perspective and perhaps research perspective as well. But over here, we have all of our standard kind of basic ways to assess health: blood pressure cuffs, stethoscopes. We have pulse oximeters, which help to measure heart rate and percent oxygen saturation of the blood. And then over here, we have our Monarch bikes, which we can use for various measures of either aerobic or anaerobic fitness testing. And then in this room, this is our new applied biomechanics lab. So within this room, a lot of research and teaching gets done to evaluate the way individuals move. So being a biomechanics lab, the primary focus of this space is to measure and record how people move, whether that's how much range of motion you have at a joint, how much force you're placing onto the ground, and subsequently the reaction force back. And this can be looked at in the context of injury prevention, human performance, and trying to really evaluate just what is it about people that causes them to move particular ways. So over here, within the ground, we have 2 triaxial force plates. What these are going to help us to do is measure reaction forces from the ground onto a participant, a student, an individual. What they can do is measure force in 3 different directions. You can get center of pressure, where that influences the way you balance. And then we can couple that with these cameras that are here mounted around the wall to be able to record how people move from a kinematic standpoint. And really what this is referring to is joint ranges of motion, how they move in space, stride length, stride width, how high someone might jump, how far someone might jump. We're able to record that and digitize that into our computer. So if you've seen any making of CGI or video games, it's a similar type of concept where we'll use the little reflective dots, put those on different parts of the body, and digitize the skeleton into our computer program that then allows us to visualize the way people move and to get objective measurements of movement. So then over here, some other things that we can do and integrate with this lab is we have what's called a BioPAC system that allows us to evaluate electromyography signals. And electromyography signals are the electrical signals sent to the muscle to cause contraction. So people can wear little electrodes. It's similar to EKG or ECG, except instead of the heart, we're looking at actual skeletal muscle, such as the biceps or the quadriceps or hamstrings, calf, whatever it may be. We can see the neural drive going to the muscle. And then over here, this is still kind of a work in progress, but we're setting up student workstations for students to come in, and if they're collecting data for a study that they're working on, being able to process some of their data over here on the side with our laptops and external monitors for them as well. So some of our students in the specifically exercise physiology concentration take a research methods and design class. And this research methods class helps them to design a study that they want to do. And the design class is the next semester where they actually execute the study. So a lot of our students will come in here and do actual independent research with the mentor of the professor of that class. So the space is getting used frequently. And with all of the tools and the things that we have available, it's really starting to grow interest in what we have academically here, and then also how what they learn in the classroom really applies to real life and how they might actually evaluate movement, measures of physiology, cardiovascular fitness, and then all of our other normal measures of health that you might get anytime you go to the doctor, such as heart rate, blood pressure. Other sorts of vital signs, body composition. Hi, my name is Derek Daywig. I'm an assistant professor of exercise science in the Health and Human Performance Department. Today, just wanted to share a little bit about our exercise science program. We have both an undergraduate and graduate program in exercise science. Our students learn how exercise integrates with health and wellness. We spend a lot of time talking to students about how to assess measures of health and fitness. We spend time talking with students about how the human body moves, how it works, integrating anatomy and physiology. We also have various classes where students learn about research methods and design. Students often with exercise science degrees will go on to seek careers in strength and conditioning, personal trainers, sport coaches. A lot of our students also are interested in professional programs after graduation. We send a lot of students to athletic training programs, physical therapy, occupational therapy, med school, physician's assistant. So really we help students students to learn how the body works and really prepare students for an applied field and being able to integrate what they learn directly from the classroom into what they want to do with their career. And being an applied field, students in exercise science get a lot of hands-on experience. They're able to actually get in and perform skills that they're taught. They're able to see kind of what they are doing in the classroom play out in real life. And as they seek careers in these types of fields, those skills that they learn here at Fairmont State University translate directly to what they're wanting to do afterwards. And then with that, we have a laboratory space down in the basement of the education building where we have 2 state-of-the-art laboratories, the Human Performance Laboratory and the Applied Biomechanics Laboratory, each of which gives students a practical experience with how research is conducted, how to use equipment related to evaluation of biomechanics, of fitness, of VO2 max, which is a measure of cardiovascular fitness. And students are really able to use that equipment, which has been provided through previous Day of Giving funding that has been integral to piquing students' interest in things that they may not have known anything about, as well as supplementing what they learn in the classroom. And with that, we are interested in continuing to grow the infrastructure of the laboratory. As the laboratory grows, student engagement grows with it. And these students, as they are able to get into the lab, as they're able to design their own independent studies with faculty mentors, that opens up opportunities for students to be able to travel to various scientific conferences. And some of the money through the Falcon Day of Giving would be used to support student travel, support student submissions to these scientific conferences. Funds might also be used to help with student scholarships, as well as helping to support our laboratory efforts and consumable supplies that may help to facilitate the actual workings of the lab. In all, exercise science is a growing field, and students really do get to meet with faculty in a very one-on-one setting. They get to learn all of the hands-on skills that they need to be successful in their careers. And the Falcon Day of Giving really helps with supporting all of the efforts from both student, faculty, and staff to be able to provide the best environment for students to learn, for students to be able to conduct research, and for students to be able to really seek what it is that they want to do with their degree in exercise science. And then your giving would help to continue to impact this space and to continue to become one of the premier places in West Virginia for individuals to be able to evaluate how humans move through biomechanical assessments.
Welcome back. We are over $146,000, which is ahead of last year's pace. We just found that out, so that's really exciting. And I'm joined by my friends from Health and Human Performance, Derek Dawig, and Amanda Metcalf. So tell us what we're raising money for today.
Yeah, so today with the Health and Human Performance Department Exercise Science program, we're really interested in helping give students the best opportunity to have hands-on experiences, particularly in the lab. Exercise science is a really applied field. A lot of our students have lots of time down in our human performance lab, in our applied biomechanics lab. So we want to keep continuing to allow them to actually practice what they're taught in the classroom. So some of that requires consumable supplies for the lab. That's as simple as tape, electrodes, Band-Aids, stuff like that, as well as other equipment that helps to show these students this is how this stuff is done in real life. A lot of our students are interested in going into some sort of medical field, physical therapy, athletic training, pre-med, occupational therapy, etc. So being able to actually do stuff in the lab, hands-on, learn, take that, apply it, really sets them up for success in those types of fields.
When I'm recruiting students to come to Fairmont State, one of the things I always say is, a lot of times if you go to a bigger place, it takes you years to get that hands-on experience because you got to wait in line. Right here, how soon are students doing that work?
As soon as they want. The lab is open and available for students at all times. From a curricular standpoint, oftentimes students are in their second or third year when they really start getting exposed to the lab.
But as soon as they start taking your classes,
they can get in there.
And and that's why you need these resources.
Yeah, and they have the opportunity to use the stuff as much as they want. We have a biomechanics club on campus where students from first year until even grad students are in there too. It's an open space for them. Like, hey, come use our equipment, come learn. Piggyback ideas off of each other, work with our grad students that help to run the lab. So yeah, that is really one of the benefits of being at a place like Fairmont State where students are getting that experience. Where at other places it's, well, how do I even find the opportunity to do that? Will a faculty member let me do that? I don't know. Right here it's
doors wide open.
Yep, this is for you.
Amanda, maybe you could talk a little bit about the careers that these students are going into and how they're serving the state of West Virginia.
Sure. This is one of the most varied majors that we have on campus, as well as the most high enrollment majors on campus. Occupational therapy, physical therapy. We have articulation agreements with 5 universities. One that some people might not think about is Sherman Chiropractic. We have an articulation agreement with them. So we have some people who go down traditional pathways. Maybe they want to be a personal trainer. Maybe they want to be a biomechanist. Maybe they want to work with a sports team, but they can also go in physical therapy and those other pathways, and then some non-traditional pathways as well. One of the things I also want to know is, as Derek is talking about, all of the wonderful things that we need, as little as alcohol swabs, all the way up to biomechanic equipment that may cost tens of thousands of dollars. But we are really excited because we just are getting ready to have an open house because we have an applied biomechanics lab that Derek has been very instrumental in designing, and we are working with facilities. It is so exciting right now because those are the dollars that were donated previously. And we're putting those into use, and now we're getting to buy all this really cool equipment that schools that are our size, traditionally in our state especially, are not going to have that equipment. So we're going to be able to offer opportunities for students that they wouldn't be able to get elsewhere.
And Derek, you're relatively new here.
Right, year and a half.
Yep, same as me.
We started at the same time.
Yeah, we started together. What's your impression of Fairmont State in your time that you've been here?
My favorite part is the students. I get to have them, every student takes a biomechanics class in exercise science. So I have and meet all of our students as they matriculate through. And I mean, I'm only a year and a half in, but getting to know them has been awesome. Seeing them, walking through the Falcon Center, walking around campus, seeing them get excited about what we're doing is really cool. And having class sizes where it's anywhere from 10 to 20 students, you really get to know them. And that's not always the experience.
You're going to know every student who walks across that
Yeah.
stage, and vice versa. They're going
Right.
to know you,
Right.
So when they need a letter of recommendation or they
Yeah.
need career advice, they know who to go to,
Right.
Which is really awesome.
Right, and then just all the people around here. Everyone's so supportive of each other. Everyone knows everybody. You know, I'm only been here a year and a half, just like you, but it feels like I know so many more people in various departments than maybe I would at a larger university. So that's been really cool. Is just having this sense of community kind of built into it, which has been a joy and it's been fun.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And Amanda, you've been here a while,
Yes.
especially compared to us.
I have. The senior one here.
Right. What makes Fairmont State great?
The same thing as you're probably hearing over and over again today, the people.
Yeah.
You cannot find people like this anywhere else, because I probably would have moved to try to have found that, because
Right.
I'm not originally from here. I'm from North Carolina.
Yeah.
And I always thought I would go back, but then friends became family, and that's the way it feels. So I really resonate with this is a great place to call home.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah. You know, I think the other thing too is just being a first-generation student myself, like being able to
me too-
interact
me
with
too.
other
Yeah.
first-generation students has been really
Are all
cool.
three of us first generation?
How about that?
It's amazing.
And one thing, I don't know if we've spoke to this a lot today, but I would like to speak to the camera here and ask for the people out there, because we talked about the Applied Biomechanics Lab. If you would like your name on
There
that
you
lab, we are more than welcome to take your name and your dollars to be able to put that on there, and then you'll be cemented into the wall forever.
Yeah. Every student who walks under there.
Every student walks in. You know,
yeah.
if a company wants to have your stamp on there, a physical therapy, occupational therapy, anyone out there, we would love to have that and showcase what you do, and then also partner with you maybe for some internships or practical experiences.
Yep.
If you weren't such a good dean, I'd say you have a career in fundraising.
It's part of the job, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you all very much.
Awesome.
So get out your checkbooks and give. The immediate impact on student learning can't be overstated. So please give and support those programs you care so much about. Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yep.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks for the improv.
My name's Jan Kiger, and I am chair of the Health and Human Performance Department, but I am also the program coordinator for the outdoor recreation, minor and major, hopefully coming new, and I'm coordinator of the Falcon Park and Trail, which is why we're here today. The Falcon Park and Trail, so those of you that haven't been to campus, this is a wooded 7 to 8 acre space on our campus. It is a living learning lab. I teach all the outdoor recreation courses. We use this space for learning. It's a place right here on our own campus where students can build campfires, they can set up tents, we can work on trail development. We have great volunteer opportunities where we work with campus programming and clubs that come and do trail work, trail cleanups, trail building. We have all kinds of programming that comes in from other majors here on campus. We work with the surveying department. We work with the Sustainability Council. We work with the forensics program, the geography program, the architecture program has done all kinds of things. So there's lots of great programming and things going on in the park. So today we're asking you to provide funds for the Falcon Trail to help us to continue the development. It cost about $1,000 to build half a mile of trail. So we want to keep doing that. We are currently working on a new section of trail that's about a half a mile long. And we are trying to develop programming that now is going to take place in the park. And that costs money to bring people in to provide programming for the Fairmont State students and the Fairmont community. So really, every little bit counts. We appreciate any donation that you can make that will help us continue to move this innovative living learning laboratory to the next level. And even if you can't give funds, come visit the campus. Come through the park. Get on the trail system. It's not hard. It's simple. You're not going to get lost. And you don't even know you're on campus because you're in the woods. My name's Jan Kiger, and I'm chair of the Health and Human Performance Department. I'm also the program coordinator for the Outdoor Recreation Leadership Minor and the brand new Outdoor Leadership Major. Since the Outdoor Leadership Major is new, we are hoping to get your support on the Day of Giving to provide scholarships, programming, events, advertising to help us launch this major to be probably one of the most interactive and hands-on majors at Fairmont State. West Virginia, whether you know it or not, is in a deficit of people in the tourism and the outdoor recreation industry, and we're working to help fulfill that deficit. Participating, working, and being a part of outdoor leadership and the outdoor recreation industry not only builds the tourism that's in West Virginia, we have forests, rivers, trails right here on our own state, and we have people coming from all over the world to participate. And we want to provide the professionals that are going to support that industry. Not only that, but students that participate and become a part of this major get really hands-on global 21st century skills that transfer to just about anything that they're going to do in life. We do have an outdoor recreation leadership minor right now that we're actually building on to make the outdoor leadership major. Students that are in the minor do all kinds of things within the outdoor recreation industry. They go backpacking, they do winter sports, water sports, they learn to plan programming, they work on group leadership, they develop trail skills. Whether or not you know, we have a park, 7 to 8 acre park right here on campus that is a living learning lab for our outdoor recreation students. So we feel that the minor itself is a great supplement to any major here on Fairmont State's campus, and it just leads into those students who really want to make this a part of their professional life. We really need you to support the outdoor recreation program, both the minor and the major. Your funds will be used to provide scholarships, experiences, programming, and equipment for the outdoor recreation program.
I'm Dr. Glenna Perner. I am a faculty member at the Fairmont State University Biology Department, along with 5 others. And today I'm here to tell you a little bit about what the Day of Giving would mean for our biology department. Our biology students are largely pre-professional group. We have a lot of pre-veterinary, pre-medical, pre-dental school, things like that. And these students need to have the most competitive type of application possible to make it into those fields. And here at Fairmont State, we want to be able to give them not only the knowledge, but also the skills and hands-on experience to help build that competitive application. The things that we really are looking for are going to be things like updated equipment. In a biology department, we do a lot of teaching and a lot of work with people who have never used things like microscopes and cell counters and things like that. So those things get handled improperly, they get broken, they get worn down before their lifespan, and we need to be able to update those things so that our students have reduced frustration and a lot more positive experience in the laboratory. As these students are applying to medical school and veterinary school, or even those who are not pre-professional going into career fields such as wildlife biology, ecology fields, they need to be able to kind of hit the ground running, to be able to use equipment that's modern and relevant to the field. Being able to provide that experience to them really makes them a strong applicant and makes them a valuable employee for the company that they're working for, or a valuable student going into medical or other professional fields. So from the biology department, representing all of us, I'd like to ask you to consider your own employment, your own past, your own school experience. Think about the things that would have benefited you. Those are the things that our students need. We're looking at our future generation, their well-being, and the overall well-being of our community.
Hi, my name is Nicole Sampson. I'm the Career Connections Coordinator here at Fairmont State University. I was hired in April of 2024 to effectively institute a student professional core program that was brought to campus by a Title III grant, which focuses on strengthening institutions. The grant is titled Bridging the Gap for Underserved Students. Our goal is to pursue initiatives that help students to be successful and persist here at Fairmont State. The primary objective of the Student Professional Corps is to connect student worker positions on campus with students' long-term career goals. The Student Professional Corps is a learning in place program that connects student workers with paraprofessional roles here on campus. In these roles, students have the opportunity to develop skills that will prepare them for their careers. In addition, we'll offer professional development, mentorship, informal and formal feedback. These experiences will give our students an edge as they prepare for internships, full-time employment, and grad school. We want to engage students in participating in the Student Professional Corps because workplace readiness is essential to them doing well. We want to offer them employment on campus because this can be a supportive environment while they're also pursuing their academic goals. It is our hope that students participating in the program will make connections between what they're learning in the classroom and the work they're doing in the departments here on campus. Our goal for students participating in the Student Professional Corps is that they feel more confident and more ready to transition from their time here at Fairmont State into the workforce. We also hope that students will be more competitive, that their participation and completion in the Student Professional Corps will give them an advantage in the application and interview process, whether they're looking for an internship, a full-time position, or heading off to grad school. The Title III grant has secured matching funds from the Fairmont State Foundation in the form of an endowment. This effectively means that dollar for dollar, your contribution will be matched and contribute to our initiatives with the Student Professional Corps. We hope in the future to develop a scholarship that will help to continue our efforts to alleviate the financial pressures of a college education. Your contribution to the Student Professional Corps will help us increase the hourly wage offered to students working on campus. Many of our students are federal work-study recipients, which is fantastic. Unfortunately, the work-study program limits the hourly wage to around $10 or $12 an hour. It also limits the number of hours our students are able to work on campus. So what we're seeing are students working off campus in retail and in food service for $15 and more an hour. Some students are working more than one job so that they can meet the financial expectations or requirements that they have in their lives. By supporting the Student Professional Corps, we can increase that wage, help our students meet the financial goals necessary, while also offering them a much more professional experience that will make them workplace ready.
All right, we just passed $150,000, so keep it going. I've got some special guests with me. Who are you and what do you do for the university?
I'm Emily Hoffer. I am a student photographer in the marketing department.
I'm Veronica, and I'm also a student photographer in the marketing department.
How long have you been doing this for?
I've been working with the marketing department since my freshman year.
Okay.
This is my second semester with the marketing department.
Awesome. What is your favorite part about photographing the university?
Honestly, getting to meet some of the people, like when we had the Congress people here, was really cool and neat to meet them.
Actually getting out on campus and like seeing the events that happen, and you get up real close to them.
You probably see and go to a lot of events you wouldn't go to normally.
Yeah.
So you have a different student experience than most people.
It was really cool going down to the Capitol the one semester, which was different.
And last year you took the picture of the year, me in front of the bonfire that I use all the time.
Guilty as charged.
So you did a great job, and that was your idea. I was leaving. You said, "Wait, have we gotten a picture with you in front of the bonfire? And there we were. So
It was a good picture. It did turn out really good.
awesome. And I heard you're both graphic design majors.
Yes.
So what do you want to do when you're done here?
Still up in the air. I would like to continue my photography.
Okay.
So.
Awesome.
I would like to go into publication, or I'm looking into like film.
Awesome. That's really cool. Well, you're getting a lot of great experience.
Yeah.
So I'll ask you the last question I ask everybody. What makes Fairmont State great?
The people that you meet here, like my best friend I met through graphic design.
Awesome.
Yeah. It being a family, it really is.
Awesome. Well, get out your checkbooks and give. Support these students who are doing fantastic work, and you can see all of their work on the Fairmont State Photography webpage. You can see all of the work they do, all of the amazing stuff they do, and I really appreciate them being up here because I know they'd much rather be behind the camera than in front of it. So thank you very much.
I'm just so thankful to be a part of Day of Giving, and it's just an incredible opportunity to be a part of. Next up, we'll hear from some members, and they'll be saying what BSU means to them.
BSU has been a really great way to form connections and have fun experiences with those similar to me. And I just want to thank those participating in Day of Giving for considering your donation.
The Black Student Union to me means everything. It's a space where we can celebrate our culture, support one another, and grow into leaders who make a difference.
And I want to say thank you for considering to donate to BSU. It means so much to me. The camaraderie, the brotherhood I found, the sisterhood I found, the ability to connect with my community.
Black Student Union is a place where I found my empowerment as a leader and my own community on campus. So I just wanted to thank you guys so much for helping us continue to grow.
I'm Bray DeBacco at the Learning Enrichment and Academic Development, or LEAD Center, here on campus. First, I want to thank you for considering directing your contributions towards the LEAD Center on this Day of Giving. Here at the LEAD Center, we provide academic support for all of our Falcons. Some of the ways that we do that are through course-based tutoring, academic skills workshops, study groups, time management assistance, and even things like Blackboard help or reading textbook chapters and managing workloads. We also provide accommodated testing for students who need that kind of service. One of the things that I'm super proud of is that just this past semester, in the fall of 24, we saw close to 2,000 appointments. We had over 700 individual Falcons come and see us for academic support, and those numbers make me so happy. But your contributions mean that we could increase our services and update our resources. We could get things like whiteboard tables and update our tutor stations, things like a computer bar, or even upgrading some of our grab-and-go resources. We really hope that you'll consider donating to us. But we also know that there are many, many worthy causes at Fairmont State's Day of Giving. Thank you so much for considering us.
Are you the chair of social science?
Yeah,
okay.
Chair of the department.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, welcome back. I am here with a large group representing the Department of Social Science. I have Chuck Shields, who is the chair of the department, Lauren Lancaster, who's the Academic Success Coordinator, Lindsay Morris, who's the COLA Academic Support Specialist, Kylie Croston, who is getting an MS in criminal justice and is from Morgantown, and Cheyenne Frederick, who's getting an MS in criminal justice and is from right here in Fairmont. So Chuck, what can you tell us about the program?
Well, our program consists of, or our department rather, consists of a criminal justice program, a history program, the museum studies minor, national security and intelligence program, philosophy minor, and the political science program, and a social studies education. So we have a broad range of academic units that we represent in social sciences.
Do those different units share a lot of classes?
They do.
Is there a lot of overlap?
There's not a lot of overlap. There's a lot of cross-referencing.
Okay, great.
So yeah, we'll particularly in criminal justice, political science, and national security and intelligence, we'll cross-reference those as criminal justice classes, national security and intelligence classes. So it makes it easier for a student to get a degree and actually to get 2 bachelor's degrees. So kind of designed our programs that way to a certain extent.
That's fantastic.
So,
that's
yeah,
fantastic. And Lauren and Lizzie, you both provide support for our students and for our faculty and staff too in the department. Talk about what each of you do on a daily basis.
Yeah, so I am basically just the professional advisor for the whole college. So each of our students do have a faculty advisor, so they're able to have someone in their program be able to connect them with internships better. And then I'm kind of just the backup. So I work with all of our first-time freshmen too, just to kind of introduce them to the college. Then I'm always the backup with anyone having any questions, and then faculty members also getting up good on their advising. I help them out with that as well.
Awesome. Lindsay?
Yeah, so I actually sit in the main office down in Hardway Hall, 110N. Come by and see me. And I can really help with whatever you need. I know all of our staff, all of our faculty, all of our students. I'm sure I have touched base with everybody at some point, whether they need, hey, the bathrooms need cleaned, or hey, I need a class schedule. I got you. I can help you out. And as you probably know, Dr. Davis, I actually was a student here as well.
Yep.
I graduated in 2015, came back as a graduate assistant in 2019, and I've basically been here for a decade.
No, that's awesome.
No.
One of the things, listening to what you all do, I've been other places, and that level of support doesn't exist everywhere.
Yeah.
Right? I think that's something, and it's not just unique, I don't think, to Cola. I think it's unique to Fairmont State. Every college we have, you see that level of support. Maybe as students, you can talk about how you've utilized those support structures and how it's helped you with your academic programs.
It's definitely nice because there's always answers somewhere. You can always fall back on someone if you need it. It's just literally anything. You need support in anything. Just a silly question. You can come to Lindsay, come to Lauren. You got backup, you got friends.
Makes it just that much easier for you to make it through.
Yeah, for sure. And then also, if everyone down there is so close, and you are able to talk to your professors as well. You get to know them on a different basis, and if you need help with anything, all of them are available at any kind of time.
And I think that's the nice thing too, is students have the opportunity to make the connections with us. Of course, we're a little closer to their age.
Yeah.
Sorry, Dr. Shields. A little closer to their age, but it's also good for them to make connections, with their professors, because not only do they know people in the community to hook them up with internships, but also for letters of recommendation. So when all of this is over and they're going out to find a job, I've written a handful of recommendations myself. So it's really nice for the students to be able to have that connection this early on.
You know who has your back.
Oh yeah, for sure. Got you.
So talk about, if somebody makes a contribution today to the Department of Social Science, what's that money going to go towards?
Well, we have a couple of different things we'd love to do in the Department of Social Sciences. One is that these students here are part of the National Criminal Justice Honor Society, Alpha Phi Sigma. And that Honor Society travels every year to conferences all over the United States. And I have to brag a little bit. These students are so good, right, at what they do, that not these two particularly, but our students won the national crime scene competition so many years in a row that the national organization created what we call the Fairmont State Rule. If you win this year, you can't compete next year. You have to organize and implement.
So it's like Wilt Chamberlain. They were so good that they had to change the rules.
They had to change the rules just for Fairmont State. So that's one of the things we would love to be able to do, is support these students more in their efforts as they travel, as they go places. And I'm sure Dr. Davis.
Are they competing against everybody?
Everybody. Actually, it's not a national conference, national competition. It's international competition, because there are actually honor societies in Alpha Phi Sigma has chapters in Canada.
Right. So it's not like athletics where it's Division I, Division II, Division III. This is we're taking on the top universities and winning.
And winning, yeah. And they do a wonderful job with that.
That's really impressive.
Yeah, it is impressive. So they've been.
And we don't want the resources students have to determine whether or not they get to do it.
Exactly.
Right. We don't want some students to be able to do it because they can afford to, and some students who can't. So we need to make sure we provide those resources.
Right. We do, and that's one of the things we'd love to be able to have more funds to be able to do that, to support these students and what they do. We'd also love to have some extra funds to be able to support our NSI program and the lab experiences that those students have.
Yep.
So that's another thing that in social sciences. And we'd love to be able to have a crime house. So
I'm working on that one.
Working on that one?
I'm working on that one. I think we're close.
Well,
I think we're close on that one. But we'll need money to get it up to speed and to outfit it and all that sort of thing. So
anybody who contributes to social sciences, those are some of the objectives that we have, is to do those kinds of things.
That's great.
All for our students.
And the thing we always hear about here at Fairmont State is that hands-on learning piece, right? So you get your hands-on stuff from day one. Did you all come here as undergraduates as well, and you decided to stay? Yep. So maybe you can talk about, how soon into your experience you got to do sort of these hands-on pieces that really let you test your skills.
Well, I know my undergrad, I was taking a crime scene investigation class, so we were already tackling that. And as soon as I joined Alpha Phi Sigma, we started doing actual crime scenes, putting them on, solving them. So you actually go through the actual steps of solving a crime, getting on scene. Just becomes muscle memory at that point, just doing it more and more.
That's awesome.
Inside out. Yeah. Inside out.
Yeah, you want me to do that? So I think I joined APS as a freshman, and so you can't compete nationally at that point, but we do a state crime scene or competition every 2 semesters, I think. And so we compete like in the state, and then once you're eligible, you can become a national member. So I started out fairly young and then worked my way up, and now I'm the president of Alpha Phi Sigma. So
that's awesome.
And then also we have an Inside Out program here at Fairmont State, and taking that gets you inside the prison and like kind of hands-on as well.
Yeah.
And it's just a great
That's
experience.
a great program, yeah.
You're actually talking to a different population, learning what it's like for them. So it's a different experience.
Awesome. Yeah, I've done some work in prisons, and it's life-changing.
Yeah.
Yes,
absolutely. Well, you have a match that we're trying to meet. Bill and Lois Laughlin, a $2,500 match. So we're hoping to get there. So if you are moved by what you're hearing here, go out there and give. I'll end with the last question I ask everybody. I'll let all of you answer. What makes Fairmont State great?
Oh, the people, the students, the faculty, the staff, the president. So,
Thank you.
I would say probably the opportunities you get, especially as young professionals, how much you're able to connect with everyone on campus, and then connections outside of campus as well.
Yeah, I would just say ditto to those things, just the individualized connections that we have with everybody. You really get to know everybody that you're working with.
I would say how close the community is.
Yeah, the bonds of community we meet.
Awesome. And I'll give one more plug before I let us go. Lauren and Lindsay manage the COLA Instagram account.
Yeah, we do.
And there's a lot of great content on there. Their Valentine's Day content was fantastic. They just did a video together that shows how well they work as a team. So you should go check it out. And go Falcons. Growing up, I always expected to go to college. My mom worked on a college campus. Everybody in my family assumed I would go to college.
My grandmother, she was right there to make sure that my mom and I had a stable home. And she instilled in me at a very young age that I was going to go to college.
There was never a question that my brother and I were going to go to college. It was one of those things that my parents just decided that you will go to college.
That expectation is sort of where the preparation ended. Nobody knew what to expect for college because nobody in my family had ever gone before.
I remember getting all these different college applications and scholarship opportunities and still not really understanding what it all meant. Definitely not understanding how we were going to pay for it all.
I really didn't realize until I was in college, that I was really lower income. I was a commuting student, so I lived at home, and I also worked nearly full-time. I worked about 30 hours a week in order to pay for my college.
I didn't know the FAFSA existed until my junior year of college because nobody had ever told me. And then finally somebody on the debate team said, I think you're Pell eligible. And I was like, what's Pell? Tell me more about this. How do I apply for it?
I'm not going to tell you I wasn't ready to leave home whenever I was 18. I think my mom and I both were ready for me to leave home, but it was still stressful.
So I showed up for college. My mom dropped me off with 2 suitcases. And I moved in, and I watched all of these people go through their college experience, seeming like they knew what to do, how to interact with each other.
I was fortunate that a lot of the teachers at my high school, who were also alumni from the university that I attended, helped prepare us for what to expect, but still it's daunting.
Then I joined the debate team. I luckily joined the debate team, and I found my people. And they helped me figure out what to do with college. My GPA improved every semester.
The financial piece was something I was able to work out because I became an RA.
When I finished college and I was able to get a job actually before I graduated, and I came home to tell my mother they offered me the job and the salary, she started crying. Those were tears of joy because she knew that the degree that I had obtained was going to help me, professionally and personally throughout the rest of my life.
As a first-generation college student, I remember what it was like going to college. I remember the challenges, I remember the anxieties and the fears, and I remember thinking, but what if I can't?
I would tell any first-generation college student not to let the fear or the unknown stop you.
It's baked into our DNA that you're going to find who your people are, the people that are going to support you, and the people that are going to make sure that you graduate. And I'm one of them, but there's hundreds of people on this campus to make sure you're going to succeed.
Welcome back. We just had a huge jump. We are now past $235,000. So we have completed matches already for women's tennis, for accounting excellence, for aviation, the Laughlin matches for business, athletics, education, and sci-tech, Chad Newsom's match for student life, my daughter Emmy's match for softball, my wife and daughter's match for Academy for the Arts, and the debate team match. All have been met already. So there's a lot more out there, so let's keep it going. I'm with Bree DeBacco from the Lead Center. Bree, I am a Lead Center groupie.
I've heard that rumor.
I love the Lead Center.
I have heard that rumor.
Tell us about the impact of the Lead Center.
I could talk about how great the Lead Center is and how amazing my staff is all day long. And we have, 12 hours left in the broadcast? So I can fill it if we need to. The Lead Center offers tutoring and academic support for all of our Falcons. It's all free. We offer online and in-person support, and they can do that with one-on-one appointments or small groups, or even we have some large study groups that happen. One of the other things that we do up there is accommodated testing. So students with accommodations, they can come and test with us, and they get their extra time, or they get those distraction-reduced spaces. Maybe they get a reader or a scribe, depending on what kind of needs they have. Some of the amazing things, I just pulled some numbers this morning. We are at 600 plus appointments since January.
And we're only a month into the semester.
We're a month in. We've had 600 plus appointments. We've seen 250 freshmen.
Wow.
So I'm a believer in that if we get them as freshmen, they're going to keep coming back. And they're going to build those relationships with me and with my tutors and with our space. And they're going to be leaders for life.
Absolutely.
And then hopefully, too, they'll come back and work for me someday.
Yep.
Right? So we have already bypassed the total for last academic year by 350 appointments.
So who is your staff?
My staff is amazing. I will brag about them all the day long. I have a staff of students and professional tutors. Some are graduate students, some are just undergraduate students. I have one here with me. She's reminded me that Lead loves Falcons over here. But so they apply for the positions. I interview them, usually with really, really difficult questions like, if you were a shape of pasta, what would you be and why?
What's the right answer?
I don't know if there is a right answer, but I get some interesting ones.
I'm sure.
And then once we hire them, they go through a training series, and then we try to keep up with hopefully monthly trainings, but honestly, we're so busy with students that sometimes we just don't get to do those trainings.
I'm sure you could never hire enough staff to meet all the needs you have.
Never. Never. So my staff is super hardworking. We have about 23 tutors total right now. They are pretty much busy all the day long. We're open 12 hours a day, 4 days a week.
That's amazing.
Plus Fridays and Sundays. And they're busy pretty much all the time.
And I think one of the things, you said it, but I want to really highlight, it's free.
It's free.
It doesn't cost our students anything. I remember as a first-generation college student, my first semester in college, I was struggling, and somebody said, why don't you get a tutor? And I couldn't afford it.
Right.
So I just went without. We don't have that here, right? Because our goal is to keep as many students on our campus as possible, and the best way to do that is to make sure they have what they need to be successful.
And so speaking of what they need to be successful, we actually got a Falcon Mini Grant last year, and that helped us provide free planners for all of our Falcon, well, not all of them. Hopefully next year we'll do all of them. But free printed planners for Falcons they had all of the important dates like when spring break is.
Yep. Ad drop, all that kind of stuff. Yep.
As well as all of our workshops, because we do bi-weekly workshops, so we do 8 workshops a semester. Again, free. And so those were already printed in there. We teamed up with a lot of the athletic teams and the SOAR classes to make sure that we had enough planners for as many people as wanted them.
So you have an anonymous match for $5,000.
Yeah.
So let's make sure we hit that match. What are you going to do with that money?
I have so many big plans. One of the things I know my tutors would love are some whiteboard desks. And right, like, that sounds really exciting to me.
Yep.
Like the whiteboard desks, and some of the things that I want to are flexible seating and ADA compliant seating.
Yep.
But we can use resources. I would love to put in a computer bar. I'd love to be able to maybe get my staff a t-shirt that says, I'm a leader.
Yep.
Something like that. But really, every dollar that we get is going to go right back to every Falcon here on campus.
Right. And we've received some congressionally directed spending we'll do some work in the library. So we'll be able to help you with the physical spaces, but then you'll need to outfit it. And that's really where this money is going to be really important, is to making sure every student has what they need to be successful. So,
because if my staff has what they need, then the Falcons have what they need.
Absolutely.
Like it's really a donation to us is a donation to every Falcon.
Well, and my guess is your students who are tutors, we retain them, they graduate, they have a job so they can work on campus, all of those kind of things too. And I think we don't talk a lot about the impact that student employment has on keeping students here and making sure they graduate. So the fact that you're employing so many students, we need to get you to be able to employ more so we can get more of them through.
I would love to, because if I have more staff, I can open more hours and I can tutor more classes and I can offer more workshops and just help more students.
Yeah, the fact that you've been willing to innovate too, to be open on Sundays and really meet the students where they are and be open 12 hours a day, that changes what our students can do and how likely our students are to succeed. So.
Well, it was like, I never studied during the day as a student, right? So I was one of those evening studiers, and I had a job too, because I was, working my way through college, and I was like, the learning center that I used and I worked at in college was open until like 11 o'clock at night. I can't do 11 o'clock, but I can do 9 o'clock. So if teams get done with practice, all right, go grab some dinner, come in and get a tutoring session. CAF's open till 7, go get dinner, bring it in, and we can get to work.
For you, it really seems like a labor of love.
I hope so. I hope that anybody who spends more than 30 seconds talking to me is going to know that I love my staff. I love my job. I love the Falcons, and they're probably going to see a picture of my dog.
Awesome.
So
I'll leave you with one last question. What makes Fairmont State great?
do I have to just pick one?
No, whatever you want to say.
Okay, I got a list.
Yeah.
I think that it is a really exciting time to be here because we do have so many great things happening, and I feel like there's a really good energy. But with that is all of this, right? The students, the staff, the faculty, the fact that the community loves us, and we love them back.
Awesome. I love it. Well, show some love to the Lead Center. They've got that $5,000 match. So let's help them get there.
Make them spend their money.
Go Falcons.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
I'm Brita Bacco, and I'm the coordinator for the Learning, Enrichment, and Academic Development Center here on campus. We're known as the Lead Center, and we take care of tutoring and testing for all Falcons. Some of the things that we do are offering course-based tutoring services for students. We offer study groups for students who maybe don't want to come in individually but prefer to work in groups. We host a lot of workshops throughout the semester that help with things like managing workloads, even some Blackboard basics so they can be successful in class. We also offer study space for all Falcons, so they don't even have to have an appointment. They can just come in, use our space, grab a comfy chair, and use our resources as they need to. Donations to the Lead Center mean that we can upgrade our resources for all Falcons and provide stronger services. So we could update tutor workspaces with things like whiteboard tables, or add a computer bar for students who need to work on the computer and maybe don't have access to their own laptop. We could also include things like updated resources as far as course-specific guides. All of those kinds of things that will directly impact all Falcons who use our services, which is everybody on campus. We would love to have those kinds of contributions to be able to increase our budgets as far as resources and labor. Some of my employees use federal work study, but a lot of them come out of our budget. So last year we received a Falcon Mini Grant and we created a planner program. We distributed 200 semester planners for free to Falcons all over campus. We partnered up with a lot of the SOAR classes and athletic teams to make sure that those students had planners in their hands and were able to use those to help with things like managing their time and keeping track of assignments. That Falcon Mini Grant really helped us establish more connections across campus, and we were really happy to see students use those throughout the semester. My tutors were also able to then check on those and help students plan out and use those, and so that they were studying more effectively, making sure that they had time to manage everything that comes with being a student. We would love to continue that program and be able to continue distributing more semester planners for students so that they can better student as far as being successful. Your day of giving donations mean that we can provide more services to all Falcons. We want all of our Falcons to soar and thrive academically. So things like increasing training for my tutors, or upgrading our resources and facilities, more materials to help students be as academically successful as they possibly can be would all be included in the things that we could do with your donations to the Lead Center.
We're here with our Flying Falcons down in Harrison County, and I'm here with our chief, Joel Kirk, and we're going to talk about our flight program. Joel, tell me about the best flight program in the state of West Virginia.
And no doubt, I think it's the best flight program in the Northeast. I would extend it past West Virginia. But selective program, we have a very selective process that we go through to pick just the best students, and we've got the highest qualification pool at Fairmont State for their GPAs coming out of high school and their test scores. So we have a really elite program here, and our goal at Fairmont State is that small niche market where it's very intimate, and that we have a small group that we train. So we're into the quality of training more than we are the quantity. We're not a pilot mill. We're not just pushing people out the door to get them done or take their money. So that's a little different from a lot of flight programs in this pilot shortage, in that our goal is to make the best aviators we can, not the numbers of aviators.
And talk about their success after they're done with our program. What have we seen with our graduates?
Yeah, so all of our graduates are 100% job placement. As a matter of fact, we tell our students, don't take the first job you're offered. So starting pay, once they hit the ATP men's, you're looking at $100,000 a year up from there. So it's a pretty good starting pay.
And you've been here since the beginning with the program.
I have.
So talk about the history of the program, where we've come from, what you think the future looks like.
So this was what we call the ACE, the Aviation Center of Excellence, was really kind of rebirthed in 2017. There was a program here, but the university didn't own it. So one of the things when I came aboard was, hey, we're going to own this thing from the top down. So we were the first university-owned, top-to-bottom flight school, and so that's kind of the way it was. Like I said, it was contracted out by a third party that was not university-related. So we're the first, oldest, and we're for the longest time the only Part 141 flight training program in the state of West Virginia. Now we've got a lot of people trying to mimic us, but they got a long way to go to catch us.
Right, imitation's the greatest form of flattery, right?
That's exactly right.
Yeah,
yes, sir.
Absolutely. So let's talk about the future. What do we need? We got a lot of donors out there who are interested in our program. I hear all the time, how do I support aviation? What would you tell them?
So hang on one second. We got a plane coming in. Taxiing right on by and knocked them off the camera, so they're not used to seeing video camera. I hope I didn't mess everything up.
Hey, it's kind of cool, actually.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bring it through.
So
I can hear you guys.
Well, I'm gonna have her shut down there. Okay. I've already shut her down.
Do you want me to ask that question again?
Yeah, sure.
So we have a lot of donors. We hear all the time, what can I do to support aviation? We love what Joel's doing. We love what that program's doing. We see the students. What can donors do to support
Yeah, so the biggest thing, and this is hands down the biggest problem with infrastructure, obviously airplanes are always aging. That's our biggest concern right now.
I ask people all the time if they'll buy us a plane.
Yeah, right. And that always helps because aviation moves at a very fast pace with avionics and technology, so it's constantly changing. We have an older fleet still serving us well, but obviously that'd be the first. And second only to that is, we've got these very highly qualified students that come in, they're selected for the program. Currently, there's no help anywhere. There's no scholarships really or state funding that helps them get in the door to pay for those flight fees. We know they're going to be successful and make the money on the backside. It's getting that money up front to pay for their flight training, which is not cheap.
And they can't use federal financial aid, I know, for the flight training. It has to come from private dollars.
That's correct.
So
because
that's really important.
And there's a lot of programs out there for tuition. There's, the promised scholarships and things of that nature. But flight fees specifically, even the GI Bill really no longer covers that for us. So.
And what are the flight fees for a student to go through our program?
About $60,000 in addition to tuition.
Right.
So start to finish to the commercial rating and maybe flight instructors. About
so any amount that people could give towards that would help a lot. Especially, you don't want it to be a barrier for any student who's going to be great up in the air. We don't want it to be that barrier.
That's right. So. Even their check rides, just at the end of their syllabus events, a check ride's $800 with the FAA. They got 3 of those.
Right.
Commercial rating is $30,000. So you're going to a student his junior year and saying, "Oh, it's $30,000 more dollars to get to a place where you can actually earn money."
Right.
So,
absolutely,
student fees are extraordinary for flight.
Yeah. So what is it you think makes our program the best in the Northeast?
Number one, I think it's my team. Most of all, I think the level of talent that I've got here with the upper level. Most all of our senior instructors are ex-military instructors. And the staff from there on down, we pick, because we're selective, our flight instructors that do the line flight instructing are the best of the best of the best.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we are selectively through that screening process. And then lastly, I think it's the economy of what we do. Because if you look at other flight schools that are available around the nation, as an example, the largest, Embry-Riddle, which is the go-to, talk about Embry-Riddle, it's $250,000 to get the same flight training that we can here for $60,000. Not to say that $60,000 is a lot of money, but why do I want to go pay $250,000 when I can get better training for $60,000, end up in the same seat, making the same money?
Absolutely.
So,
one of the things I think is really interesting about our program is that as students go through the program, they then become trainers.
That's correct.
So can you talk a little bit about how that works? Because I think that's one of the coolest parts about what we do.
Yeah, so, and this is kind of modeled after my experience in the Navy and the Air Force. Both military programs have what they called a first assignment instructor pilot, or the Navy had something called a SIR-grad. And say a very exceptional student gets picked to roll right back into the program and be an instructor. Why is that advantageous? Because he just came through the program. Yep. So if he excelled at that, I don't have to teach him anything. He already knows, because he was instructed under us, what the program entails, what worked, what didn't work.
You've already done your screening.
Already done it.
Yeah.
And so we don't even hire instructors from the outside because we take the best of the best of the best to be our instructors here. And it allows students, even in their sophomore year, we've got a student now, first one ever, that actually finished everything through CFI, and he is now an instructor his sophomore year of college.
That's great. You're truly growing your own.
Absolutely, and he's earning a paycheck, $27 an hour while he's in college. It beats the Java juice,
Absolutely.
if you know what I mean. So, and it allows him 3 years in his career field, getting paid $27 an hour to just build hours, and he'll have an airline offer before he gets his degree.
That's amazing. Yep. So you've heard it here. Best aviation program in the Northeast, one of the best in the country.
As far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. We just need more support. So if you're out there and you're excited about our aviation program, first of all, you can come down and Joel will give you a tour, show you everything we've got going on here, show you our amazing pilots, and then you can help support us. So visit the Day of Giving webpage, look for aviation, and give when you can.
And I'll add one more thing to that. We fly billboards for Fairmont State around the country here with our Falcon airplanes.
Absolutely. And we got to get some painted up on the roof.
That's right. I want to paint one right on the end of that building right there,
so
everybody that flies in here sees it.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Joel.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Hi, my name is Riley Neal, and I am the president of Fairmont State's Model United Nations team.
And my name is Ashton Loudon, and I am the treasurer of the Model United Nations team here at Fairmont State University.
First off, we just wanted to thank everyone so much who's participated in Day of Giving, and your support means so much to us.
And so you might be asking yourself, what is Model United Nations? Model United Nations teams attend conferences where they represent a country with the goal of finding solutions to real-world problems. This environment provides students with the opportunity to develop skills in leadership, public speaking, diplomacy, and to make important connections.
This spring, our team will represent the Kingdom of Bahrain at the world's largest conference located in New York City. While at the conference, our team will work with other universities from across the world to draft solutions to international issues, ranging from basic human rights to the prohibition of dangerous weapons.
We are asking for your support so we can represent Fairmont State to our best ability on an international level. All donations will go towards transportation, preparation materials, and accommodation while at the conference.
Thank you all so much for your support, and we can't wait to represent Fairmont State in the spring.
Welcome back. We are over $240,000 and 645 donors.
Yeah.
So you are showing up, keep showing up, show our faculty and our staff and our students how much they mean to you. So I've got two of those folks with me right now. We have Dr. Moshe, who's an assistant professor of psychology, and Sky Treadway, who's a psychology major. Are you a senior?
I am.
You're a senior. We're going to miss you when you
I'm
graduate.
going to miss this place so much.
So talk about what we're raising money for today for psychology.
So essentially we're raising money for research. Two purposes. The first one, Dr. Cato from my department, he has a research lab. Very advanced. It looks at emotions and brain waves.
Okay.
And we're looking to enhance that type of equipment and add stuff. And the second one is taking students to conferences. A year ago, I took students to Orlando. Dr. Cato took students to San Francisco for a conference. This year, we're going to Denver. So, and I can't even describe how students are enjoying presenting, some of them even oral presentations.
Why are those conferences important? Right, they're not vacations, right? I think people think, you get to travel all over the place.
No.
But why are they important for our students?
So first of all, it shows them that it goes beyond the classroom. So the classroom, you take classes, which is very valuable. I wouldn't be what I'm doing without classes, but you go outside of the class and you present research, and you have people from Harvard and people from University of Wisconsin presenting posters next to you or doing oral presentations. So it shows, like in Fairmont State, we're a smaller place, but we can really make an impact. And every place that we go, we get questions about the research, and I like to let the students answer a lot of those, especially if it's a poster presentation. It enhances their experience and shows that they can contribute beyond the classroom. And the second reason is that it really enhances the graduate school. I discovered a week ago, one of our students, it's not only me in the department, one of the students got accepted to a PsyD program in Marshall. Awesome. Another one to an MS Master of Social Work in WVU. I was told that they were asked quite a few questions about the research, and they felt that they themselves felt that contribute to being accepted to those places. So I would say contributing to the field and helping them with the resume, graduate school, and also in addition to presenting, they also interact with people that they read about in the textbooks. Yep. So one psychologist that you read about, now you listen to presentation. So I think it enhances the overall experience, and I think they're really appreciative of Fairmont State giving those opportunities, because like I said, we're small but we're mighty.
That's awesome. So Sky, talk about your experience as a psychology student here at Fairmont State.
Yeah, so my experience as a psychology student at Fairmont State has been phenomenal. I'm so happy that I picked this major, and I'm so happy that I get professors like Dr. Moshi that want to take us outside of just the Hardway Hall. I actually have an opportunity to go to a conference on April 12th up in Pennsylvania, where I'm going to be able to present research that me and my group have done in our capstone class this semester. So it's just a super good opportunity, and it's super cool. So yeah, people's donations will be able to further our research in our classroom, but also the conferences, and conferences are everywhere in the country and even out of the country. So being able to take Fairmont State other places and let them just see how great of a university this actually is.
What are you going to do when you're done?
Yeah, so I actually, I'm going to take a year off. I'm going to be a substance abuse mentor back in my hometown. And then I am planning...
And you're from Oak Hill?
Yep, Oak Hill.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm planning on getting my master's and eventually, hopefully, my doctorate in play therapy. That's the route that I'm looking at right now.
Play therapy. I love play therapy. Yeah. And then is your plan to stay in West Virginia?
As of right now, yes. Hopefully back up towards North Central eventually.
Got it, yeah.
But for now, I have a little brother, and I'm missing a lot where he's in high school, so I'm excited to go back home. But yeah, I definitely want to stay in the state.
I know a lot of our psychology students stay in the state and do this work in the state, so that's a big impact. Yeah. So the dollars that people give are really contributing not just to our students' well-being, but the well-being of our entire state.
Yes, the state of West Virginia, yep.
Yep. Awesome. Well, so I always end with one last question. I'll let you answer it first.
Okay.
What makes Fairmont State great?
So the people. I've been here for almost 4 years now, and being able to walk around and just know that I'm seen, know that I'm loved, know that this is a community where I can be like, hey, and I've had many opportunities here too. The people are great, and it's just so friendly.
Awesome.
And just the vibe, I don't think you can fake a vibe, and you can feel the goodness of people. And I always enjoy teaching, I enjoy interacting with faculty and the administration, and I've been to a lot of places. I have a couple of degrees, and this is definitely up there in the list where
Awesome.
It's just good. It's just a good feeling, and it captures you and follows you throughout the day and throughout the academic year.
I love it. So, give to psychology.
Yes.
Support these amazing students and faculty, and go Falcons.
Yes. Yay.
Hi, my name is Morgan Johnson, and today we're going to visit the psychology lab here at Fairmont State.
Well, hello, my name is Jared Powell, and I welcome you into the Fairmont State Psychophysiology Lab. Thank you for coming with us today. Actually, over here we have a 16-channel EEG setup, which allows us on 16 different electro channels to record brain waves of our participants and then search for synchronicities while they are listening to music. We also have other equipment within this room, and this is where a lot of the data recording for our experiments happen. But so much more than that occurs here at Fairmont State University in regards to the pursuit of scientific understanding. If you'll follow me, we can actually go back to where we do some of the data processing, where we'll have a former student that went to a conference talk about some of their experiences here at Fairmont State. So here is Audra for us to talk about her research experience.
So this is a poster from a conference that I helped present at last summer. This is a project that we did in 2023 where we had 2 participants that were hooked up to the EEGs experience empathy with each other, and we found that parts of their brain, the waves from those were able to synchronize.
So we can see the real-world impact, the scientific understanding that we're developing here and communicating with others. So falcons are not only soaring here at Fairmont State, but soaring throughout the entire scientific community as they communicate their findings. If you'll follow me now, we can actually see a video of where 2 of our students are currently in a mock clinical session. If you would look right back here, you can actually see them right now engaging in one of their clinical practicum practices. This allows students to get a hands-on clinical experience without needing to leave the campus through one of their courses. In addition to that, behind us here, we also have some data processing going on of converting our brainwave recordings into numerical data over here, and then processing it to see if there's any statistical significance.
Hi, my name is Morgan. I've gone to several conferences with Fairmont State University, and I've been able to not only share my research, but learn from other students as well, and I have been in contact with several grad schools that I had the opportunity to actually talk with in person in states that I might not have been able to get to myself. So it's been a really good experience, and I'm looking forward to the next semester.
Would you like to show us some more of your research?
Sure. Here at Fairmont State, I've had the opportunity to present and work on several research projects under several different professors. We've researched topics anywhere from humor in the workplace and how that may be impacted by the gender of the employees, or how humor in the workplace motivates employees to do better. We've also done, we're in the process of completing a study on TikTok and the harms of social media dissemination. So there's lots of opportunities. I feel like we really have free will when it comes to deciding the projects that we would like to work on or research that we would like to conduct, and our professors are very helpful in getting us to actually present these findings outside of the classroom and maybe in a setting. I've been to several conferences. One was in Florida last year, and it was a good experience.
What do you think's happening in there? They've been in there for a while.
Hey guys, this is confidential.
But while you're in here, I can tell you a little bit about the history of this lab. The original function of the Behavioral Science Lab started upon Dr. Cato's acquisition of psychophysiological measurement devices, polygraph instruments, worth $20,000 in January 2007. Purchased instruments include psychophysiological measurement devices, including 16-channel electroencephalogram, EEG, or brainwave, digital plasmograph, electrodermal activity, and respiration transducer, along with signal processors and computer software for recording and analyses. This lab was initially located in residence hall spaces, initially Bryant Place and later in Morrow Hall, and eventually was relocated to the current space in Walnut Hall. When the lab moved to Morrow Hall, it added the clinical mock counseling and assessment practice functions, as well as research space for cognitive and social psychology. As the lab moved to Walnut Hall in 2022, we renewed the camera for mock counseling practice and added more psychophysiology measurement devices to upgrade its utility in teaching and research activities. Ever since 2009, total number of students who were involved in the lab-based research exceeded 50 students, and it led to 21 national and international level conference presentations, and also it resulted in 17 publications, all of which listing students as co-authors. Aside from Psychophysiology Lab, an average about 5 to 6 faculty members present at national or international level conferences each year, and each faculty member takes an average of 2 to 3 students to the conferences as co-authors.
Thank you so much for watching, and thank you for your continued support.
Thank you.
Go in there.
We're good? All right. Welcome back. I'm here with Dr. Robin Payne and I think the entire honors program. Robin, tell us what we're raising money for the honors program today.
Thanks so much for having us, Dr. Davis. We're thrilled to be here. First and foremost, I want to say thanks to the people who have supported us in these Day of Givings. Because of generous support of people in our community, our J. Robert Baker Scholarship is now endowed.
Oh, awesome.
So yeah,
Fantastic.
This year we're shifting our attention to raising some funds to support the travel that our program does.
Right.
So we've asked some of our students who've benefited from our travel experiences, but we really try to focus on travel as a way to generate cultural awareness, global citizenship, help our students build travel confidence, and we do everything we can to keep the cost as low as possible so as many students as are able to benefit.
And when are you traveling again?
So in 2 weeks we are headed to London for this year's study travel class.
And how many of you are going to London? All right, awesome. So, and you've been other places too, right?
Yes, last year we went to Berlin for a week.
Okay, and did any of you go to Berlin?
A few of these were in Berlin.
Repeat.
Yeah.
Both. Okay.
We do have some students that every year they find a way to come on our trip.
And didn't right after COVID, didn't you do a tour of West Virginia?
We did, yeah. So during the COVID years when we couldn't travel outside of the state, we rented a couple minivans and we took a group of students and toured the state. It was wonderful.
That's really cool.
And so we are trying to do a little bit more like close to home traveling. Last fall we took a group of students to Washington, D.C. Next year we're hoping to do a little trip to Detroit to look at public art and some historical sites.
Awesome.
So yeah, we really try to...
Why does travel matter for students? Why can't they just learn in the classroom?
I think for students to be able to kind of maybe step outside of their comfort zone, but go visit places that are maybe very different from where they've grown up, it just really helps to kind of open their eyes to what's out there in the world, and it helps them to, again, get that sense of global citizenship and understand how other people live and do things.
Yeah.
So
awesome.
Yeah.
Well, I was not the type of student who would ever have been in an honors program. I did not have those kind of grades. But I'm really proud of all of you. Maybe each of you could talk about if you have traveled, what was great about it, or if you're going to, what you're most excited about. We can start over here.
Okay.
And say who you are and where you're from.
Yeah, my name's Jaden Sharps. I'm from Boone County. I went to Scott High School. I think the best part about it, like Robin said, is just getting that other experience, because I feel like a lot of people, especially from West Virginia, haven't been out of the country before. It's just a completely different environment, and there's things that you wouldn't expect to be different. They're a lot different. That was Berlin last year. My favorite part was I really enjoyed the activities we did, but just the free time. It's just, I don't know, I feel like it was a breaking point in my life when I really felt like an adult. An opportunity to go out with a couple people in a different country and be able to choose what you can do really felt like something special. I'm excited for the same thing in London this year. Definitely seeing the history, the culture, just that opportunity to feel like, I have free will. I'm not where I always have been. So yeah, just that different experience.
Awesome.
I'm Ryan. I am from Putnam County, down near Winfield, and I went to both Ireland and to Berlin. It was a really great experience. I love seeing all the sites, both nature and historical sites. For an architecture major, which is what I'm doing, that's really important to me, to see everything I can, to learn about everything that I can. So seeing all those sites was really important to help me grow and apply some of that to my projects and stuff.
My name is Frankie. I'm from McDowell County. I'm the first person in my family to actually travel out of country. Nobody had even been on a plane, so I couldn't sit down and ask them, like, how do I book a flight? What do I do in an airport? How do I look at things I want to do at this location? So just having somebody there to help us understand the importance of doing it, but also just how to do it, boost my confidence. So now I've actually got a trip on my own to Vancouver that I'm doing, and without these classes, I don't know if I'd have the confidence to do it.
I'm Brooklyn Pizzini. I'm from Harrison County. My favorite part really was seeing how slowed down European culture is. Like, we're always on this fast track of life, and it's so weird for them to take a coffee to go. And that's just something that I have instilled in my brain, that it's cool. But I'm a political science major. I loved seeing their form of government and their point of view on their politics. That was really interesting.
My name's Candace. I'm from right here in Fairmont. Went to Fairmont Senior right down the road. And I think
trips, but I'm really excited just to get the fellowship with other students and to experience student culture in other areas outside of West Virginia, because I know it's so much of the same where we are. So I'm really excited to get to see a little bit what that's like and see if maybe there's something that we can all bring back, mentalities that they have that we can bring back and better our own education here in West Virginia.
Awesome. Yeah, my name's Kyle Matthews. I'm from Lincoln County, West Virginia, a little town called Yonke. And the thing about travel is that you really get to experience something that you don't often see. Public transportation was one, and experiencing how different cuisines evolve based on different places that you are. As American, we kind of have a skewed sense of sometimes the rest of the world because we don't really travel that often. Most people travel within our own country. So being able to really experience what other people see and everything is just a really amazing experience, and it changed my life.
My name's Sophie Stewart. I'm from Jefferson County, so Charlestown, West Virginia. In 2 weeks will be my first international travel with the honors program. I'm super excited to go to London. I'm most excited about the food. I'm surprised nobody mentioned. Super excited, cannot wait for that. I'm also excited to navigate public transportation. One of our assignments, we have to try to get us from our hotel to one place, and we have to figure it out as students, so I'm excited to try to navigate that. And another assignment we do is an 8 to 10 minute presentation on one of the things that we are visiting. Mine was the London Eye, so I might be biased, but first night we get there, we're hitting up the London Eye, and I cannot wait.
Awesome. Well, these sound like great experiences. So if you're so inclined and you're out there, help out the Honors College. They have a match from my wife, Dr. Alicia Davis. It's a $1 for $1 match, and there is $725 remaining on that match. So every little bit counts. Double your donation up to $725, and go Falcons. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
All right. Do it.
We're back with more Day of Giving celebrations. We are in the Festival of Giving, so let's run around and see what people are doing to celebrate the day. Happy Day of Giving, happy Day of Giving. How are you guys celebrating?
Punch a cup.
Punch a cup, okay. Are you guys enjoying your time, celebrating the day?
Yes.
This is a big day for Fairmont State, so I know you guys are excited.
Yes.
Good.
Great day.
Is there anything that you want to say to our donors or to our viewers?
Thank you. Thank you very much for all your generous donations. We truly appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. We're going to move on to the next group, but happy Day of Giving.
How are you?
Good, how are you? It's Day of Giving, and I'm walking around. I got the privilege to talk to everyone about what they're doing for the Festival of Giving. So, is there anything you would like to say to our donors or to our viewers today?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you guys very much for all the participation you guys are showing and the money you're giving. It really helps out every organization, especially ours, the Student Veterans Organization here. So I just want to say a big thank you to everybody, and it really truly means a lot to us. So thank you.
Is there any fun activity that you've participated in that you guys are enjoying so far?
I'm getting ready to go play some Plinko here in a minute.
Yes!
So that's like my cup of tea.
I love Plinko.
Plinko's a good one. So.
Yes! I'm so excited. You'll have to let me know what you win.
Will do.
All right, let's go.
Thank you.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
I'm on camera. It's Festival of Giving. How are we feeling?
Great.
Another day in paradise.
Is there anything you'd like to say to our viewers or to our donors?
Donate to Fairmont State. We're doing a lot of good stuff throughout the entire state. Homegrown talent. We can give anybody anything they want. Really good educators, really good students. Oh, and if you're local, we're giving out free Starbucks. This is saving my life at the moment, so this is great.
And is there anything fun that you guys have done so far for the day, or is there anything you're looking forward to later this evening?
Looking forward to talking to President Davis today on the live stream, talking about the National Security Intelligence Student Association, what we bring to Fairmont State, and producing intelligence professionals for the future.
Oh, yeah.
I'm excited to hopefully win a free parking pass later this evening tonight.
Oh, that's important. That's important. We love a parking pass.
Yeah, I just got done talking with Dr. Davis about the honors program. I'm excited to talk about the NSISA and just kind of what it brings to campus and how people can help us. And we just really appreciate all of y'all's help. No matter what organization you're helping, it means a lot to us.
Yay! Okay, we're going to move on to our next group of people, and we're just going to keep celebrating. So let's go. Yep. we're here, Festival of Giving. You guys are helping us with our faculty and staff payroll deductions. So just tell us a little bit about yourselves and what you're excited for the day, and if there's anything you want to say to our donors.
Absolutely. I'm Nick. I'm an ISM major here at Fairmont State. I'm thankful for all the donors contributing to the day giving. We're very grateful to be here.
My name's Tracy. I'm a graphic design major here at Fairmont. I'm a sophomore. I'm excited to do some networking today, kind of talk to the staff and the faculty, get to know everybody a little bit better, and see everybody, like all the students coming out.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much.
Yeah,
Don't forget Mike at Nights tonight. That's for students, and we hope to see you there.
Thank you.
No, it's not. All right, we're here for Festival of Giving. You guys are here. You're enjoying your time. Is there anything that you're looking forward to, or anything that you've done, or anything that you want to say to the donors?
You know what? Looking forward to Mike night, of course. Looking forward to good food. Excited to see the giveaways they're doing. Excited to see who wins the scholarship. It'll all be good stuff.
That's me. I'm waiting for that scholarship and that food. Yeah, that's what I like.
I'm excited to play Mario Kart with Dr. Davis. When else are you going to get that opportunity?
Only here at Day of Giving at Fairmont State. We thank you so much for viewing, and please don't forget to give. We appreciate you so much.
Soccer coach Cornell Borneo. Cornell, welcome to Day of Giving. We just passed $280,000 for the day.
It's very good for that.
And soccer's doing great. You've already completed your $2,500 match.
Yes.
From Veritas, and you're up over $10,000 already, and the day's only halfway through.
Yes, it's great.
So,
it's great.
Yeah. Cornell, how long have you been at Fairmont State?
I'm going on my 5th year at Fairmont State.
Awesome.
Excited. Been living in West Virginia for 25 years. So. West Virginian.
And you have a lot of the women who play on the team are from West Virginia, right?
Yes, we do have a good bit of girls from West Virginia, surrounding states, other states, and a few international.
And that's not always true, right? Like a WVU or Marshall, they don't have a lot of women from the state on their team, right?
They do, but not as much as we have.
Yeah, so you're really serving, you're recruiting locally, you're keeping students in the state of West Virginia.
Yes, we are. I think it's good for the program too as well. We enjoy the support, and that's why we had the Day of Giving. It works well too as well, support from the community, from in-state, and obviously, we love the out-of-state as well, and the international kids.
So what are you going to do with money that comes into the program today on Day of Giving? What's that going to allow you to do?
Well, we talk about, as you know, we play Marshall for our home opener at Marshall. So we want to take some of that money, to give the girls that feeling, charter bus and make sure equipment, gear, take care of the players.
Starting the season at Marshall is huge.
That's big time.
That's huge. We got to make sure we bring a lot of people from Fairmont to go down there and cheer you all on.
I think in state too, with having 2 West Virginia schools, one is a D1, one is a D2. Yeah. That's great. We're looking forward to that.
Yeah, we can really show off, right?
Yes.
And we're going to win, right?
Of course.
You're guaranteeing it.
Yes, Marshall, we coming for you.
I said last year when I visited all the teams, you're the only coach who was willing to guarantee a conference championship.
That's how we got to do it. Yes.
Yeah, I tried to get Luke Barker to do it this morning, and he said 1 game at a time. So. But you can say 1 game at a time because Marshall's the first one.
Yes.
Yeah. So, at Division II level, we have scholarships, right? Scholarships are available. Talk about the impact of scholarships on building a successful Division II program.
Well, it's very important to get scholarships. Obviously, I think it's when you can give out. We go on both academic and athletic. Obviously, we talk on athletic scholarships here. Help you to bring in players that can help the program, take the program to the next level. We're sitting at a pretty decent place here, but it's always good to have more to bring more players in.
So these dollars can help with that too, right? If you need another $1,000 to try and get a player, having this money in your Friends of Soccer account helps.
Yes, and what I'd say the athletic department and the school has been very well in terms of having that money in the account to take to support the program. We have had support from the university to support the program, getting money from the foundation, so it helps a lot.
Do you have a lot of returning players next year? Did you have a lot graduate? Or?
Yeah, we have quite a few returning. At least I would say about 15, 16 players returning.
That's great.
We graduated about 9, and quite of those players that are returning play a whole lot. So the program is in a good place.
Good, yeah.
And we just
because I know you've been young the last couple of years. Some players who haven't played as much on the college level, so that's great.
Freshmen and sophomores, we had a lot that played a lot of minutes this year. So I think coming in, they're going to be juniors.
Yeah.
A little more experience. We have a couple seniors too as well, and then we're bringing in some incoming freshmen who we know going to help the program also.
That's great. So I came out on the soccer field and I did Mike Tries It. How'd I do?
Did well. You did well. You worked well with the girls.
I did well. Good.
Yeah,
okay,
you did
good.
well.
But I think we're going to watch it after this interview.
That'll
They're
be
going to play it.
That'll be great.
So I got one closing question for you. What makes Fairmont State great?
The family atmosphere, I think it's great. The community, I think administration has done a good job. You have promoted the school too well.
Thank you.
I like that. I think it's very important when you have a lot of people here that care. I think it just sets us apart from every other university in the state. So,
awesome.
Happy to call this home and happy for the support. I think this is a great event here.
Great. I'm looking forward to taking on the Thunder and Herd in the fall.
That'll be great. Let's
paint their stadium maroon. So.
We would do.
Awesome. Thanks, Coach.
Thanks.
Hey everyone, we're here for Mike Tries It with women's soccer today. I'm here with Coach Cornell Borneo. Cornell, what are we going to do today?
Well, today, Mr. President, we got a little bit of passing with two of our girls.
Sounds good.
Sam and Braylon. And we're just going to kind of go through and show you what one of our sessions
All right,
look
and
like.
you're going to tell me what I'm doing, right? I was a goalie when I played soccer, so I didn't do a lot of this kind of stuff.
We're going to give you a little bit of a footwork now, so you're going to be fine. Good,
awesome.
good. Okay, so here we have here, Sam. You can just come over here. That's fine. Sam, just go over there. We don't want to make it too difficult. Pretty simple for him. Good. She's going to pass, and you're going to use the inside of your foot. Control pass. She's going to pass the ball around. You're going to receive the ball on your left foot for us. Perfect. Okay. Just play to Sam, and then we're just going to keep the ball moving this way. Go ahead and play. Good, yeah? Good, good. Control. Nice. President, Mr. President, take a touch. Look at that. We're going to play this way.
Which foot am I kick with the right foot?
Play with the right foot. There we go. Let's get another rung again. On your toes if you can. Good. There we go. All right, so here's what we want now. Now, when she played.
I did my left foot. Was that a mistake?
No, that's okay. But now I want you to take the ball with your right foot, and we're going to open up and go that way for me. All right, so you're going to play right over there. Good. Pass his right foot. There. Oh, there we go.
Like
we'll
that?
take that. Yeah.
Is that what you want me to do?
Let's get one more. Nice touch. There. Oh, look at that. We'll take that. All right, good. And relax. So now we're just going to pass straight back and forth over here. Let's get this one a little bit easier for him. Yeah, good. Just going to control. We're going to make you pass with the right foot.
Okay.
There we go. Pass again to him, Sam. Control. There. Oh, look at that first touch. There we go. One more time. Yes. And well done. That should be great.
Pretty good.
Perfect.
Awesome.
Look at it. You did a fantastic job.
Showtime. King's back. Woo! Yeah. Yeah. Pull out for the 215. Meet time. It's meet time. Huh. For the love of the city. For the city. All my niggas on the block. 12 o'clock when you're willing. 12 in the cop. They want to see me in the cage. I'd rather see me in the wife. A motivation on the gram. And going live on these bitches on stage. Goddamn. Who got the streets? Me. Who driving heat? Who like the city? I pull up that Billy truck, right through them up. See me. Who driving through the water? Me. Who really dropping that fight? Me. Back on the water, listen when I see. Who got the key to the streets? Me. Who got the streets? Me. Who driving heat? Me. Who like the city? I pull up that Billy truck, right through them up. See me. Who driving through the water? Me. Who really dropping that fight? Me. Back on the water, listen when I see. Who got the key to the streets? Me.
Something to do while I was here by myself.
Are we taking a picture? Are we taking a picture?
Oh, sorry.
All right. Welcome back. I'm here with Coach Tim Koenig. Tim, who else do you have with you today?
David Jolinder, Tyle Peterson, Tommy Williams. We enjoyed senior night last night.
Yeah.
David has one more year left, but he graduated early. Tommy graduated. He'll be going to grad school Tyle Peterson has one more year as well.
Awesome. You all had a great game last night. It was nice to have one that we didn't have to sweat at the end. It was really nice. So Coach, you have a couple matches going on. You were most of the way towards the Ebert family $7,500. Well, we're about halfway there. And then Veritas has a $2,500 one that kicks in after that first one. Talk about what these resources allow you to do and what they mean to the team.
Well, first off, I mean, look at these three. They're a small sample of our entire program. It helps with scholarships. It helps with bringing in the best and the brightest. For us to compete at the highest level, there's 7 teams in the country that have gone to the NCAA tournament 5 out of the last 6 years, and we're one of them. So obviously we have great support from the school. We have incredible support as well from you all. It helps with that. It helps with coaching staff. It helps with day-to-day operations. It helps with travel, meals, equipment, intelligence, and scouting stuff and services. So it helps in a lot of different ways, but most importantly, it helps with guys like these three.
So guys, talk about why'd you choose Fairmont State? We just go down the route.
Well, I can start. Being international, it wasn't the first. West Virginia is a small state, so it's nothing I knew of before, but mostly it was TK. He's giving me a good vibe. Seemed like a great guy, great situation. And the more I read up on the city, the more I read up on the state too. It seemed like a really fun place that I want to spend a couple years.
Awesome.
Just to back off what he said, TK got me here, and I think just the camaraderie of the school. It's a very small school. I think that kind of catered more to my personality, and then of course we have a great basketball program.
And Ty, where are you from?
From Maryland.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I would say I chose Fairmont just because the winning culture and the family feel that I got from it, and yeah.
So TK, one thing I think is true of all three of these guys is they're all ultimate team players, right? They do whatever it takes to win, right? How do you, right? They can all shoot and they can all score. How do you get that team mentality in guys like this?
Well, you first recruit to it. Like these guys, it's a great culture, it's a great atmosphere, but these guys did it before, so you want to have guys that make great decisions, that are competitive, but that are unselfish. And then when you get them in this environment, and you see some things in the rafters, you see all the history, and you can write your own history. These guys, they're great individually, but they're so much better as a group. And we have 2 captains, and I assume Ty in the middle will be named captain next year. They're just incredible people.
That's awesome. And you got a little bit of a run left. You got 1 regular season game left, and then sometime next Friday, right? Do we already know what time next Friday?
So I was told afterwards, after the game, that Travis and Dwayne said afterwards, we're the 2 seeds, so we play at 12 o'clock.
All right, so 12 o'clock Friday. Up in Wheeling. I'll be there. Hopefully our fans travel really well. Sometimes I go to games on the road and I feel like it's a home game. Yeah. Right. It's really great. We won't talk about the time I traveled with you all this year and the result. But next year I'll do it again. And
that was a practice run.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, we'll be good for the next game.
Yeah. But how much does it mean to you guys to see, when you're on the road, to look out and see all that maroon in the crowd?
I think it means a lot, especially when playing away and let's say the other team goes on a run. It helps a lot having your own fans cheering on. Not only the great team is cheering on, but like the more mouths that support us, the better.
Yeah. I feel like the atmosphere in the Joe has felt different this year. I don't know if you all feel it. I feel it in the stands. I feel like the crowd is more into it, more excited, more engaged than they were last year. I don't know if you all feel that too.
Yeah, for sure.
But I've seen a couple times this year where they've literally picked you all up, right? It's like, get you going, and it's really important. I don't think that can be overstated. I think people think, it doesn't really matter what the crowd does, but you all know.
No, it matters a lot.
Yeah.
Awesome.
It's been great to be around. Just great to be around. And the students, I know we had a long lull where the students weren't in session. Yeah. So not just the crowd, but also I thought the students the last 3-4 home games have really done a great job.
And next year students are coming back 2 weeks earlier.
So
that means we'll have people in the crowd earlier and get people more engaged. Because it is short for the students. The students only have about a month of watching you all play at home, and we need to make that larger so we can really celebrate you all.
That's great. I appreciate it. These guys are doing great in the classroom. The whole team's doing great in the classroom.
Awesome.
Just wanted to, obviously, the overall team has been above a 3-4. Every year we've been here, been above a 3-0, the entire team. But we can't do it just them or the staff. Great support from the school. Great support, not just from the professors, but also the lead center, from various entities of tutoring and help. So we just want to make sure we talk about that as well. So that help that we get, it helps in various areas. And I thought that's the one piece I neglected to say, is the academic support.
So when I was with you all in Richmond, a couple of the guys who were transfers got their grades while we were sitting in a room together, and all of them were saying they did better than they'd ever done before, right? And I think a lot of that is that support that we have here at Fairmont State to make sure people are going to succeed, right? So that's really important. So give to basketball, but also give to the lead center and give to our academic programs. And, you know, there's lots of different ways to give to what you love, and that's really important. All right, I'll finish with one last question for each of you. What makes Fairmont State great?
The community, for sure.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go to the same community.
I would say community as well. I mean, especially at the D2 level, I don't think you find a place where you're more supported.
Me?
Yeah.
Well, I left another D2 place to come here. It's a great place. Great to raise a family, but obviously great to compete at the highest level. And whether it's a radio show, an away game, or just going to Walmart or Aldi, you know, it's a great network and a great community that really care about you.
All right, support these guys as they make their run at the MEC and then the NCAAs. And then we're going to watch a Mike Tries It. I want a rematch next year once I work on my free throws a little bit. So go Falcons. Hey everybody, we're for Mike Tries It. I'm here with men's basketball coach Tim Koenig. Tim, what are we going to do today?
We have free throws, and you picked David Jolander. So we have a little
I
free
let
throw
Donald
competition.
pick, and Donald picked David Jolander.
Well, good. Well, there's a lot of love from all the staff, all the coaches, Coomer and Howard. Looking forward to it. How many are we shooting today?
10.
10 free throws, David, against Dr. Davis. David, will you come up here, please?
Hiding back
You get in the middle. Get in the middle. Get in the middle, David.
All right.
Get in the. There we go.
All right.
Yeah.
So what do we do? You want to do 5, then I'll do 5, then you do 5, and then I'll do 5?
Yeah, sure.
All right, sounds good.
Well, thank you for all the support. Thanks for the help for this Day of Giving. It's such monumental and instrumental for our program and the entire school. So we just really appreciate all the support and all the help. Dr. Davis, go get them. Good luck.
Absolutely.
Let's go, David.
All right.
You got lane line or what?
Let's make some noise while David's shooting.
One. 2. Putting the heat on. You got them laughing. Dr.
Where's
Davis,
this in the game?
Should the ladies heckle? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What's up?
Oh,
What's that?
That's a lot of
Dr.
pressure.
Davis, here we go.
Oh.
Let's go! Get in there. Oh, you feed, David. Get in there. Bucket.
Oh, that one's terrible.
Get him, David. Ah. 5. Do you want someone new?
He won the
You still
first
want
round.
him?
David won the first round.
All right, you want a new one or see the hit?
I want Donald.
Ooh. What? Coomer.
You picked the guy who hit all 5. 5.
What? He's break. There we go. There we go. Good. 2, 3. Attaboy, Don. There we go. Oh! You 5 in here. Captain, bring your team in here when we're at the end. Get in there. Attaboy. There we go. Get in there. Yeah! Oh!
All right, rematch next year.
Captain, bring your 5. Let's go. Bring your. Every day of practice, we have folks that watch all of our practices. We have our team. We have our captain, Dave Patterson, with his group that watches every day of practice. Today's no different. Even when Dr. Davis is here shooting free throws, we always have our group watching, and we appreciate them so much. Dr. Davis?
Absolutely. Fans make the game, right? Awesome. Welcome back. Our noon update. We are above $288,000 and over 700 donors. And we're really close to a match that I want to highlight. We are two donors away from unlocking $35,000 for scholarships for the College of Education. So please, please, remember, a $5 donation, a $10 donation gets us there. But now I'm joined by our national security intelligence folks. Andrew Hall, assistant professor of NSI, is here. And who do you have with you? I'll let everybody introduce themselves.
All right, so like you said, it's the National Security Intelligence Student Association.
Yep.
So with me, we have the director for the Student Association, it's Derek Hudson. I'll let the other officers and Derek introduce themselves.
All right.
So like Dr. Hall said, my name is Derek Hudson, director of NSISA from Grafton, West Virginia. Senior, only got a couple months left, trying to make the most of it. Really means a lot to be here and to support my organization and the future intelligence professionals that will enter the intelligence community shortly. So thank you.
My name is Ashton Loudon. I'm a junior here at Fairmont State University. I currently serve as the secretary, and it's honestly been one of the most unique roles that I've performed, and I've never been a secretary for any other organization, so this is a great experience for me.
And where are you from?
I'm from Nicholas County, West Virginia.
I'm Skylar. I'm the treasurer for NSISA. I am also a junior here at Fairmont State, and I'm from Rochester, New York. I'm not from West Virginia. But being able to be the treasurer has been such a unique experience. It's been so fun to play the power of the purse and being able to make all those decisions.
I lived in Rochester, New York for 2 years.
Really? That's awesome.
Yeah, well, my wife was in graduate school.
That's awesome.
My name is Jaden Sharks. I'm the deputy director of NSISA. I'm a sophomore. Really means a lot to be here. We appreciate it. I've had a lot of people give back to me through my 2 years, especially people that moved on from the NSISA program. Daniel Duval, got to give him a shout out especially. We really appreciate the donors, and we look forward to putting the money towards our future of the program.
I'm Kate Grant. I'm a sophomore. I'm also our communications officer for NSISA, and I'm from Putnam County.
Awesome. So you have a match that you all are working on. The Laughlin family made a match of $2,500, and you have about $1,600 and change remaining. What are you going to do with that money?
So what we do is we try to foster a community among all Fairmont State students majoring and minoring in national security and intelligence. One of the things that we do is we host a speaker series. We have people come in, intelligence professionals from Department of Defense, FBI, CIA we've had in the past, U.S. Marshal Service, also defense intelligence contractors. So to get those people in and also provide incentive for students to attend, may look into purchasing some prizes here very shortly for our March Madness fundraiser that's coming up. So really it's just to place NSI students in a position where they have the skill set that they need to enter the workforce when they graduate with an NSI degree.
So what do you think the value is of having those guest speakers come in?
The value is hearing from somebody who's been through it, somebody who's been there before, somebody who knows what the environment looks like. Hearing from people who have real world experience really speaks volumes to what we can do as NSI students. As the next generation retires, especially coming out of COVID, we feel like that somebody needs to carry the torch, and from hearing from them and seeing what they know, adding on to our experience, what we know, what they may not know, or what they do that we don't, it just is a fantastic experience for everybody.
So I get the sense in this program, the learning is not just theoretical. Right, I get the sense that you all are getting your hands dirty and doing the work, so that you're probably more prepared than a lot of your peers when you go into the workforce. So I know you can't tell me everything, but what can you tell me about the sort of the hands-on experience you all have in the classroom?
A lot of the hands-on experience is working with real-world reports, starting to write those reports for especially the intelligence community. This past semester, we even got to go tour and visit the FBI CJIS Center. So that was some hands-on experience with all of the different fields that they offer there as well. But yeah, just a lot of hands-on report writing and getting to know
not just theoretical.
Right, not theoretical at all.
Not just theoretical, not just historical, like real-time.
Correct, yes.
Real-world application.
What's happening in the world.
About that too is like we have, Dr. Kay Hall, Dr. Clark. They're able to take those reports and critique us because they've been in the game before.
Right.
So they know what people in the field are looking for. They know what intel professionals are looking for. So it really means something to have somebody like that that can critique you.
That's awesome. Well, it sounds like y'all are having a fantastic experience and just need a little more resources to be able to do that.
Yes.
So if you're so inclined, give to our National Security Intelligence Student Organization. They've got a match remaining, so you can double your gifts. Remember, $5 or $10 goes a long way. It all adds up. So thanks a lot, and go Falcons. Thank you.
Falcon fans, this is Greg Vanberger, Athletic Director at Fairmont State. Just want to come talk to you just a few minutes about this year's Day of Giving on February 27th, 2025. Can't thank you enough for what you guys did last year, where we had over 600 donors give us close to $260,000. This year we want to try to push that number close to 300. There's a couple reasons why we need these resources. Number one, first and foremost, we need to do what we can to help our student athletes with athletic scholarships. This day and age in the NCAA, unfortunately, it's about paying your student athletes, and that's the way we can do it here at Fairmont State, is by helping them out with scholarships so they can extend their academic career and their athletic career. Extra resources allow us to do something special for our student athletes, whether it's a special trip or some special equipment that we just can't afford with our regular resources. It would be very, very helpful. So hopefully you show up on February 27th to help us with our Day of Giving. We're real excited about it, and thank you so much for all your support in the past and also in the future. Go Falcons!
Welcome back. I'm here with Fairmont State baseball coach Matt Urish. Matt, you all have already had a pretty good day.
Yeah, it's been good so far.
You've already met your match from Veritas for $2,500, and you're up over $22,000. Talk about what's going on to get you to that number.
We started early. A couple weeks ago, a lot of the donations came in anywhere from $20 to $2,500, and the guys, and it's all our players. We jumped in and helped out, but our players did a great job taking this task on, and they've obviously gotten to a big number so far.
Yep. And you're off to a good start already this season?
So far, it's early. 3 games, 2 wins. Yep. Home opener tomorrow in Morgantown. So if everybody can be there, be there. 4 o'clock, Dale Miller Field.
There you go.
So,
awesome. So you feeling good about you have an older team this year than you've had in the last couple of years.
We do. We've got guys. We got a couple guys in their 6th year of college.
Yeah.
A couple 5th years. A lot of seniors. Some young guys contributing. So a lot to figure out.
That's a better mix than what you had in the last couple of years.
It takes a while to
get the right 4th year.
This is my 4th year.
Okay. So
this is my 4th year. So
this is the first group that you've recruited all of them, right?
You could say that. Yeah. You could say that. This is that. But they've done a really good job. Still some things to figure out, but we'll see.
So talk about what this money means for your program, what you're going to be able to do with it that you wouldn't be able to do if that money didn't
come in. We've already been able to get the guys some extra stuff, take care of them, gear, equipment, helps out with costs, travel, some day-to-day stuff, but this money will help us do a lot of extra things for our players to make their experience here at Fairmont State that much better.
And that's probably supercharged for you since you don't play on our campus. You probably have to take care of them in a different way than you would if you were right next to the arena.
Every situation, has its goods and bads and challenges, but this money will only help make a good experience better for our guys.
That's awesome. Yep. So I played baseball for a long time.
Right.
It's my favorite sport. I got to get up there more. It's hard.
Right.
It's hard where you are.
It's all right. We got a great place to play now, so it'll be good for you.
But
we got a nice heated seat in the press box just for you.
Oh, there you go. Perfect. But one of the things I always loved about baseball is you really build a team, right? The guys spend a lot of time together.
They do. There's a lot of downtime, so you better like each other.
Right. And when you're batting, only one guy's batting, so everybody's on the. Even if you're a starter. Right, it's not like basketball where the starters are on the court and everybody else is on the bench, and you're all together. Talk about what you do to build a team atmosphere and to make sure people feel like they're part of Fairmont State.
Well, it's everything. When you're talking the baseball part of it, making sure when we scrimmage, when we do stuff internally, you're mixing up the teams, you're mixing up who's working with who. When you're on the road, mixing up the roommates.
Yeah.
When you go out of town, making sure we're building those different relationships. Making sure guys can be important in different ways, even if they're not playing a lot.
That's good.
But no, like I said, it's a good group, and they've been doing a good job so far. But it's very, very early. So early returns are good, and we got a lot of work to do.
It's a long season.
It is.
Yep.
It's a long season.
A lot can happen.
Yes, sir.
Good and bad.
Yep.
So, one last question for you.
Sure.
What makes Fairmont State great?
The people.
Awesome.
The people. That's why. The people, I think, is why we get the guys that we get. We get a lot of in-state guys. It's already, they know the brand. They recognize it, and people. Because when we bring a guy here, walk him around campus, introduce him to not just you, but to everybody, they feel welcome. They feel like it's home, and it's not hard to sell it.
Awesome. So home tomorrow and home next weekend.
Home all weekend. 4 o'clock, 11 o'clock, and 3 o'clock.
Yep, and then next weekend too.
Next weekend we play Kentucky Wesleyan here.
Awesome.
This weekend we have Lock Haven, Indiana, Pennsylvania, and Hillsdale College, all coming in for a little tournament.
Well, good luck. Go Falcons.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep, absolutely.
All righty.
Hey everybody, we're here for Mike Tries It with Fairmont State softball coach Brooke Lowry. Brooke, what are you going to have me do today?
I'm going to have you inside the cage here taking some live swings off of freshman Caitlin Morey, and our senior catcher Liz is going to help her out.
What's her pitching repertoire? What should I look for?
I don't know. She's pretty spinny. I don't know. I definitely watch out right here.
Got it. So I've been coaching softball for 9 going on 10 years, but I've never tried to hit a fast pitch softball. So we'll see how it goes.
Today's the day. Not that side.
That was way up here.
Okay. She's nervous.
Is that a strike? I looked inside.
She said we'll go 1-1. Get curveball down and away. I don't know. Is that ball? Is that a ball? Are those balls? Are you just setting up down the middle?
Look, I'm afraid I'm gonna hit you. You okay? Okay.
Yeah, every ball is about $15. She's like, I said 2 pitches.
Working that pitch count.
My name is Cicely Jones, and I'm the director of the AIMS program at Fairmont State University. AIMS stands for Autism, Individualized, Mentoring, and Support Services, and we are a resource on campus to support students with neurodivergent disabilities who may require a little bit more intensive support than some of our other resources can provide. Currently, we offer very individualized college support plans that we create for our students to help them work on some of their goals. They work on academic goals, the college experience outside of the classroom, and also some future planning goals. We offer classes within our department on things like college success, self-advocacy, and stress management. And then we do some fun things. So we have our game days, which are very popular and give everybody the opportunity to get to know one another and practice some social skills and things like that. In the past, we have had some very generous donations that have helped us to complete and begin some really important projects. One of those that's very popular for us is our sensory room. So we have dedicated space where students can go if they're feeling a little bit overwhelmed by some sensory input. And those areas are customizable to the particular student. So if someone is very sensory avoidant, they can go in and have no lights, put on noise canceling headphones, and have the time that they need. If somebody is more sensory seeking, then we have lots of flashing lights. We have sounds that they can utilize. We have touch, we have sense, all those kinds of things so that they can create the sensory experience that they need to be able to regulate in those stressful moments. We also have some exciting plans for the future, and that's where some of your generosity can come in. We are currently working to create a bridge program that would help students with the transition from college to post-graduation life. So we want to be able to do some things like offering internships for our students. We want to be able to offer some specialized training in the summer. And then we also want to be able to help even more students take part in our program. So we have a pilot program now where we are working with students with some disabilities other than autism that's been going very well. And so the funding that we receive from donors and outside sources helps us offer scholarships for our program fees to students to participate in those pilot programs so that we can better understand them and what we can do to meet their needs. I love the AIMS program. I've been so happy here and so glad that I moved here to West Virginia to be a part of this because I love that everything is individualized, everything is student-centered, and that we are able to invest our time and our resources in giving students the best college experience that we possibly can to prepare them for better futures. So we thank you so much for everything that you've done for us in the past and everything that you're able to give. And please reach out to the program at any time if there's more information that we can provide.
Did you notice all the maroon around the Capitol today,
Quite a
TJ?
bit of maroon, indeed.
It is Fairmont State University Day here at the state capitol, and joining us is the president of Fairmont State University, Mike Davis.
Yeah, thanks
Mike,
for having me on. I
appreciate
really appreciate
stopping by.
it.
Having fun?
Having a great time, yeah. Anytime I get to hang out with 160 of my closest friends, it's a good day.
So what's been going on, first of all? What, about a year and a half?
Yeah, about a year and a half.
So far,
yeah,
been on the job? How's it been so far?
It's been fantastic. You know, I tell people all the time I got to West Virginia as quickly as I could because I think there's a lot of exciting stuff going on in north central West Virginia and the entire state, and Fairmont State really wants to be a part of it. So that's one of the things we're down here talking about is how can we connect with folks across the state that are doing exciting work and really be front of mind for people when they're thinking about higher education partnerships.
One of the things Governor Morrissey talked about last night was education. He talked about it with us today, education and preparing students, whether it's K through 12, higher education, for what is coming. So how's Fairmont State fit into that role?
It was music to my ears when he was talking about it. You know, I think we're the right size. We're big enough to get things done, but we're small enough to do things quickly so we can respond to the needs of the state, the needs of industry, the needs of our students in ways that sometimes the big places can't. And I think we have a unique place in the state as the third largest institution where we can start to build some programs that really meet industry where they are and meet the state needs where they are. One of the things we're looking at is things like tourism programs and things like that where we know there's a need in the state and we can build those up pretty quickly.
You're a state school, so you've got state school resources, but you've got a small environment, which I think students would like. Talk about that.
Yeah, and our admissions team talks about this all the time. We're a public school, but we have a private school feel. With our facilities, with our programs, with the care that our faculty and staff have for our students, it doesn't feel like a big public. It feels like a private. It feels like a family. So our students really are cared for. They have lots of connection points. Which we talk about a lot, so I think that's hopefully how we attract those students.
That type of culture, I would think, allows you to become part of the community.
Absolutely, and I've said this from the day I interviewed. I didn't come to Fairmont State to be a president of a university. I came to help build a community. So it's not just the community on Fairmont State's campus, but it's the community in the city of Fairmont, Marion and Harrison counties, the entire state. We've got to start to build that community together because Fairmont State can't succeed unless all of the community around it is successful, and I think vice versa. I think it's harder for those areas to succeed if Fairmont State's not contributing.
Explain the Access Scholarship, because we're seeing more and more colleges take this approach. What's your version?
Yep. So our cap is a little higher than other people, so we'll catch a broader range of students. So ours is $70,000 total family income, and you live in the state of West Virginia, and you get no tuition. And we were able to do it mostly using existing scholarship resources. We had to kick in a little bit more, but it was mostly moving around some existing scholarship resources. I know there's a conversation nationally that not everyone needs to go to college, and I don't disagree with that, but I think no one should be denied access to college because they can't afford it. So changing this or adding this Access Scholarship means that nobody can say, I can't afford to go to school, and that's why I'm not going.
And you hear that. You hear that in maybe it's an excuse, maybe it's not, but you hear that in West Virginia. Well, I can't afford, and you've taken steps, WVU, Marshall have taken steps that's not a barrier or should not be a barrier.
And I'll say part of the problem is the way the national media covers higher education. Because if you look at the New York Times, Washington Post, these big places, they talk all the time about $400,000 degrees. You could come to Fairmont State for the rest of your life for $400,000. Right?
Don't tempt me.
Right? Come on. The average Fairmont State student graduates with minimal debt, right? And then the difference between a high school diploma and a college degree in the state of West Virginia is $1.8 million over the course of your career. So if you graduate with $8,000 in debt, that's an easy investment you should be willing to make in yourself.
I look across the way, I see Middle College.
Yep. That's our foster program. So we just launched Middle College 2.0, which will start next fall. And what that's doing is there'll be some students who are in a residential facility run by KVC, which is our foster education partner. And then we're actually expanding it to be available to anybody who's currently in the foster system, who's a junior or senior in high school. They come to Fairmont State at no cost. And they get their high school equivalency and their associate's degree at the same time in 2 years, and then hopefully continue on to get a 4-year degree with us.
What a great program, because 6,000 kids, a little more than 6,000 kids, I think is the count. It fluctuates in foster care. We talk about the chance that we owe them, and we do. We have to take care of them. What a great program to do that.
I think the statistic is the average student who graduates who was in foster care, and a lot of them don't graduate from high school, but the average one who graduates goes to like 17 schools. Right? 17 schools in 13 years of school is unsustainable. And anybody who's ever started a new school knows how hard it is to start each time. So we're at least going to give them that stability for their last 2 years and help them get through. And because they're doing that on a college campus, when it's time for them to go on and finish their degree, they already know they can do it. They've already been taking college classes. The graduation rate from college for kids who've been in foster care is criminally low, and we have to fix that.
But you think about the ripples, and you think about a life-changing legacy. You capture that one, and then how many more do you capture?
Yeah,
That's awesome.
It's social mobility. It's fighting the opioid crisis, right?
Exactly.
And we know that each time you attain higher levels of education, it decreases the chances that you're going to have those sort of experiences, right? You're going to get a good job, and you're going to pass that on to your children.
It's awesome.
Dr. Mike Davis, Fairmont State University president, joining us. Mike, we've got a declining population in West Virginia, declining student population. So how are you setting Fairmont State apart to attract not just students in West Virginia, but outside of West Virginia?
Yeah, so we lowered our out-of-state tuition. So we used to have 3 rates. We had an in-state rate, a metro rate, and an out-of-state rate. We dropped that out-of-state rate to the same as our metro rate, which were the states surrounding us. So now we're less expensive than almost 200 schools east of the Mississippi. One of the things I said this to legislators yesterday, one of the things we need to do is we need to attract students from out of state to come to West Virginia, because then when we put them in internships and fellowships and things like that in the community, they're more likely to stay. That's how we start to reverse the population decline in West Virginia. You get people to come here and they realize how amazing West Virginia is, and then they stay. So I think that's one of the things. The other thing is, I think for years, schools like ours tried to be little versions of WVU, right? And instead of that, I think there's a value to schools our size. Not everyone should go to WVU or Marshall. Some people should come to schools that are smaller. If you need some extra support, if you want that more family atmosphere, a smaller school is going to do that for you. So we're going to try and build a campus that feels like campuses did in the 80s and 90s, where students are very engaged and supported, because we think that's how we're going to compete in the marketplace, not to try and be a clone of WVU or another big school.
Dr. Mike Davis, Fairmont State University president. Give the website. Where can folks get more information on Fairmont State?
FairmontState.edu.
All right, man. Enjoy it. Have a good day, man. Appreciate you stopping by.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Mike Davis, president of Fairmont State University. Coming up next, he's not a doctor. Well, he is to us. Brad McElhenney stops by, Metro News statewide correspondent. This is Talk Line from the state capitol on the AARP broadcast location.
My name is Justin Jones.
Welcome back, everybody. It is almost 12:30, and we are at $326,000. So keep it going. We appreciate all the love you're giving to Fairmont State and our programs. Now I'm joined by Chad Riley, Vice President of Business Development for Thrasher, and a Fairmont State graduate.
Yes, sir.
So let's start with, why did you choose to come to Fairmont State?
Well, I'm actually a third-generation Fairmont State graduate. My grandparents went here, met here. My parents went here and graduated from here. And I knew it was a place that was close to home where I wanted to live, and it turned out to be the best decision I made.
And you said we have some work to do for the fourth generation, right?
I do. I have 4 children. 2 have already graduated from college. One's at a school that won't be named on this show. And I have a sophomore that's my last hope to get that fourth generation.
Sounds good. So talk about the impact that Fairmont State alums have at Thrasher?
Well, it's significant. You know, we employ about 47 Fairmont State graduates, mostly engineers, architects, and surveyors, but also people who graduate with marketing degrees or business degrees from here. And they are really the lifeblood of our business. And to be able to have a university to partner with that is right down the road from our headquarters, that provides us a consistent stream of really well-trained, smart employees who want to live in West Virginia, it's a partnership that we couldn't.
What is it that makes our graduates stand out?
You know, I think that they have good West Virginia values, and we're a West Virginia headquartered company. And the programs here are practical, real-world applications.
Hands-on is what we keep hearing from our students.
And you know, when we find kids that want to live here and want to be here, and we invest in them, and they commit to us, I think it's a win-win for everybody, and hopefully for the university as well.
So, talk about investing. Talk about the challenge that you've offered today.
So we've offered a challenge that if we have 15 employees of our company donate, then the Thrasher Group is going to give $6,000 donation to match theirs. Half of it's going to go to the architectural school, and half of it's going to go to the engineering school, which also includes the survey program, which are all very important to us. And on Monday morning, as I think you know, you were there.
Yep, it was great.
You may have already mentioned, we hosted a breakfast at our office where we wrangled up everybody we could, and you guys were gracious enough to bring down professors and yourself and your foundation team, and had a little breakfast and had a little fun, and hopefully
there was a lot of maroon. There was a lot of maroon in that room. That was really great.
They got the memo.
Yeah, that's good. No, we appreciate that. We go to a lot of places. I'm sure you can imagine we see other schools' colors there. So even on our alums.
Of course.
It was nice to see that. I like the maroon blazer you're wearing today. You're all set.
Thank you.
So the question I ask everybody is, what makes Fairmont State great?
You know, I think it's big enough to make it feel like you've got a big school experience, but it is really small and connected. And the community and the attention that you get, the one-on-one with your professors, is what's really great. And also, you know, there are two big universities in this state, and we've talked a lot about being on the foundation board of Fairmont has a significant place in higher education in West Virginia. And it's not only in higher education, it is in the economy of North Central West Virginia and the state as a whole. So you guys make a huge difference.
Our impact is $86 million a year.
It's
for
incredible.
North Central West Virginia.
It's incredible.
And 800 jobs.
Yes.
So I mean, we've got a big place to play, and we appreciate partners like you who are helping us get there.
Well, and the feeling's mutual. Being able to have a partner at a university that is aligned in how we think, how we act, what our goals for our business and our community and our school is. It just means the world to our business. So appreciate getting to know you, and I look forward to continuing in the future.
Sounds great. We're going to invite up some future employees of yours, I think. I think we're going to have you all come up now. Come on up. All right.
Hi, Tabitha.
Hi, Chad. How are you?
All right, who wants a job at Thrasher?
Chad Riley. Sarah.
Abby Eckel.
Abby.
Got all seniors for you, Chad.
All right.
All right, awesome.
You got to step up. I'm just on the side here.
All right, so I'm with Tabitha. How do you say your last name?
Laffrey. Like you laugh.
Laffrey.
I'll make you laugh for free.
Oh, awesome.
See?
I'll never forget that now. So we're here with Tabitha Laffrey, who's an associate professor of civil engineering technology here at Fairmont State. And she's got some senior students with them. I'll let you all introduce yourself, say where you're from, and you're all seniors, right?
Yes.
All right, so just where you're
I'm
from and who you
Abby
are.
Eckel. I'm from Fairmont.
Awesome.
I'm Sarah Robinette, and I'm also from Fairmont.
My name is Justin Jones. I was born in Procius, and I'm the ASCE president for the student chapter at Fairmont State.
Awesome. So tell us what ASCE is.
ASCE it's a student organization, but also a professional society where students can interact with members of the profession and get more of a real-world experience. It's great for networking and talking to people and making connections, and we also participate in student competitions like Concrete Canoe, Steel Bridge, and the UESI surveying competition.
So one of the things Chad and I were just talking about is the thing that sets our graduates apart is that hands-on learning. right, is the fact that like you get your hands dirty from day one, right? You don't have to wait till you're a senior, right? It's not like you're doing these projects for the first time now. So any of you can talk about some of those experiences that you've had in the classroom.
I will say that like having any like on hands-on lab work and anything, going out and finding internships over the summer or something, that they always look at you and they're like, having that hands-on stuff is like what they want from you. They don't want typical book smart stuff. They want you to like feel comfortable with the material anyways. So like real life, it's helpful.
That's awesome. And that's exactly what Chad was just saying. You can do the job from day one. And this is a question for any of you. Talk about what donations to engineering or ASC would mean, what you do with that money, why it's important.
I mean, it would mean like upgrading any of our facilities that we use for concrete canoe, any travel funds for competitions and stuff like that. We just were able to buy a new trailer this year for transporting our concrete canoe and all of its materials. So yeah.
So for people who don't know, what is concrete canoe? Because I didn't know until I came to interview here and I looked it up. But it's amazing to me. So can you tell me what it is?
So it's exactly what it sounds like. We make a concrete canoe and we race it.
But concrete sinks.
Well, we designed special concrete that's actually lighter than the unit weight of water, so it'll float. And then we add extra flotation with styrofoam in the caps to help with like any load for like the people getting in and paddling it. So
we put 4 people in it.
Yeah, we 4 of us get in it.
So when we have some donor who really wants to support concrete canoe, they can come down to the lab.
Oh yeah,
and see what you're doing, because I think it's totally impressive.
Our 2025 canoe is currently in the lab it's a work in progress right now, but it's coming.
Dr. Davis, I'll add, without exception, the Fairmont State graduates from the civil program here, that is their most treasured experience from their time at Fairmont State, is being part of that concrete canoe team. So it is a great thing that you guys do here. You got it, and I'm glad you guys are keeping it going.
And all of the projects you were talking about are team-based, right? Like all the competitions, everything. That's got to help when they get out into the work world.
Absolutely. Learning how to work as a team, learning how to problem solve as a team, rely on each other, build trust. Those are great skills that come out of that.
It's not just, they don't just build the canoe either. They have to give me a schedule, and they have to, if they don't meet that schedule, they have to explain to me why as their advisor. I give them a budget, and if they need to go over that budget, then I need to know why. Those are skills that are not necessarily taught hands-on in the classroom, but they have to know that things when they go to Thrasher and places.
Yeah, you're teaching them to be project leaders.
Yes.
That's awesome.
Yep, and I will say our civil program, we have 100% employment rate for students who want to work. We have 100% internship rate for students who want to work in the summer if they want that experience.
How many of them are staying in West Virginia?
A good bit, I would say.
Most of us are.
Are all of you planning on staying in West Virginia when you graduate?
Yep.
So contributing back to the engineering industry, just for if anybody's interested in civil engineering right now, there's about 300,000 civil engineers in the country, and about 100,000 of those are at or near retirement age. So there's going to be a huge gap to fill. There's great opportunities for anybody interested in pursuing a career in civil engineering, because we're going to need that in the workforce.
So your donation has an even bigger impact. It's not just for our current students, but it's for the future of the civil engineering.
That's correct.
Absolutely.
And we need a civil engineering. We like roads and bridges, and
we do.
And we like having water to wash our hands and things. So and they learn all of that in the class.
Yep.
All right, so I've already asked Chad this question, but the last question I like to ask everybody is, what makes Fairmont State great? We'll start with you, Chad.
Oh man, see, I'm an alumni, and now I'm back here teaching, and just the quality of the education that you get. And I had some students, we went to a leadership conference a couple of weeks ago, and I was like, what is the top thing you learned? And they're like, we don't have a Tabitha, or we don't have a Miss, we do, they don't. They need a Tabitha, or they need a Mr. Vassal, or they need a Miss Como, or Mr. Teeter. They don't have that, and we do. And so they're like, the top thing we learned is that we appreciate you all much more after listening to other schools from around the country and in the region. So just the quality of the education that you get with that hands-on and that book together, I don't think that can be beaten.
I can speak on behalf of all of us. we all love and appreciate Tabitha so much. It's like having a one-on-one connection with your advisor, and it's like she's almost like our mom to us. Like we can text her about anything and everything we ever need, or if it's whether it's homework or like I'm sending her pictures of my dogs. I was like, it's just having one-on-one connection with any and all professors is just like the best part about Fairmont State.
I had a couple of students last year, actually, their internships got converted to full-time positions the week before the summer started, and they're like, Tabitha, I don't have an internship, and they had internships within a week. I was reaching out to people.
That was me, and now I have a full-time job at that company. So.
That's great.
Yep.
So you already have a full-time job at graduation. Is that true for all of you?
I do. I don't have one yet, but I'm working on several.
Come talk to me.
Chad said talk to him.
Awesome. Well, thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Give if you can. Go Falcons.
My name is Justin Jones. I'm a junior here at Fairmont State, and I'm dual majoring with civil engineering and surveying. And my role in ASCE is president. ASCE is the American Society of Civil Engineers, and it's a professional society that allows colleges to have student chapters. Our main mission or goal, you could say, is to spread awareness and just kind of put civil engineering out there. And then for our concrete canoe team, I am the head of hull design, so I'm the one that designed the hull of the canoe and made the CAD file for it so that we could get the form correct and make our canoe.
So yeah, we make a concrete canoe and it does float. We use very lightweight aggregates and we put a lot of styrofoam up in the caps to help it keep above the water. During competition, we have to do a swamp test is what it's called, and we will completely submerge the canoe underwater, and it has to breach the surface within 2 minutes. If it doesn't breach the surface, then it doesn't pass, and it's like
disqualified.
Yeah.
So what we got here is our concrete canoe, and we do this on one day. We pour the whole canoe on one single day. It's all a continuous pour. So we start by doing one layer. And then once we get one layer pretty much down to one side, then we put another layer of reinforcing on it to then keep the line moving along. The longer we keep going, the more people come and they keep placing to keep the continuous flow going as planned and to get it done as quick as possible.
So the mix is already tested before pour day, which takes a few months. And then it's pre-batched into Ziploc bags, so whenever they request another batch, I make it for them. There's a total of 75 bags with 3 different colors that were used in the canoe.
So what they're doing here is we got to keep the canoe wet so the canoe doesn't crack. And as you can see, like the burlap here, we have to keep this piece of burlap wet, and this keeps it nice and moist 24/7.
We paddle like at least once a week. We try to during the fall and the spring. In the winter, we try to go into the pool that's at Fairmont State and practice turning and stuff like that. There's a few different types of races that we do.
Well, there's 2 men's races. Those would be the sprint race and the slalom race. Those each have only 2 men in them. And then the same thing goes for the women. There's a sprint and a slalom. But then there's a co-ed race. We put 4 people in the canoe. So there's 2 men, 2 women. And we have to, it's like the sprint race, but there's 4 people.
So in our regional competition, we go up against pretty big schools. Don't know if you've heard of them. West Virginia University, Virginia Tech, Virginia Military Institute. You have to place first in our regional competition to move forward onto our national competition. So we have to beat out those big name schools, and we've done that consistently over the past 20-ish years. Donations help a lot with our funding here because we're a very small school and we're a very small team. A lot of the teams that we compete against in the national competition have budgets upwards of $40,000 that they can basically do anything with. So we have to take that upon ourselves to do a lot of fundraising and really put ourselves out there and do the best that we can. Last year we had an elimination dinner that funded our trip to nationals. We raised around $15,000 to fund our plane tickets, travel, transportation of the canoe, lodging, hotels, and that sort of thing, registration for the competition as well. So that kind of fundraising and donations really, really help us compete at the level that we do and continue to compete at the level that we do.
All right, you're live. Don't forget the mic. All right, welcome back. We're here to talk to about our Student Veterans Association. So who are you and where are you from?
I'm Brad Donahue. I am from Bridgeport.
All right. And you're one of our student veterans.
I am.
How long have you been at Fairmont State?
Third year.
Okay. And what branch did you serve in?
Army. I did eight years, 6 guard and 2 reserve.
Did you come right to Fairmont State when you got out, or did you do something else?
No, I was doing EMS when I got out. I did that for about 2 years. COVID hit, and then I came back to university.
Got it. So talk about some of the challenges being a student veteran and coming back to college.
So one of the hardest things is the entire transition process. You're used to getting up every day, doing a set routine, and you have all this life experience coming back into the university, and it doesn't necessarily transfer into your student or academic pathways.
Given the area you teach in, do you have a lot of student veterans in your program?
Yeah, so we have a lot of National Guard members, Army or Military Reserve, and veterans in general. We've seen a lot of transition, like Bradley was saying. You have a sense of community while you're in the military, and then when you leave, kind of feel lost at times. So the purpose of SVO is kind of to bring that sense of community back, bring those pathways, make them applicable, give them the keys and tools to success when they come into the classroom.
Yeah, that's great. And they're working on a match right now from the Bennett family. That's a $5,000 match, and there's about $3,800 left. So make sure, if you're inclined, if you're hearing what we're talking about, get out there and give. What sort of things is Fairmont State doing to help you integrate, to help you feel like you're part of this community that this money might be able to augment?
So one of the things I've actually utilized and been a great help to me is the accessibility team you have here.
Yep.
They're able to accommodate with the disabilities from the VA. And then the money we raise helps go to the National Convention, which is a large group of student veterans and veteran-affiliated students.
So that really helps you connect with students from all over the country, right?
It does, and it also gives us a point of contact for larger corporations and the defense contractors.
That's fantastic. All right. So you heard it. So give to the Student Veterans Association, and they're doing great things. They've got a nice lounge in Hardway Hall, but they can always use more things in there and more resources. So let's make sure we're giving back to those who've given so much to us. Thank you.
Thank you so much for supporting the bands. We're hoping to buy some really great new percussion equipment for both our marching and concert seasons next year.
Thank you!
Hello, my name is Danielle Coutry, and I am the head acrobatics and tumbling coach here at Fairmont State University. We are really excited to celebrate the Day of Giving. We really use all of our donations that are given to us for travel, for team bonding, for scholarship purposes, as well as giving our student athletes the full experience of being a student athlete. So we just really appreciate any and every donation that's given to us. We have been able to purchase our brand new maroon mats within like the last 4 years due to donations from our donors and our sponsors, as well as our acro blocks and just new gear. Our athletes love gear. We're a Nike school, so they get really excited when we are able to purchase them some extras on the side. And it also has provided us numerous scholarship opportunities for our athletes. Being a D2 school, D2 program, we have to, fundraise, so it's been very beneficial to use the donors' donations to give scholarships. We have been able to, every time we go on a trip, we'll say spring break, to nationals, we try to include a really nice team bonding. Sometimes we go bowling, sometimes we go to a trampoline park. Any donation really is a huge contribution to our program, and we make sure that it's known that our donors are the reason why we can do those things.
Hi, I'm Katie Cole. I'm a senior and I'm a top and tumbler on the acrobatics and tumbling team. So I was a gymnast and cheerleader in high school, and I thought there weren't going to be a lot of opportunities for me outside of high school. And when I came here, it was so amazing because there's a group of girls who were in the same boat as me, and we all just work super hard and love what we do. And it's created such a good community for me throughout college. The Day of Giving is super important because it helps our team with travel, equipment, uniforms, that kind of stuff, which really benefits our program.
I'm Lizzie Maurer. I'm a junior and I'm a bass and tumbler. A&T has been a really big part of my life. I was a gymnast growing up, and A&T's really given me an opportunity to continue doing sports. It's just so amazing to see how this sport is growing and allowing women more opportunities throughout college, and specifically at Fairmont State. I'm from Michigan, so I never would have thought to come to West Virginia, and now that I'm here, I get to experience this beautiful school and this just area in general, and without acro, I wouldn't have been able to do that, so I'm just really thankful that acro's brought me here and brought me to Fairmont State, because my life would not be the same without it. Your donation can help us be able to travel. My freshman year, we were able to go to Oregon for nationals, and that was a really expensive trip, and without your guys' help, we wouldn't have been able to go, so we're really thankful for any donation at all, because it allows us to experience new things and grow our sport at Fairmont State.
We truly can't thank our donors enough for what you have done for our program and continuously do for our program. It has helped pave the way for Fairmont State acrobatics and tumbling, and it will help us for the years to come. So thank you so much for all you do and continue to do to support our program as well as Fairmont State University.
Fairmont State students are many things, and you should take great pride in the fact that you are well known as researchers, community leaders, doers, and always as readers. And as readers, I have a little exercise for you. I was challenged with this same exercise as a young graduate myself. I want you to take a moment and think back to your favorite stories and your favorite characters within those stories. What made them great? What drew you to their heroism? Was it complacency? Was it self-centered fecklessness? Of course not. Now I want you to imagine an open book in front of you, and you are the hero of that book. Would you want to read it? Absolutely. Because you are the hero of that book. You are selfless, courageous, a doer, and a committed leader. Friends, everything in your life up to this moment has been the prologue of that book. Today marks chapter 1. Do not cheapen this experience and the blood, sweat, and tears that got you to this graduation today. Don't chase after any easy or comfortable life. Dare to be scared and take on the challenges that are seemingly above you, because I guarantee you they are not. You are up for this challenge. Congratulations, graduates. It's a privilege to call you fellow alumni. Now go plant some trees.
Hello, my name is Frankie Delapass, the Academic Success Coordinator for the Fairmont State College of Nursing. Here at the Fairmont State College of Nursing, we've had a long-standing tradition of excellence in nursing education since our founding. Established to address the growing need for skilled healthcare professionals, we've become a pioneer in providing comprehensive nursing programs for the state of West Virginia. Over the years, we have constantly adapted our curriculum to meeting evolving healthcare needs. Our simulation lab, like the one I'm standing in here, is essential for nursing education as they provide a safe and controlled environment for students to practice clinical skills without having to risk patient safety. Ultimately, simulation-based training bridges the gap between classroom learning and clinical practice, better preparing students for real-world nursing challenges. Your generous donation will help enhance our simulations with advanced technology and realistic equipment, creating a more comprehensive learning environment for our future nurses. Ultimately, your contribution will lead to saving lives and strengthening our healthcare community. Thank you.
Just you wait.
Welcome back. We are over $330,000 and over 750 donors.
Dang.
So keep it up. One big match to watch for is the Guido Dollars for Donors match. 58 more donors to academic scholarships will unlock $48,000. And remember, that's a $5, $10, $20 donation. It's just the number of donors, so please, please give. Yeah. I am joined by some folks from our acrobatics and tumbling team. Head coach Danielle Kutry, Reagan Mollahan, and Lizzie Maurer, our student athletes. So I didn't know anything about acrobatics and tumbling until I was going to interview here.
Yeah.
And I just Googled Fairmont State Athletics, and an article from The Athletic came up. Okay. So I learned all about acrobatics and tumbling there, but I could not prepare myself for what I was going to see when I actually saw it.
Yeah.
I've definitely become a huge fan of it at the national level. I've been trying to push it. Talk about what you love so much about acrobatics and tumbling.
I love all of it. When I came here, I didn't really know what I wanted to do. I really thought I was going to try out for the cheer team. And they're like, this is acrobatics and tumbling is a new sport. The founder, Christy Kiefer, was like, hey, I want you to try this. So it was more cheer skills that you saw when we first started, and now it's really acro and gymnastic based. Yeah. But what I love about it is just the competitive nature. You're bringing athletes in who think that they're done after high school with athletics, and then we created this sport really for these athletes, specifically gymnasts, who couldn't really go to that elite level, but come here and do this now at the elite level. Yeah. So I really love everything about it, but what I love most is my athletes and the relationships that I make with them.
One of the things I think is amazing is it's really the only NCAA sport that's created by women for women.
Yes. Yeah.
Right? So you don't see every other sport you see a mix of male and female coaches. Right. You don't see any of that in acrobatics and tumbling. No. And you can feel it at meets because when the other team is out there, you all are still cheering for them.
You can
oh my gosh,
feel
all
that.
the time.
That's it's women supporting women. Yes. And it's probably my favorite thing.
I know, that's the football team has talked and then why are you guys cheering for the other team? That's not what you're supposed to do. I'm like, why wouldn't I? Yeah. It's fun. I want them to do well and I want us to do well.
You want to beat them when they're doing their best.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the best. Yeah.
You don't want to beat them because they fall.
Exactly.
Right? You want to beat them because they nail it, but you nail it better.
Yeah. We were better.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You get it.
So you've got a match from Veritas.
Yes.
You got about $460 left on that.
Yes.
Talk about the impact of those dollars on your program.
So I know they can attest to this. We need new mats, not new competition mats. We need new training panel mats, pillow mats, just just a lot more of that stuff. And then also, I'm really big on team bonding, and also my athletes love gear.
Yes,
so
we do.
Those are a lot of things that we don't really put that towards budget. We use that for our Day of Giving money, and then also anything that's like fundraised. I make sure that when we go to California, there is also a team bonding that we'll experience in California together. And then hopefully when we make it to nationals, there'll be also a team bonding there as well. And then that money also provides scholarship opportunities for our athletes. We want to maintain the top 8, and that money is crucial to help that happen.
And I think something people might not realize is you're not competing for a D2 national championship.
No. Yeah.
Right, you're competing against everybody.
Correct. Yeah. And right now we're one of the best D2 teams in the nation.
You just beat the number 3 team.
Yes, exactly.
So,
as a number 6. So I think that speaks volumes of this program. And now that we're getting an alumni base, I think that we're going to see more donations coming in as well.
Yeah. And last year we hosted nationals.
Yes, that was the best ever. Coolest thing.
I think Reagan had the quote of the year.
Oh, Lord.
When she was like, a little D2 school on the hill.
Yes.
Yes. We are. And that was the coolest experience ever.
It was the best.
So I told the national office, I was like, I want to host every 3 years.
Yeah. Why not?
Absolutely.
I was like, I want to be in a rotation. We're one of the founding members. We got to be there.
And the fans and the atmosphere here was the coolest thing that we probably ever
the Baylor head coach was talking about it.
And it's building I feel like our fans for the rest of the regular season. Like people were introduced to it because what's this big national tournament going on? Let's go check it out. And I mean, our first home meet this past weekend, and it felt like we were back at nationals. It was so insane.
Sunday was amazing.
It was amazing.
Absolutely amazing.
And now I see basketball donors who we see at our practice. They're now showing up to our meets. And hey, great win this past weekend. I'm like, oh, this is awesome. Just the word to mouth. It's really cool.
That's really awesome. Yeah, because I mean, it's interesting because we were talking to the men's basketball team about this. I think people don't realize how much you all feed off the crowd.
Oh, absolutely. So much. Yeah.
Energy is everything.
It really is.
That's awesome. I mean, I'm a huge fan. The Baylor head coach asked for one of my Mike Head stickers when we were at the NCAA conference.
We need one. We need them for our water bottle.
Everybody.
I've got some in my wallet.
Yes. On the room signs.
Yeah,
you put your on there.
Yes.
But she was like, we had such a good time. And
that's awesome.
Oh, I love that.
I love that. And it speaks volumes coming from her who helped create the sport too.
And I mean, and I talk to our presidents all the time. I was like, every time they say, well, we're trying to figure out how to work around Title IX, I was like, acrobatics and tumbling.
It's the way.
I was like, it is the way,
It's the up and coming thing.
Absolutely.
We're at 55 schools.
It's a sport for women, by women. Yep, absolutely.
And everyone watches women's sports.
So. Everybody does.
Yep.
It's the best.
All right, I'll ask you one last closing question.
Okay.
What makes Fairmont State great?
I can start. So I am from Michigan, so West Virginia, Fairmont was not on my radar until Acro, and kind of like what Dee was talking about, I wasn't sure I was going to have an opportunity to do athletics in college, and I'm super thankful for Fairmont State for giving that to me. But I think what makes it great is, if you've seen the podcast, as we talked about last night, is the people. You're with this community of people, there's love every corner you turn, and it's just, the support is unmatched, and I feel like the smaller campus and like being the college on the hill it's like cozy. I don't know how else to explain it, but it's just so nice, and there's a great community of people, and I know I can find help in any department, whether it be athletics or academics, and you, because you're always helping out. So.
I think I'm from West Virginia, but just the southern part. I was on Danielle's first team here when she was head coach, and that was our COVID year. So, I mean, new head coach, COVID precautions, it was kind of a whirlwind. We didn't have fans, but... Pregnant. But I've been here But I've been here for 5 years, and I can't seem to get away, and it's just... Everything here just makes you feel like you're a part of this university, and you can't ask for anything better than that. So
mine is so I was an athlete here, and then wasn't sure what I wanted to do after graduation, and Chrissy Kiefer's like, hey, I think you have a potential to be a good coach. So I took over coaching, and now I'm married to my husband, and I'm raising my kids in this community, and I'm a for-lifer. I love Fairmont so much. I love the people here, the community here. The people that I work with are just so amazing. Like our athletic administration, they're full of support. And I know when I walk in, if there's something going on, they're going to help me. So I just feel as if this community is so tight-knit, and I can't speak I don't know. I can't speak for everybody, but Fairmont State is the place to be. And if you're looking at a D2 school in West Virginia, you should come. Any school in West Virginia, it should be Fairmont State.
Yes.
Awesome.
Get on the hill. Get on the hill. Yes.
That sounds great. All right, can we do a? Is it like this? Am I doing it right?
Falcons.
Falcons.
Falcons. Thank you all.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey everybody, we're here for Mike Tries It. I'm with acrobatics and tumbling coach Danielle Coutry. Danielle, what are we going to try today?
Today we're going to try an inversion.
Okay, what is that?
An inversion is basically an athlete's going to climb up and she's going to pop over and you're going to have your arms extended over top of your head and you're going to hold somebody above.
All right, let's see what that is first before I try it.
Okay. Perfect.
All right, we're going to try it. I thought I was going to get to count or something.
No,
but
not today.
Okay, sounds good. All right, let's go.
All right, you ready? Okay.
Yep. All right, advice.
Okay, so advice. Basically, you're going to have your hands above your head. You're going to push through right here. So all your weight should be here.
Okay.
Arms up as straight as they can be. Okay. You're going to catch. As she comes over, you're going to catch her and just watch her. Okay.
Okay.
Kind of in a stance like this. You want to give some tips, Liv?
Yeah, make sure you have your shoulders and your hands are nice and wide so you can control her shoulders and just really push through.
And am I grabbing her shoulders or just have my hands open?
Grab.
Okay.
Grab. Yep.
Got it.
Yep.
And then do I do anything at the end or she
You
go
kinda-
down on her
She'll
own?
come down. You just lower your arms.
Okay.
Yep.
How will I know when to do that?
We'll tell you.
Okay, good. All
Yep.
right, good. I really don't want to break Riley.
No,
so-
we're going to get you. We got
Okay.
you.
All right,
Good
here?
Yeah, I'll come
All right.
to you.
Where?
Yes, I'll come to you.
Riley.
Okay, so now come closer. And then you'll
Yep.
put your hands on her shoulders.
Ready?
Yep.
She's gonna go up. 1, 2. Up she goes.
There you go!
Come down the middle.
All right, we're back. I'm here with Fairmont State alum, Bob Tennell. Bob, how's it going?
It's going very well, thank you.
So, you're the guy behind Feast of Seven Fishes.
Yes.
And you got a new movie coming out.
We got a new movie coming out
with a very attractive extra.
That's true. You look fabulous.
I met my wife, but but I'm also in it. So it was a really fun experience. I appreciate you including us. And
we were so grateful to get to shoot at the university, and my higher ed experience began here. Some of the first little films I made literally shot here, and a lot of whatever success I've had, a lot of that was formed by faculty and administration here who were so good to me.
How'd you end up at Fairmont State?
I knew that I wanted to go away to go to film school, and my parents, we talked about it, and we thought it would be better to get those gen eds, get the liberal arts foundation here, and I'm so grateful, that I did. The things that made me a good writer, I actually learned here.
That's awesome.
Not in Hollywood. Learned a little bit in Hollywood, but and it's
then you keep coming back to Fairmont.
Because in Charleston they very wisely brought in the West Virginia Film Tax Credit, so now we can compete, with Canada. In fact, I'm not going to lie, I just there was a movie. It was between Canada and Fairmont, and we start shooting in Fairmont 2 weeks from
Awesome. We love to hear
Wednesday.
that.
So we're pretty happy about that.
You need any extras?
We do.
You let me know.
do.
So yeah.
Well, I said if I go ahead, I'll kind of say what we're making a donation today on behalf of Allegheny, and I just made a deal with you, and I said if we can shoot at your property, we will double it. So
yeah, absolutely,
we're doubling it.
Yeah.
I thank you.
That's good. We really appreciate. You and I have talked a lot about the value of having a public university in a city, and we really have to make sure we're serving the public. Yeah. Right? It can't just be educating students. Right? As a public university, we've got to serve the whole public. And I think we've already started to talk about a lot of partnerships, from filming the latest movie on our campus, to figuring out how to do the Festival Kachina here and doing all these different pieces. I think there's lots of things we can do to help, and providing students to act in your movie.
You said historically there's been such an incredible connection between the university and the town, and there's been times that maybe that hasn't been as strong as it needed to be, and there are different reasons why those things happen, but it's coming back around, and it's very exciting. I think you're always supposed to be paying it forward.
Absolutely.
And you're always supposed to, don't forget where you're from.
Yeah. Because you could go anywhere in West Virginia and film your movies.
Anywhere in West Virginia, anywhere in the world.
Right, but you'd get that same tax credit.
Absolutely.
No matter where you
Anywhere
were.
we go.
Right.
But, I really do believe that it takes a village thing.
Yeah.
And, I had fabulous parents, but I also had fabulous people in the community, whether it was, Frank Police, who was the TEAC advisor, who was amazing and a second father to me, or great teachers like Jack Hussey and Chuck Manley and George Byers. I could go on and on.
Yeah.
B.J. Sherman and Joanne Lowe probably did more to make me a director than any single teacher I had in Los Angeles.
And I think as everything has changed at Fairmont State, the thing that has stayed consistent is every one of our students talks about their faculty that way.
Yes.
Like I just had a student up here and I said, what makes Fairmont State great? And she said, this faculty member.
Oh.
Right? I mean.
Absolutely. And, one of the things as an alumnus that I'm really hoping that we do is reconnect with our unbelievable heritage. I mean, our athletics heritage is insane.
Yeah.
It's insane. It's incredible. Just Deacon and JoJo and growing up, being like a little kid listening to your radio at night to listen to the ball game. Was I mean, we had such a vibrant culture. And of course, I wasn't a theater major or anything, but a lot of my friends were, and I was close with instructors. I mean, they founded the Maskers here. I mean, the story of this place is remarkable.
Right.
And my parents both graduated from here. I mean, it's
almost like we didn't know we were a small school.
No.
So we didn't know we weren't supposed to do these things, and that's how I approach every day.
No, we didn't.
We're not going to play like we're a small school.
No one here, up and down the Mon Valley, both in West Virginia and Pennsylvania, there's been a lot of times when kids were told what they couldn't do. Or you're going to go to the mill, or you're going to go to the mine, all of which were honorable. Thank God my grandparents went in the mines, and I get to have this life that I had. But no one here ever told me no, that's out of, when Mike Belmere and, Michelle Castile and Blair Montgomery would help me when I was trying to get away to go to school, they never said you can't do that. It was like, you're going to do that.
And now it's our job to pay that forward.
It is. It is. And my brother Jeff, who couldn't be here today because I said we're shooting, it's crazy. As usual, the network comes and says, we need you to start a movie. Bang. And we're working some pretty long hours, but we both feel, very much the same way. And it's just so much gratitude for what we've been given in our life because of here.
That's awesome. So the question I always end with is, what makes Fairmont State great?
Oh, it's the people. It's a 50-50 for me because it's the heritage too. Like, I like feeling like I belong to something that goes back over 100 years. My grandmother's sisters learned to be teachers here, 115 years ago or something. And my first Italian relative to go to college played football here in the 30s. That's for me, that's a big deal.
Yeah. That's awesome. Well, thank you, sir. We appreciate your support.
Appreciate you.
Go Falcons.
Go Falcons.
Guys, do you have a minute? Yeah, Dave, what's up? I just received a very interesting email. From whom? Fusion. Really? Do you have any plans this weekend? Not anymore. Dave, is this what I think it is? Be here in 10 minutes and find out. This Sunday, there's going to be a memorial service to honor the miners who were killed at the Upper Bay Branch disaster. Now, every major political figure in the state is going to be there, as well as the President and the Vice President of the United States. A short while ago, I received an email from the Fusion Center. People, please don't disappoint me. Someone tell me they know what the Fusion Center is. Stephanie?
The West Virginia Intelligence Fusion Center deals with all levels of law enforcement in order to gather and assess intelligence looking for credible threats to national security.
Indeed they do. Now, this is the email I got a little while ago from the Deputy Director. We already are aware of at least one high-profile group with a very divisive agenda that's going to show up, and the potential for many other groups to show up is high. Would any of your folks have time over the next few days to help us with open source research and gathering info? There's a short notice, and if you have other projects going on, I understand. Guys, is this too short notice? No. I didn't think so. All right, I want to see Elias, Kyle, Stephanie, and Anissa right after this. Everybody else come back at 1700, and we'll do additional assignments. Now look, guys, I know this is exciting, and this is a great opportunity for our program, but let's be honest, this isn't our first rodeo. Let's treat this like any other assignment in the classroom, all right? I want to divide us into 2 teams on this one. Blue team, you're going to be looking for threats to the president. Red team, I want you guys looking for OPSEC vulnerabilities, anything that's been leaked or inadvertently posted to the internet. Everybody and their brother now has a camera on their cell phone. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody ends up filming the motorcade when it arrives, posting it to YouTube or Facebook. Next thing you know, it's gone viral.
How are we to report information of significance to the Fusion Center?
That's a good question. I've asked them, and I'm waiting to hear back.
We need a more efficient way of doing this. Central clearinghouse. They can see everything we're doing.
Makes spotting patterns easier for sure.
What about a wiki? We post info of significance and make it password protected.
We'll have information on one spot. Smart.
Well, go ahead, set it up, send me the URL, user ID, and a password, and I'll forward it to Fusion.
Hey Elias, can you come look at this?
What is it?
It's some sort of forum for flight enthusiasts, but check this out. I'm curious to see which is used tomorrow when both the President and Vice President arrive for the memorial service in Beckley, West Virginia. The VC-25 is a bit too heavy for Beckley, but they could come into Yeager, Charleston, but they'd have to travel 40 to 50 miles on the turnpike. I also wonder if FlightAware will list the flights, and if so, under what clandestine text.
Yeah, you're gonna wanna alert Fusion as soon as possible. And post this to the wiki.
Yeah, I already did.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Hello.
What you got?
Looks like a group's planning a counter-protest against some protesters we already know about.
How'd you find it?
Don't worry, I didn't have to trample on their First Amendment rights, Teach. They posted it as an announcement in a topics forum.
Wiki that bad boy.
I think I will.
I want limited staff here by 0830. Then I want all hands on deck by 1230 because that's when the auditorium's going to open for the memorial service. Plan to be here till about 15:30 or so. That's when Air Force One is going to take off and the President's going to leave West Virginia airspace. I'm going to send some of you home now so that you're in shape to handle a night shift. From here on out, I want 2 people awake and working around the clock. Have you guys gotten any sleep?
Yeah, of course.
No, I mean recently.
Define sleep.
Sleep is what you need to do if you're going to stay frosty and sharp. Go home. Go home, get some sleep. Hey, this isn't a request, okay? I need you guys at 100% tomorrow. Plenty of other people here tonight who can cover them. Now go, get out of here. Okay, everybody, it's time to bring your A game. You know what's at stake here. This isn't just about your reputation. You are now a valued part of the Homeland Security for this assignment. So when you finish monitoring the Twitter feeds, I want you to write down on a piece of paper where you left off, so when the next shift comes in, they know where to begin. Now, I hate to get all 19th century on you, but I really think...
posting that he'd like to drive a truck through the protesters.
That isn't nice.
No, it is not.
To all the families.
I've got a couple of the Red Team members dedicated to monitoring all of the state television and news reporters' social networking sites. Within 2 minutes of the president's arrival, it was already on their Twitter feeds. I cannot believe how much compromising logistical stuff they're posting.
Oh, I'm afraid I can. Blue Team.
A lot of chatter in state. Nothing critical as far as photos reviewed. Nisa and I are going to go run the First Lady again.
Okay, sounds good.
Approximately 1:15 a.m. Somebody from New Jersey tweeted this, quote, "I'd like to kill Michelle Obama," unquote.
Valley, across West Virginia. Voting aye. Vice
To be
President.
quite honest, I think this guy's harmless. Apparently had a problem with a wardrobe malfunction.
Yeah, but like the man said, it's not our job to judge. Plus, what if wardrobe was code for something else? Nice catch, Elias.
All right, guys. Air Force One is wheels up. We're done. Good job. Let's go home.
Yeah, Dave.
Hey, I wanted to share with you an email I just got from the Deputy Director of the Fusion Center. Listen to this. Dear O6ers, thank you for your help today. Because of your work, I was able to tell the feds something they didn't already know about a threat to the president. Keep up the good work. Look forward to working with you all in the future. You should be proud. I know I am. I'll talk to you later, okay?
Thanks, Dave. Have a good night.
My father was a coal miner, and he was killed in the coal mines when I was 12 years old. My mother was a remarkable woman. I could just imagine what it was like to wake up one night and find out that your husband is gone and you have 7 children to raise yourself. I just always wanted to go to college. Not that anything was wrong with being a coal miner, but I think the traumatic loss of a father So I really don't want to be a coal miner. I want to be something else.
So I grew up really around the Ohio Valley that was filled with a lot of steel mill jobs. And that's what most of the families of the kids that I grew up with, their families worked in the steel mills. That was just our way of life. But I knew pretty early on that I wanted to go to college.
My grandparents and my parents and everyone, they hadn't gone to university. No one had been to university in my family, but it was always sort of expected that I was going to be the first one to go to college. I remember coming home from school, and one of the first things in the evening, my grandma would sit down at the dinner table with me, and we would start doing flashcards for my homework, or spelling test the next day, or getting ready for chemistry and learning the periodic table.
My dad owned a business, and my mother was a homemaker. And she was a good mom, but she knew nothing about education. And it was always a given that Rhonda was going to go to college. But no one could give Rhonda any direction about where to go or what to do, that kind of thing. I knew I wanted to go to college, and I knew my parents wanted me to go to college, and I wanted to go for them, and maybe a little more than I wanted to go for myself.
As a first-generation college student, I had absolutely no idea what to expect. I just knew that I had some friends that were going to college here, and that I was pretty much on my own. But I quickly found out that getting involved, and for me, that was in a sorority, right? And that was with playing sports, even through intramurals, that having that affinity group, having that support group, that was going to be my way to success.
When I got here, I was frightened, felt overwhelmed. Did I do the right thing? And that first semester was scary. After that, I pledged a sorority. I became a cheerleader, and my world changed. I instantly got 60 sisters, and that were all there to help me. After my first year, then I became supportive for the group behind me. I was their support.
It's kind of like a family here at Fairmont State. It's big enough that you can get a great education, but small enough that you don't get lost and overwhelmed by the experience of going to college.
So Fairmont State was the right choice for me, as it had all the resources I needed, and it was so personalized. I never was in a classroom with more than a few dozen students. The professors knew your first name, and that was such a big difference. The opportunities that Fairmont State provides isn't confined to the small town, the local town. It provides a worldwide of opportunities, but with a personalized education. And that was so important to me, and it made such a big impact in my life and career.
If you're a first-generation college student, just like I was, I can guarantee you that there are current students and future students just like you that are questioning their ability to go to Fairmont State or to go to any college. And I can guarantee you, if you choose Fairmont State, you're going to be surrounded by not just those current students and those future students that are just like you. You're going to be surrounded by past students just like me that overcame those barriers and called Fairmont State my home forever.
For me, I can pitch it this way. Once I was finished, I was ready to start and do it all over again. It's the best it can be at Fairmont State.
Welcome back. I'm here with head tennis coach Terry Dermer. Terry, you coach both the men's and women's teams.
Right.
How are we going to do this season? We're coming up on the end, right?
Well, no, we're just starting.
That's true. You got a couple months left.
Right.
I guess,
We're just starting our season 2 weeks ago.
Yep.
But we're excited. We think we have a chance to win the conference.
That's great.
Go to the
NCAA. Take down Charleston. I know they were our kryptonite last year.
And let's go to qualify for the NCAA tournament.
That'd be great.
Both teams, and then see what happens in that tournament.
So how long have you been the tennis coach here?
I'm starting here at Fairmont's 7th year.
Okay, sounds good.
The 7th year.
And how many times have we been to the NCAAs during those 7 years?
The men have been 3 times, and the women 2 times.
Okay.
Yeah, so
awesome.
So it's great, yeah.
So you've had a pretty good fundraising day.
Right.
Right. You do a pretty good job. You have a pretty good group of supporters.
We do.
Is that a mix of alums and parents and?
Yeah, it's a mix of all those things. Alums, parents, tennis friends in the community in Fairmont, Clarksburg, Bridgeport, Morgantown. I've been teaching tennis for 45 years.
Right.
So I got a lot of contacts.
You got quite the network. Yeah. Talk about what the money we raise helps you do for your team and for your athletes.
Right. Well, first of all, it helps with our scholarships. Okay. We're able to recruit and bring in better players, higher quality players to Fairmont, where we can be competitive nationally, really.
Yep.
Nationally. And then the operating expenses with travel, equipment, indoor court time that we have to use,
right.
And balls.
You can't be outside all the time.
You can't be outside. so all those things, scholarships and operating expenses.
And you've got quite the international contingent on your team. It's kind of, when I came out and everybody introduced themselves, it was kind of like the United Nations.
Yeah, we're all over the world. We have, believe it or not, our team represents 6 continents.
Wow.
6 out of 7 continents.
Yeah.
And
they don't play tennis in Antarctica, right?
And don't have Antarctica. We don't have Antarctica.
Yeah.
But and we have West Virginians. We have on the guys 3 West Virginians players, and the girls 4 West Virginia players.
Awesome.
So we have a really good mixture, and the international players, students are they're great students. Fantastic students. And as well as being, really good tennis players.
Well, they're community members too. I mean,
right.
The international. You see your tennis players at all the different sporting events. They're always out there.
Right.
Whether it's softball or whatever, they're everywhere.
Yeah, they really, they love Fairmont, and they love all the teams and support all the teams, and we just have really good culture with their team.
One of my favorite memories from sports last year was we had. Softball, I think acrobatics and tumbling and tennis all on campus on the same day.
Right.
So I went out to softball, and between the games I came out and watched doubles tennis.
Right.
And then I went and watched acrobatics and tumbling. Then I went to dinner.
Right.
And I came home, it's 8:30 at night, and I'm walking the dog, and I hear noise from the tennis court.
Right.
So I came over, and Hugo, was that against Bloomsburg?
Edinburgh.
And Hugo, it says 8:30 at night.
Right.
And you all were tied 3-3, and there was this last match. The guys were cramping up. I got sucked in. I was there till it didn't end till 11 o'clock or so.
I mean,
that was
tennis matches are they last a long time.
Yeah.
We do the men and women at the same time.
Yep.
So they each have 3 courts to play the match. So if you get long matches, it goes a long time.
Yeah. One of the things I'm really impressed by with your team is you have a lot of people who don't play regularly.
Right.
But you still seem to have a real team atmosphere.
Right.
They all cheer for each other.
Right.
They're all, both the men and women are cheering for each other constantly.
Right.
What do you do to generate that culture?
Well, I mean, it's we talk about it all the time within the team. We talk about the one being obviously a good teammate and supporting. If you're not in there, you're part of the team. And developing that culture. It's a winning culture.
Yeah.
It really gets us through a lot of matches. We win matches because we're together.
That's great.
We're together, and I mean it's pretty fun to see. And it's one of the reasons why I'm still coaching.
That's good. We're glad you are. We're glad you are. So I asked everybody one last question: what makes Fairmont State great?
Well, I'm an alumni.
Yeah.
Won't say what year or not.
If you want to, that's up to you.
No, I'm proud of it. No, I graduated in 1970, and I played baseball here, and I was here, of course, in the so-called quote glory days, with JoJo and Squibb and Deacon, and but the only reason I'm coaching now is because of Fairmont.
Yeah.
Coming back to Fairmont. And the number one thing about Fairmont is the people. It's the people in not the school, but the town. I mean, it used to be called the Friendly City. I don't know, still called the Friendly City?
Still is, yeah. It still is.
But yeah, Fairmont is a special place in my heart, and of course will always be.
Awesome.
So,
well, thanks, Coach.
Thanks.
Yep.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
Thanks.
Hey everybody, we're here for another episode of Mike Tries It. I'm here with Fairmont State tennis coach Terry Deremer. Terry, what are we going to do today?
President Davis, we're going to teach you to serve.
Okay.
Teach you to serve today.
All right. I said earlier I went to a tennis camp when I was a kid, and I was voted worst tennis player at the camp. So you got your work cut out for you.
Okay. All right. We'll do this in a couple minutes. It could take an hour, but we'll
Sounds
do
good. Oh, wait.
a couple.
I need one more part of my wardrobe.
Okay.
All right, now I'm ready to go.
All right, now we're going to start with the grip. You got to have the correct grip. Okay, the grip for the serve is called the continental grip. So when you grip the racket, so the V of your fingers, thumb, and first finger is over to the side a little bit. It's kind of like you're pounding the.
One of the things I remember is it's supposed to be an extension of your hand.
Yeah, well, when you're hitting ground stroke,
Yep.
when you're hitting a forehand or backhand. Relax now, relax. Relax. Relax.
All right.
All right. So this is like you're hitting a hammer. That's your grip.
Got it.
Not over that way.
Got it.
So it's here. Okay. When you start, we'll start like we're serving this way. Put your left hand out. We don't have a ball, but just relax. Relax. He's got to relax a little bit. All right. Now you get your feet back a little bit that way. That's it. We're going to serve this way.
Okay.
Okay. Now your arms have to work together. Okay.
Okay.
So your arms are going to go. You're going to go here. You're going to go down. You leave go. You're going to go like this. Okay. You're going to go kind of down. So you're going to break here. Okay, and going down. Relax. Here, and now you're going to come up behind your head like you're throwing a softball. Okay, this arm drops, reach it up. He's got to relax a little bit more. Okay, you're going to use your wrist.
Okay.
Okay, then you follow through on your left side.
All right.
So let me show you real quick.
Okay.
So you're going to start here. You're going to go down. You go down, up. Okay. And through.
Okay. You make it look so easy.
You got to be loose. Now you got to be loose. So, all right, let's try it.
All right.
All right. You got your grip.
All right.
Here. Okay. Relax. You got to be loose now. Just like you're going to throw a softball.
Okay.
Okay. So you're going to go down, up, and swing.
Okay.
Down, up. Hey, we got that one?
All right. Thanks, Coach.
Thanks, President.
Welcome back. I'm here with the Fairmont State debate team with Director of Debate and Director of our Civics Institute, Samantha Godby, with Dexter Simon, and Dexter's from Bluefield, West Virginia. What year are you, Dexter?
I'm a junior, kinda.
You said like it's a question.
He's a first-year student with junior credits.
Got it.
Yes, that's it.
And Reagan Allen is from Jane Lou. And what year are you?
I'm a freshman.
Okay, no question about it.
Yeah.
Yes, no question. So it's been the first time in a while that we have a debate team. And obviously, with my experience as a debate coach, I'm excited about that. How has the year gone so far?
It was great. We traveled to a lot of places. We learned a lot this year, and next year we feel confident that we're going to dominate.
Got it. So you're both coming back,
Yes.
and you're going to work on recruiting teammates.
Yes.
Right, have a big team. That's awesome.
Yeah.
So how has it been transitioning to Fairmont State and doing debate here? And
It's been great. I mean, our student body seems really excited. I know that we have the two up here, but we have some other members who haven't had the chance to compete yet due to competing schedules. But a lot of people who told me next year they're coming, so I think they'll have an easy route. We have a ton of support from the administration and from the College of Liberal Arts also. So it's been great.
Why should colleges have debate teams?
Because they teach you a lot, okay? They teach you how to, breath control, first of all. It's an entire thing. They teach you how to be more competitive in points, how to point out the things that are important and the things that aren't so important. They teach you how to make appropriate rebuttals and a lot of other things that are useful in social skills. So, awesome.
Yeah, I definitely think it's good for helping out with future careers, especially if you want to go into the path of law or anything to do with like government and stuff like that. It is important to learn how to state a position and argue for it.
Awesome.
I'll say also academically, it's the style of debate we do forces the debaters to take both sides of whatever issue. And in today's world, that could, I mean, I think everyone should be forced to do that at some point, but they can't just have one stance. They have to understand the complexity of policy issues, which is...
Right, you have to learn how to talk to people who might not agree with you.
Yes, exactly.
Which is sorely needed.
Yes.
So you had a match from me, and it's already been met, so that's great. Talk about what funds will do for the team, what they'll help you do in the future.
Yeah, so the funds will really help us grow the team and allow us to travel more teams to tournaments. When you go to a tournament, you have to obviously have debaters, but you also have to have judging for that tournament. And since it's just me, we're kind of capped now at 2 teams per tournament because I can't, I can't judge more than the 6 rounds that are available. So we'll be able to do that. It's also been a while since we've had a team, so there's been a lot of technological advances that the team would need to have to be able to not put that cost on our students to be able to do that. So those would be some important kind of initiatives that we're looking at right now. Long-term goals, 5-10 years, we're hoping to use this for scholarship funds for the students as well.
When are you all debating again?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow
right here.
We are hosting JV Novice Nationals right here at Fairmont State, and I don't know if we've ever hosted a debate tournament before. I haven't seen anything in the records that says we have, so
that's exciting.
This may be the first time we're hosting, and it's great.
Yeah, and we just got back from one on Sunday, so there's been very little turnaround for these two.
And where was the one Sunday?
Suffolk University in Boston.
Massachusetts, awesome.
Yeah.
So you flew?
Reagan's first plane ride.
Yes.
What'd you think?
It wasn't bad.
Yeah.
I definitely thought it was going to be a little more drag than it was.
Yeah. Oh, good. I'm glad you weren't scared. So you'll do it again.
Yes.
Awesome. All right. So I have one last question I ask everybody. What makes Fairmont State great?
The people and the students, but the people in general, the support that we have here being small but big in heart, I think makes it a great place to be, to work and to call home.
I agree. We prioritize communication here. It's a beautiful campus. Our president genuinely cares about all of us. It's just a great place to learn and to work and to be.
The opportunity, especially given like the new Access Scholarship that helps students like me get their higher education to help them out in the future. I think the opportunity here is better than any other university I've ever seen.
Awesome. I love it. All right. So debate this weekend.
Yeah.
Go fight, win.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Go Falcons. Go Falcons.
Hi, my name is Dexter Simon, and I'm going to be defending sliced pepperoni rolls because they are the best, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, food lovers and connoisseurs of all things delicious, today I stand before you to make a case for something that may seem small, but in reality is of great importance, how we enjoy our beloved pepperoni rolls. For too long, the debate has raged. Should the pepperoni inside be a whole or sliced? While some may cling to the notion of stuffing an entire stick of pepperoni into a roll, I am here to tell you that the superior choice, the refined choice, the only choice for a truly elevated experience is sliced pepperoni. Let's begin with the most fundamental reason, flavor distribution, okay? When you bite into a pepperoni roll with a sliced pepperoni, you're guaranteed a consistent and balanced taste in every single bite. No more getting halfway through your roll before you finally encounter a burst of spice and savoriness. No more dry, underwhelming bites of plain bread, followed by an explosion of overpowering grease. With sliced pepperoni, the rich, meaty goodness is layered perfectly throughout, ensuring every mouthful is harmonious blend of flavor. Next, we must consider texture. A roll with a whole pepperoni often falls victim to an unfortunate fate. Rubbery, chewy, and sometimes even difficult to eat. But sliced pepperonis, it melts into the dough, fusing together in a perfect marriage of crispy edges, melted fats, and softened bread, which we all know and love as Americans. The result is a textural masterpiece, crispy, chewy, tender, and warm all in one. And let us not forget science. When pepperoni is baked in slices, the heat penetrates evenly, allowing the fats and slices to meld into the dough in a way that a single log of meat simply cannot achieve. The oils seep into every crevice, creating a flavor infusion that takes the roll to an entirely new level. Whole pepperoni, on the other hand, stubbornly retains its structure, depriving the roll of its full potential. Finally, considering the historical significance, the pepperoni roll, a proud staple of West Virginia cuisine, was originally designed as a convenient meal for coal miners, something portable, satisfying, and easy to eat. Sliced pepperoni stays truer to that mission. It is practical, convenient, and requires no struggle. It does not leave you with uneven bites or unexpected flavor gaps. It delivers exactly what was intended. A perfect, balanced bread, spice, and satisfaction. So, my friends, let us not settle for less. Let us embrace the superior method. Let us choose consistency over chaos, texture over toughness, and perfection over mediocrity. Let us declare once and for all that the sliced pepperoni roll reigns supreme.
You argue that sliced pepperoni provides better flavor distribution, but doesn't that come at the cost of reducing the bold, meaty bite that makes a pepperoni roll so satisfying?
No, and here's why. With sliced pepperonis, you can keep layering and stacking, as opposed to sticks, which just does not allow for the stacking capabilities, which gives you a more meaty, more bready, more juicy and fat bite in each pepperoni roll.
If tradition is important in defining the pepperoni roll, how do you justify moving away from the original stick-based method used by the coal miners who popularized it?
You know what else we popularized? Sliced bread. And now we made it better by having pre-sliced bread. I think that same principle applies here too.
I'm Reagan Allen from Janeland, West Virginia, and I'm defending the steak pepperoni. Ladies and gentlemen, lovers of tradition and champions of culinary excellence, today I stand before you not to simply argue, but to defend a time-honored masterpiece that needs no improvement, no alteration, no slicing. I speak, of course, about the pepperoni roll made with the mighty pepperoni stick. Now, I know what the critics say. They claim sliced pepperoni distributes flavor more evenly. They claim it melts into the dough in a way that is supposedly superior. But I ask you, since when has convenience ever been more important than experience? Since when has uniformity been more desirable than boldness? The truth is, a pepperoni roll made with a whole stick of pepperoni is not just food, it is an adventure. And that is why it is the superior choice. Let's begin with authenticity. The original pepperoni roll, the one first created to the minds by hard-working West Virginia coal miners, was made with a stick pepperoni inside soft, golden bread. It was simple, it was satisfying, it was perfect. It required no slicing, no delicate layering, just quality dough and a robust piece of cured meat packed together in a handheld meal that fueled an industry. Why change what was already great? Next, we must consider texture. Sliced pepperoni disappears into the dough, melting away like it was never there. But a true pepperoni roll, one with a full stick of pepperoni, retains its integrity. It provides a firm, hearty bite, a satisfying snap when you tear into it. It is bold, it is substantial, it is real food. Not just a snack, but a meal that reminds you of its presence with every bite. And what about flavor? While sliced pepperoni spreads its taste thin, whole pepperoni brings something else to the table: depth. As a roll bakes, the pepperoni slowly releases its oils, not all at once, but gradually, soaking into the dough over time. The result? A rich, buttery, spicy infusion that builds with every bite. First, you taste the warm, fluffy bread. Then the spice begins to hit, and finally, as you reach the core, you are rewarded with the full intensity of the pepperoni, a crescendo of flavor that sliced pepperoni simply cannot match. Then there's practicality. A whole stick of pepperoni does not get lost in the bread. It does not leave you wondering whether you get enough in a single bite. Instead, it gives you something substantial to hold on to, something that does not crumble or disappear. It is a self-contained, portable, and reliable source of flavor, one that does not compromise on experience. So, my friends, I ask you, why settle for something less? Why accept the diluted experience of sliced pepperoni when you can have the full-bodied, rich, and deeply satisfying bite of a pepperoni stick? This is not just a matter of preference, it is a matter of principle. Tradition, strength, flavor. The pepperoni stick represents all these things, and for that reason, it remains the only true way to enjoy a pepperoni roll.
You argued that the whole pepperoni stick enhances tradition, but doesn't good food evolve? If sliced pepperoni improves texture and balance, why should we resist innovation?
Traditional values are important in today's world that's ever evolving. Because we have so much change in the world, it's nice to tip to something that's more familiar and one that's been passed down for generations.
Well, with a whole stick of pepperoni, some bites are mostly bread while others are overwhelmingly meat-heavy. How do you defend this uneven distribution of flavor compared to the consistency of a sliced pepperoni?
There doesn't need to be an uneven distribution of flavor. Whenever you have sticks of pepperoni, you can add or decrease how many sticks you like. If somebody prefers 1 stick, they can make theirs 1. If some person prefers 4 sticks, they can add 4. Just depends on what consistency you enjoy best.
Defense of the pepperoni stick. I respect the reverence for tradition, the admiration for simplicity, and of course the love of a hearty bite. But today, I stand before you to challenge the notion and to argue, not just for convenience, but for excellence. Because the truth is, when it comes to the perfect pepperoni roll, sliced pepperoni is undeniably superior. Let's begin by addressing authenticity. It is true that the earliest pepperoni rolls were made with a stick of pepperoni, but tradition alone does not make something better. We evolve, we refine, we perfect. The automobile replaced the horse and buggy. The smartphone replaced the rotary phone, and in the same way, sliced pepperoni has improved upon the original roll, creating a better, more enjoyable experience. Now, let's talk texture again. The opposition claims that the whole pepperoni stick provides a hearty bite, but let's be honest, what it really provides is unevenness. One bite is all bread, the next bite is a greasy overload, and that satisfying snap of a whole pepperoni stick, that's just another way of saying tough and chewy. Sliced pepperoni, on the other hand, blends harmoniously into the roll, fusing with the dough to create the perfect contrast of crispy edges, tender interior, and just the right amount of chew. But let's not forget flavor. My opponent argues that sliced pepperoni spreads its taste thin, but this is not a flaw, it is a strength. Sliced pepperoni ensures that every single bite is infused with the rich, spicy, savory taste that we crave. There are no dry sections, no moments of biting into plain, underwhelming bread. The oils from sliced pepperoni melt beautifully into the dough, seasoning it throughout rather than pooling in one spot. And let's be real, what's better? A slow, gradual buildup of flavor or a perfectly balanced experience from start to finish? Finally, considering practicality, while my opponent praises the stick for pepperoni not getting lost in the bread, I must ask, how many of you have ever taken a bite of a whole pepperoni stick roll and had the entire thing pull out in one go? How many of you have wrestled with uneven bites, struggling to get the right ratio of meat and bread? This is the fatal flaw of the pepperoni stick. It is not designed for ease, for enjoyment, or for consistency. Sliced pepperoni, however, is layered thoughtfully throughout, making every bite perfect and every roll a masterpiece of efficiency. So, my friends, I ask you, why cling to an outdated, inferior method when a better one exists? Why accept inconsistency, toughness, and grease pockets when you can have balance, flavor infusion, and the perfect texture? Sliced pepperoni is not just the modern choice, it is the right choice. And once you taste it, once you experience the joy of a pepperoni roll, where every single bite is as good as the last, you will know the truth. Sliced pepperoni isn't just better, it's undisputably superior.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed lovers of bold flavors and hearty tradition, I have heard the argument in favor of sliced pepperoni. I have listened as it was praised for its so-called balance, texture, and convenience. But I stand before you today to set the record straight. Because while sliced pepperoni may try to promise uniformity, it sacrifices what makes a pepperoni roll truly great. Let us begin with flavor. My opponent argues that sliced pepperoni provides a more consistent taste. But is consistency really what we seek in a dish meant to be savored? The best foods build anticipation. They reward us for taking the journey. A whole stick of pepperoni does just that. As you bite into a roll made the way it was meant to be, you experience layers of enjoyment. The warm, slightly crisp dough, the gradual infusion of spice, and finally, the robust, meaty core. This is not just eating, it is experiencing. Now, let's talk texture. The opposition claims that the whole pepperoni is too chewy, too firm. That chewy is not a raw, it is satisfaction, it is substance. A roll of sliced pepperoni may try to melt away into the bread, but a true pepperoni roll offers contrast. The slight resistance of the pepperoni stick is what gives the roll its hearty bite, its character. If we wanted something that simply dissolved away, we'd eat a Hot Pocket, but we are here for something better. And then there's tradition. The first pepperoni rolls carried into the mines of West Virginia were not made in delicate slices. No, they were packed with whole sticks of pepperoni, meaty, filling, and practical. These rolls were not designed for culinary elegance. They were built for sustenance, for endurance. They were made to last through a long day's work. If we are to honor the legacy of the pepperoni roll, then we must stay true to the original form. But let's not forget practicality. My opponent argues the sliced pepperoni eliminates uneven bites, but what it really does is strip the roll of its personality. With a whole stick of pepperoni, you know what you're getting. It doesn't blend away, it stands tall. You never have to wonder whether a bite will deliver, because each one is filled with the full-bodied richness of pure meat. And let's be honest, have you ever bitten into a sliced pepperoni roll only to find a sad, greasy layer of thin meat that has completely disappeared into the bread? That doesn't happen with a real stick-based roll. So, my friends, let me ask you, why settle for something that fades away when you can have something bold? Why opt for uniformity when you can have adventure? The whole pepperoni stick is not just the original way, it is the better way. It offers richness, substance, and the kind of bite that reminds you exactly why the pepperoni roll is a beloved staple. If you want predictable, go ahead and slice it. But if you want something real, something satisfying, something that commands respect, then you know the truth. The whole pepperoni stick reigns supreme.
Welcome back. We're up over $340,000 and over 800 donors. And now I'm here with Travis Hinkle, our head volleyball coach. Travis, who do you have with you?
I have Kaylin Pott, a junior defensive specialist from Lebanon, Ohio, and Josie Nobby, a sophomore right side hitter from Greensburg, Indiana.
Awesome. So you have quite a few students from outside of the state of West Virginia.
I do. Yeah, we have a great mix of it, of girls that are local from West Virginia, plus girls from farther away that, have played at very high-level club, high-level experience that come in and bring that experience of that really high-level volleyball in Ohio, Indiana, and Michigan.
What attracted the two of you to Fairmont State?
For me, it was definitely just like the community here. And I think actually my parents are alumni at Fairmont State.
Okay. Awesome.
Yeah, so just the community here really brought me here.
So you had the inside track.
Yeah, well actually I got a gift from Kaylin. She came to me. She was actually going to go to WVU, chose Fairmont State, and then came and played volleyball, and we're glad we got her. So she was a unique story where she picked us. So.
Awesome.
Yeah, I mean I really like the size, and academically and athletically it fit really well. So.
Awesome. And your major's exercise science?
Yeah.
Awesome. So you had a pretty good morning.
I did.
You won the midnight to 1 o'clock challenge.
Yes.
It seemed like when I was here by myself, every time I look, it was like there's another donation for volleyball.
Yes.
You all built up a really good following. It happened last year too. You all had a great.
Yes, we had a really good.
Had people show up. Are those parents, alums, a combo of everything?
It is. Our families are amazing. I mean, you've been to games where our parents are packing the stands. They travel near and far. You have Josie's parents in the front row coming from Michigan, or not Michigan, Indiana, being there. But we have a good mixture. I challenge my friends. I always have the 10-friend challenge. Hey, donate $20, and then they do better than that and everything like that. But I always have like incentives where I have a little bribery. Coach will do something a little embarrassing to make sure that we meet those goals.
So what's the incentive this year?
So we're going to Texas in September, playing a tournament in San Antonio, and we're raising money for that this year. That's our primary goal. So of course Texas. What do you know about Texas? Cowboys. So I want to dress up as a cowboy. If we reach 101 donors, and the girls get crumble cookies and get to watch me do a line dance while I eat crumble cookies in the middle of the Joe Rettigan floor.
How close are we now?
We are at 60 donors, 61 donors, and we are at $8,000, $9,000 right now.
So there you go. If you give to volleyball, we'll let you know when it's going to happen. And you can come watch.
And we want to put it on social media. I already promised that too. If they do it both, because that's
you will get your money's worth.
And the thing is, I will not hurt myself this year after losing last year's battle.
So you said you're going on this trip to Texas, but talk generally about what these donations do for the team and what they mean.
So, we use that to, we use it for scholarship enhancements. We use it for equipment upgrades, to get extra perks like travel shoes and the extra swag like the jackets that Josie's wearing and stuff like that, to make sure that we have what student athletes want. We always live in a wish list, like what's something that you want, and we talk about that too, and just making sure that we are top tier in our conference and we have what we need.
So after this interview, they're going to show my Mike tries it with volleyball, and I'll say volleyball seems impossible to me. I don't know how you ever make the ball go where you want it to go. It seems like magic. Like I don't know how you do it. It looks so much easier from the stands than it is when you're actually out on the court. So how long have you all been playing volleyball?
I've been playing since I was in 5th grade, so a long time now.
Yeah, mine's 4th grade, so about the same, like 10-ish years.
Got it. So it just feels natural to you all, right? The stuff that seemed impossible to me. And then I injured myself out there too, so you'll probably be able to see on the video when I did. And luckily Travis saved me and said, all right, I think we're about done here.
Yeah,
so,
it happens, yeah.
All right, so I got one closing question I ask everybody. What makes Fairmont State great?
The people that are there to support you day in and day out. They ask you how you're doing. They know like they know about you and your program, and you can see a person, they'll say hi to you, they'll sit down and have a cup of coffee with you. Like, you don't have a stranger here at Fairmont State. That's what I like.
Yeah, I think the people as well, just the community here. Like, I've met my best friends here, and I'm really thankful. And the athletic department has been great, and they care for you more, your academics, and just you as a person.
Awesome.
Well, I guess I'll ditto that. I mean, the people are great. It's definitely nice to come far away from home and just feel included. And like the city of Fairmont is great, and then also just like the people here. You go to class and they know your name and that you're a volleyball player, and so it's been really great.
That's great. I mean, it seems like you have a great team atmosphere.
I do.
So,
yeah,
as a president, I noticed that. So,
yeah, no,
I really appreciate that.
Really proud of it. Like I tell them every day, the most important thing is I'm so proud to be their coach. Like I'm glad they're a Falcon, but with how they represent the university, the community, they're special people. And every day, I'm so excited to go to practice. We had 6 a.m. practice this morning, and they were smiling, ready to go.
Awesome.
Talking about day of giving, like getting on Instagram and doing the takeover, because they love it here. They love being Falcons.
That's great. All right, we'll give to volleyball, and let's get Travis dressed up like a cowboy.
Yeah.
Go Falcons. Hey everyone, we're here for Mike Tries It. I'm with Fairmont State University volleyball coach Travis Hinkle. Travis, what are we going to do today?
We are going to do the basics of volleyball. What you see at every match, we're going to pass a serve and receive a serve. You're going to have a setter set you, and you're going to attack that pass that you have. So
I've watched a lot of volleyball in the last couple of years, but I do not have much experience playing volleyball. So I'll probably need more instruction here than I have for some of the others.
Okay, we can do it.
Let's
sure.
go.
Let's go. Yeah.
You got
I'll get in a circle and we go.
That'll be the easiest thing I do.
Yeah. It has to be really loud. Yeah. You gotta be really excited too. I can't get.
Hey, welcome back. I'm here with Matt Scanlon, faculty member in chemistry. So Matt, happy day of giving.
Thank you. Happy day to you, too.
You said you just came right from the lab, right?
I have students that I abandon in lab. I hope they don't blow up Hunt Hot Hall, but they won't.
Well, I think it's well insured, so if anything happens, as long as they're okay, we'll be okay.
They're fine. I have somebody with them.
So today we're trying to raise money for some of our academic programs, and chemistry is one of them. Talk about what kind of needs there are in chemistry that donations would help.
So chemistry has a lot of expense in their equipment. We have an AA worth about $60,000, mass spec worth about $60,000. I'm sorry, the AA is about $30,000.
Yeah.
We have a huge amount of equipment, and the equipment requires upkeep. And upkeep is expensive. We repair what we can, but sometimes you just have to buy pieces and have people come in. And that is one of our main expenses that we have to deal with every year. Yeah. Fairmont State funds us well. I mean, we have money for chemicals and things of that
the
nature.
Basics.
The basics we have money for. But that stuff is hard to do. Yeah. And that would be one of the main things.
And my guess is, because it's true of most programs at Fairmont State, our students are doing the work. They're doing hands-on pieces, so
our students get to use the equipment.
Yeah.
We have them
starting right from the beginning.
Well, not so much freshmen, but sophomore, juniors, seniors, they're on the equipment, they're learning equipment. In fact, I have students come back all the time say they love me at work. And our students are well trained and know how to deal with problems. So, some of the students that are listening might have hated me when they had me, but usually I get back thank yous.
Right, once they get out
there and boss says do this and it happens.
But that probably really supercharges the need for this equipment because you have so many students using it and trying to get their, getting their hands dirty.
And I let students learn the material on their own. So they go in and I don't tell them how to do it. So they break it once in a while.
Yeah.
But that's a good experience for them. I allow them to repair instruments and get involved and call the companies, all the stuff they'd have to do on a job. Yeah. And it's a wonderful experience for our students, I think.
That's awesome. So I always ask everybody one last final question. What makes Fairmont State great?
There's a lot of things that make Fairmont State great, but for me, it's my colleagues and my students. I love teaching my students, and I'm friends with all of them. And one year I applied for, I didn't realize I did this, but one year I applied for one of the awards. I was nominated.
Yeah.
And a student wrote me a reference and say, Matt brings you in and makes you part of the family. And that's what we do here at Fairmont State.
That's why we do it, right?
Make a family, don't we? So.
Well, thanks very much. So if you're so moved, give to chemistry and help these students get what they need. Awesome.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Mike.
Matt.
Hi, thank you for contributing to Fairmont State University Chemistry Program. We will use your funds that you contribute to things like repairing the AA or the UV vis or fluorometer. As you well know, we have a lot of instrumentation that we get our undergraduates involved with, and it's very expensive. We have to purchase these things, and we have to keep repair contracts and monies for repair. Your money will go towards that. Thank you very much.
Dribble away the clock, and the Fighting Falcons are going to cut down the nets for the first time in 11 years. It's the first ever Mountain East Conference Tournament Championship for the Fighting Falcons of Fairmont State. The magical season continues, 26-5 on the season.
Absolutely incredible. And Stephanie Anderson has done an incredible job at Fairmont State.
Assistant under Steve McDonald, who won the last tournament championship at Fairmont State.
Money from the comfort of my sofa. So much drive, now I gotta get a chauffeur. One day I'll be big, but I know I'm getting closer. Call me Denzel, aka Big O. The world in my hands, cause I took it off your shoulder. Money on my feet, you know I got the shit from Lowell. I'm ballin' like Mike when you see him on a poster. Like, yeah, they gotta get one in my holster. Strike. Fuck around and catch a hot one to your temple. But the number on my front door. Go around and catch a hot one to your temple. Got a new chain, what you think I brought the strap for?
We're live? Yes. All right. Here we are. We're with head women's basketball coach Stephanie Anderson and graduate student guard Madeline Huffman. So, welcome.
Hey, thanks for having us.
Happy to have you. Great game last night.
Thank you.
You avenged that early season loss. I know that's important to you.
It felt great. I thought the girls played a great job. Did a great job, yeah.
Yeah, great defense the whole game, and that's I know
it was
that's
a lot
what
of
you
fun.
stress. And
we did, and they honestly put together a full game, which was nice on both ends of the floor. So I thought they did a really good job.
And you're coming down the home stretch.
Yeah, one game left.
One more regular season game, and then next Thursday at 6, right?
Correct. Yeah.
All right, I'll be there.
Okay.
I'm excited.
Perfect.
Yeah, I wouldn't miss it. So I was, last year I was supposed to miss the tournament, and my travel plans got canceled. And I'm really glad I didn't.
I know.
Miss it,
I mean, we heard you, so
yeah. Now I won't miss one. So.
Well, I hope we make similar memories.
Yeah. So you've been with this group of seniors a long time.
Yeah.
So I know it's exciting, but also bittersweet as you come to the end.
For sure. Yeah. I mean, I think I've told a lot of people that this season. I've just been trying to appreciate it as it's happening, not like look back and be like, wow. I mean, even like today, like walking in, I was like, I feel like I should just give them a round of applause because yesterday was incredible. I mean, what they did and what they put together was it wasn't just like of the work of two days prep, right?
Yeah.
It was the work of 5 years before that to make them play that way. So, yeah, it's pretty cool.
Madeline, can you appreciate it while you're going through it, or are you too in it?
Yeah, no, I definitely appreciate it going through it, but I've been trying not to think about it too much because I know I'll be emotional once it's all over.
Save that for when it's eventually
We're all avoiding. Yeah. At this point,
don't talk about it. Sorry.
No, you're good. Yeah, you're good.
So I think one of the things you and I've talked a lot about this is you do a really good job building a team atmosphere. So no matter where you are on the bench or whatever, you can tell people enjoy being on the team together, enjoy that experience together. How do you do that intentionally in a way that builds a team?
Honestly, I think it's just the only thing that I know. I think team for me has been something that's been important for my entire life, and I didn't realize it until I've started coaching that it was something that helped raise me. And so for me, the importance of a team is more important than the winning and losing because I think it helps create so much more than your future and teaches you so many things. And then that obviously winning comes from a byproduct of that, of everybody being on the same page. So, yeah.
So Madeline, why Fairmont State? What made you come here?
It's close to home, had the major that I wanted, and then after I met Stephanie Mickey, it was just kind of a no-brainer for me. It felt right at home, so.
Because you came in when the team wasn't successful like it is now.
Yeah. It was different, right? It was different.
Yeah.
I mean, I hadn't even coached yet. No. I mean, Madeline was basically our first recruit. So, literally our first one that we signed. So
they took me to Muriel's. I couldn't say no after that.
Oh my gosh. Madeline does love some pasta.
But when you came in, could you see that something was building?
Yeah, for sure. But they talked about their plan and what they wanted to do going forward, and I was excited to be a part of that.
And now you're reaping the benefits, right?
Exactly.
You took a chance.
Yeah, I made the right decision.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah. So you've completed your match already.
Yes.
You have some great supporters.
We do. We have an amazing support system. We do, for sure.
And you don't always see that with women's athletics, right? But I think we just had Travis up here talking about volleyball. Softball already met their match. I think that what I really love about Fairmont State is it doesn't matter what sport you are, we have fans that are supporting what you do.
I think so, and I think that was honestly the biggest, from the previous institution that I played for, even coming to here, it was just, that was honestly one of the biggest things that I noticed was how much the community and everybody just supported the athletic program.
Yeah.
And I thought that was amazing because just to have that support, it creates an environment that you're excited because people care.
Yep.
So that's really cool. Yep.
So you're up over $19,000 today. What sort of impact does that have on your program? What does that allow you to do?
Everything, right? I mean, our girls, one, obviously scholarships, but I think just making the student athlete experience even more special for them, right? Anytime that we can take trips for them to bond on or create activities for them, it's very special for us, and we've been able to update for some of our facilities and stuff with it, and I mean it's done a lot for us in our program.
It's funny, so they don't need a lot, right? Because last year you made it to the NCAA tournament, and I said anywhere they want a meal from, my office will pay for it. Right? And I thought Muriel's or somewhere, and they chose Chipotle.
I mean, they're simple. They're very simple.
Yeah.
I don't know. If you ask them this year, they might tell you Wonder Bar this year. Second time around, they might change their mind.
Well, we'll see.
We'll see. So they're pretty humble.
Win the conference championship, and then we'll see.
Yeah, right. That works. That's the plan.
Yeah. So I'm really excited about next week. Hopefully our fans travel well.
They do.
I mean, I said that, I was telling TK, I was like, sometimes I go to away games and I feel like it's a home game because there's so much maroon in the crowd.
There is. I mean, absolutely. And honestly, a lot of their families travel very well. I mean,
Do your parents come to all the games?
Not all of them, but they do make it to a lot of them.
I feel like they're here for a lot of them.
Yeah. They're hard to miss when they're there. There's so many kids.
And somebody like that, at least within their families there usually, so which is really cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And what are you going to do next year? I know we're not supposed to talk about next year.
I'm going to graduate assistant for Stephanie Mickey, so I'll still be around. Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yep.
That's
I'm
amazing.
excited.
That's great. So you're going to coach your sister?
Yes.
She does that.
For 5 years. Yeah.
She does that all the time now. So
I got one question about that. Is it a huge advantage to be playing with your sister?
I would say, yeah. I feel
it seems like there are times where you make a pass and I'm like, how did Leslie know to go there?
Yeah, she kind of, I guess just playing together for so long is giving us that advantage.
And you've never had to play against each other, right?
No. Not that I can remember, at least.
Yeah.
We've always gone to the same school. So
if they had to play against each other, they would want to murder each other. I'm so happy they don't. So
that would
awesome.
Be quite the matchup.
Quite, yes.
So I ask one last question of everybody.
Yep.
What makes Fairmont State great?
The people. I think. I mean, of course we have the amenities, this and that, but I think it's the people. I think everybody feels like home and they're super supportive, and that's what keeps people around is the relationships.
Awesome.
Yeah, I agree with that completely. Just the community and the support that everybody around here provides is, irreplaceable.
I'm glad to hear you'll be back next year.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yep. Awesome. All right. Well, give it to our women's basketball team, and then show up Thursday at 6 o'clock in Wheeling and cheer loud.
Absolutely. So, yes.
Yep. Go Falcons.
Thank you. Let's do it.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Hey everybody, I'm here for Mike Tries It with MEC Championship coach Stephanie Anderson. Stephanie, what are we going to do today?
We're going to teach you how to take a charge.
Okay, I used to know how.
Well, we're going to refresh you. The girls are excited about it.
All right, sounds good. I just
Okay.
need one more thing before we start.
Yes, let's go.
All
Love
right,
that.
Now I'm ready.
Okay, perfect.
Let's
All right,
go.
let's do it. Okay, we need one ball. Dr. Davis are going to have it. Okay. Madeline, you're out? Yep. All right. Okay, so Dr. Davis, what you're going to do, you're going to pass the ball to Madeline. And then you're going to close out to her like a closeout.
Okay.
Okay, so go ahead and do that. We'll walk through it first.
Okay.
You're going to close out to her, throw it to her, close out. Okay. When she passes it up and passes it to Leslie, you're going to sprint to the middle. Yep. And then Leslie's going to drive and you're going to take a charge. Got it?
All right.
And we'll do that live. Okay?
All right.
All right, let's do it.
There's not a pad on the ground or
No.
something?
It's just, that's it. Okay? All right, you ready, Dr. Davis?
I'm ready.
All right, let's do it. Here we go. Good job. That was great. You did a wonderful job.
First
I love
take.
that. Easy peasy. Thank you. That was great.
Of course. Thank you all.
Yeah. That was good.
Wow! No way! This is too cool! Awesome. Look, Katie, the Iron Falcon. That girl's strong. Oh my goodness. Look at our championship photo. Aww. I'm so thankful this is here. This looks great. Yay.
First and foremost, I want to say thank you. You know, from your support to a small donation to a large donation, any and everything that you guys do for us is truly felt. It's felt for all of us in the organization, and you know, we're able to use that for the wall that you guys were just able to see, for our players to experience. It has been amazing to watch our players walk through that hallway and see it come to life, and to see their faces displayed on that wall because of how hard they've worked, because of the support of the people of you. You know, that is just one thing. So the scholarships that you guys are able to help provide, you know, the trips that we're able to take on, Hawaii, some of our team bonding trips that we've been able to go to through DC camping, all of that. It makes a huge impact for everything that we do, and we cannot do that without you. So this day is extremely special to us, and we want to just say thank you for everything that you do for us.
Hey everybody, welcome back. We're about halfway to our goal. Check out those matches. Those matches are going to be the best ways to increase your donation dollars. So check those out. Nick and I are going to pay $1 for every donor. Every donor. Every unique donor. So make us pay too. So I'm here with Nick Fantasia, president of our Alumni Association.
I'm also going to kick in $250 to the athletic team that has the most donors.
There you go. So you got to try and catch volleyball. Volleyball's doing pretty good right now.
They're spiking.
So's baseball, those two. So
that's good.
I know baseball's near and dear to your heart.
It is indeed.
Yep.
It is indeed.
So here we're on 6th day of giving.
Yes. Great event.
Yep.
Great opportunity to showcase the institution.
Absolutely.
And it's all about helping a new generation of Falcons.
Absolutely.
And you know,
you have a lot of Falcons in your family.
We do. You know, my dad started here in 1949, or 1946 rather, after World War II, and graduated with a teaching degree in 1949. And I've got 4 sisters who graduated from here, plus myself. And Nicholas is over there with Tina. He's working his way towards graduation. We got to get past algebra this semester, and then we're in.
So there's a lot of Fairmont, a lot of maroon in your family.
That's right. For years.
Yeah, that's awesome. So what is it about Fairmont State that keeps bringing Fantasias here?
Well, I mean, it's family. Fairmont State, when you talk about Falcon Nation is 13 countries and 36,000, whatever that number is, of active alumni. But they're all in one house, and we're all around the same table, and we're all trying to make sure that Nicholas gets a B in algebra. We're all trying to make sure that Stephanie's little one is in that next trajectory to go up. I mean, once the beauty of Fairmont State is, without trying, once you've been here, you want everybody else to come here.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I've been here a year and a half.
I know.
I feel like I couldn't have gotten here fast enough, right? And I think that it's that feeling. Right?
It is,
and I think that everybody you talk to wonders why somebody would go anywhere else.
It's amazing with the opportunities that are out there that any student can make any decision. Because I've got an 18-year-old who's going to graduate in May, and my gosh, you get cards and you get letters and you get flyers, and there are just thousands of opportunities before these students. But when you boil it all down to North Central West Virginia, there's not a better place to get an education. Dollar for dollar, class for class, faculty for faculty. It's a great value.
We've got facilities like no other place our size. You know what I mean?
Right here.
Yep.
Yeah.
And Nicholas will tell you it's got great food too.
He'll tell you it's all you can eat, and ice cream comes with the card.
Yeah, absolutely. So you've seen a lot of different changes at Fairmont State over the years.
Indeed.
And one of the things I always tell our graduates at commencement is Fairmont State will change in ways you can't imagine, and that's okay.
Yeah.
Right. So you've seen a lot of these changes. What's the future look like for us?
Boy, it's hard to say what the future looks like, because what's the future for West Virginia? What's the future for the United States? But what I can tell you is whatever emerges in that West Virginia future, whatever emerges in that national culture, it's here. And it's here at an affordable price, and it's here with people who are sincerely interested in educating your family. It's not a cliche. The faculty members that my son is involved in, they're not interested in their next job. They're interested in getting this job done, and that's the future. Making sure that you get the job done, making sure that that next generation of Falcons are feathering the nest for the generations that are coming up on them. But you talk about the changes I've seen. We did that governor's debate the other in the spring at Turtle, and we were talking about how much the campus has changed. And I said, but if you look, it really hasn't. There used to be stairs and a roadway that went across Turley and went across Walman Hall. But if you look, that same doorway we went into in the libraries there, that same place where we used to sit in the trees at Walman Hall, if you peel it back a little bit, what you grew up with is still here, but the beauty of it is it's better.
And when Bob Tennell and I were talking, the thing that hasn't changed is, he was here years ago, and he's talking about faculty members who made a difference.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
Nicholas is going to say the same thing.
Yeah.
Right, so that's the thing that doesn't change.
I mean, when I think of Fairmont State, from my experience at Fairmont State, I don't think about the ad building. I don't think about Janes Hall. I think about Billy Haynes, and I think about Libby Fry, and I think about Jody Van Horn and Steve Gatrell and Michael Belmere. It's the people.
Right, the people who dragged you through sometimes. Yeah,
it's the people. Yep. The people are the bricks that make the building.
All right, so we've got 10 or so, a little less than 10 hours left.
Got 9 hours to go.
So there's some people who've given some, but may be able to give more.
Sure.
There's some people who haven't given yet.
Sure.
And there's some people on the fence about giving. What would you say?
It's not about can you give more. It's not about have you given some. It's not about anything but taking advantage of the opportunity. If you decide you want to kick $10 in, if you decide you want to kick $10,000 in, it's all the same. It all adds up the same way. So if you come up here and you want to throw a dart in the cup for $10, that's great. If you want to, go to the athletics dinner and kick $50 into the kitty, that's great. If you want to come with me to Morgantown to the Joe for the alumni event, and you want to throw $100 into that kitty, it's great because it all comes to the same place.
Absolutely.
Rising tide, it's raising all boats.
Yep. Thank you, Nick.
Thank you.
And thanks for everything you do to support me.
Glad to be here.
Awesome. Go Falcons.
We got it.
Like it? I just said it. All right, everybody, welcome back. I'm here with Tony Marandino. Tony, you are a proud Fairmont State alum.
Yes, sir.
What year did you graduate?
Graduated in 02. I was up here from 97 to 02.
It sounds like an extra year.
Well, I had a little fun, let's just say.
We don't mind. We don't mind taking an extra year of tuition from you. That's okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, you and I have gotten to know each other really well since I got here. And I was just talking to Nick. This university doesn't look like it did when you were here.
No,
right?
not even close.
A lot has changed, but there's some things that are consistent year over year, right? Like every single person who's come up here who's an alum has talked about a faculty member who made a difference.
Absolutely.
So who are those faculty members or staff members when you were a student here?
So going back to 97 from 02, I remember back in the day, I didn't really know what I wanted to do. So I started off, I was in the education department, I was in the phys ed department. Finally, I realized, I think I want to get in the business department. So that's why I was here for 5 years.
Yeah.
So after that, I realized, and being in the business department, I can remember the late, great Dr. Glenn Harmon, Bill Laughlin, Nancy Lawler, Bob Weaver, just all those people in the business marketing department. They really, really shaped me to who I am today. At least I think they did, and really helped me and just continued my love of the university.
Awesome. Why'd you choose Fairmont State? Or maybe you didn't have a choice. Maybe your dad told you were coming.
Well, no, it was a little bit twofold. Actually, I was a golfer, so I wanted to play golf. And I actually had an offer at D&E. So I was this close to going to D&E. And I said, you know what? No. Of course, a lot of my buddies were staying in town, and I wanted to stay in town too. So I got a little offer here at Fairmont to play golf. So that's what ultimately brought me here to stay.
Awesome.
Yeah.
But you keep coming back.
I do keep coming back. The people here, Mike, are just unbelievable, right? Yeah. I mean, especially you now being here with you and your leadership and your family and just the way you guys have taken to the community. It's just very, very nice to see it,
Because your whole family are Fairmont State.
Absolutely.
Right? I mean,
absolutely. My dad's an alum. My mom is an alum. Myself, of course, my sister. She got her education degree from up here, as my mom did. So yeah, it's near and dear to our hearts. I've been running on this campus since I was probably 7 or 8 years old. Yeah. When my mom would bring me up here, she'd leave me in the nickel or whatever while she was in class, and I was in there hustling some pool games.
And I think you still see that, Stephanie Anderson, is wheeling around her little one. You see our faculty and staff have their kids here, our students, right? And I think that, it's a family atmosphere, and that's the goal, right?
Absolutely.
Like, it's supposed to be, we're a public institution. We got to serve the public, So, what do you hope to see for the future of Fairmont State?
Well, I think the future is very, very bright, number one. I mean, again, with your leadership and your vision that you have, this great facility we have here in the Falcon Center, I think we can only build on it. I think we're the best Division II institution in the country. Just again, the people here, the sense of community, the sense of pride. The sense of giving. I don't know what the number is already, but I think we're almost up to.
We're about halfway there.
Yeah, 350,000.
Yep.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah,
and it's only 2:30.
Yeah, we got about 10 hours left.
Yeah. So it's just unbelievable. I can't thank you enough for everything that you've done.
When I interviewed here, people kept saying, we're the best kept secret. We're the best kept secret. I was like, let's stop keeping secrets.
Amen.
Let's tell everybody how great we are, and then let's go.
Amen. Amen.
So,
and I think it's getting out there.
Yeah.
I think it's showing. I really think it's showing.
So last question I ask everybody is, What makes Fairmont State great?
The people. You, the people, everybody here in this room. I mean, look what we're doing, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, this day of giving 2-3 years ago before you came on board, it wasn't anything like this. The dollar amount wasn't what it is at 2:30 on the day of. You know, no way, it wasn't even close. It's just, again, what you and your staff and the people here are doing, it's just tremendous. I can't.
And maybe I'll give you one last chance to look in that camera and tell everybody why they should give.
You should give because, number one, this is the greatest Division II, even let alone university in the country, in my opinion, and to support all the great programs that we have here, from the arts, from the athletics, to criminal justice, every great program. Everything, every dollar is needed, okay? We love it here, and we want to continue to do the great things that we're doing.
Thanks, brother.
Thank you, brother.
I'm here with Mary Jo Thomas, alum and member of the Alumni Association Board, former president of the Alumni Association Board. You've held a lot of roles.
I'm old. I've been around a long time.
You're vintage. How about that?
I
Vintage,
like that.
yeah.
I like that.
So, this is our 6th day of giving. I'm sure you've been at all of them and been involved in all of them. What causes are you supporting today?
Well, I've been involved in all of them, but this is the first one I've actually been here for the day.
Oh, really?
So I'm so excited. A lot of causes. Number one, the Alumni Association, of course.
Yep.
With that, the Alumni Scholarship, the Emeritus Scholarship, I'm thrilled we got those funded.
Yep.
But then I'm also a great supporter of our athletic programs. I think they're great for young men and women.
Yep.
And I'm so proud of our Falcons. And we have so much to offer the community. And I think our young athletes are such an inspiration.
Yeah, I was just telling
people.
Stephanie Anderson was just up here, and I was saying to her, the thing that impresses me so much is it doesn't matter what team it is. Right? You see some places where football gets a lot of money or men's basketball gets a lot of money. Here it's every single one of our teams has their supporters and people who are fighting for them, and it's really impressive, you know, it's really great.
Well, and we have so many opportunities. The band is growing. I was in front of that band a lot of years ago, a lot of pounds ago. But anyway.
Oh, were you?
Absolutely.
Awesome.
Well, back in the moldy oldies. But so many opportunities for growth.
Yeah.
And to learn to give back. And I think that student government here is so active, and that's great.
Yes.
I think that
that's one of the ones. They have a match that we haven't met yet. Mitch Moore has a match for student government, so if you're out there, that's a good one to look at.
Give on all those matches and watch them, and we have so many folks from the community, a lot of alums, some that aren't alums. We call them Falcon wannabes.
Yeah.
But
honorary Falcons.
Honorary Falcons.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, our tent's big enough for everybody.
Our tent is absolutely big enough for everyone, and I think that if you can't find something at Fairmont State that you would like to donate to or give to, you are entirely too picky, because we help all ages and all groups, and I think that our student government and some of the other associations, the affinity groups, have done so much to help our community and then others that are in need, for example, with the flooding and all that.
Yep.
So I'm very proud to say I'm a Falcon. My brother and I are both scholarship recipients, and so we try to give back.
That's great.
As well.
Pay it forward.
Pay it forward. You absolutely need to.
We appreciate that.
Someone did that for us, and our turn.
Well, if you want to look in the camera and tell people it's their turn to step up and give, here's your chance.
Okay, now's the time. The time is now. It's the one day of giving. Please dig deep. If you've already given, thank you so much. And if you haven't, please think about it. You have a few more hours on this day of giving. If you've already given, dig a little deeper, because the need's great, but the rewards are phenomenal. We have a great group of Falcons here. We have a lot of folks that are giving of their time and their talents, and we hope you'll join us. As the president just said, the tent's big, so come and join us. And once a Falcon, always a Falcon. Come on, alums, let's show them we're here.
All right, so I got one last question to ask everybody. What makes Fairmont State great?
I think it's the sense of family, the Falcon family. It makes it good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Thanks.
Gonna pass that goal.
Yep, absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back. I'm here with Vice President of Student Affairs, Jana Bredesen, who's going to talk about the Freshman Counselor Program.
I am. For those of you who know, fall is a very important time as we welcome in new students. But we can't do that by ourselves. We really have to do it with older students that we provide mentorship to bring in the new students. And we haven't had a program in a long time called the Freshman Counselor Program. Well, I have rallied a few of our most famous alumni from the Freshman Counselor Program, Lauren and Drew, and they're going to talk a little bit about their experience, but they're also going to talk to you about what it means to be a freshman counselor and why you should give.
Before we get started, I want to call out two other alumni of freshman counselors, and Lauren and I are going to match what these two people donate. So go on Facebook, go to the bottom of the list, tag Ryan Collins, now known on Facebook as R.E. Collins. Tell him to donate to freshman counseling, and then we'll match whatever he donates. And Ann Mezenot, tag her as well, share it, and make sure they know that they have to donate by the end of the hour. and we'll match it. Sorry, now back to that.
So Drew and Lauren, why was this program so instrumental in your experience here at Fairmont State?
I think it got us involved on campus activities, and it was the best way to meet people because everybody that was a freshman counselor was a part of different organizations. You had the Greek life, you had the sports, you had student government. Everybody came together for this one group.
My freshman year, at the end of my freshman year, I was taking classes to transfer out of here. I was ready to go back to Frostburg, where my brother was, where it was easy. And freshman counselors, I met people, and suddenly within 6 weeks, I'm in a fraternity, I'm in student government, I'm involved in everything on campus, and meeting people like Michael Belmere that was here then he was instrumental in our life-changing experience for all of us. So it was a big deal. It changed everything. I mean, it literally changed everything in my trajectory.
So what are some things that we can do in the fall to bring back this program to make sure it's as impactful as it was for you all?
We came together right before school started every year for a couple days and just had team bonding activities. We spread out in different groups, and
it was a lot about not being part. We were all part of different organizations. As the years went on, we were all different organizations. When we'd go to these away getaways, nobody wore Greek letters, nobody wore team anything. Everybody was on an equal playing field, and it brought us all together. So there was TEEKs and TBIs and SIGTALs all getting along, having fun. And then you come back here, it was kind of weird to not talk to that person. So now all these organizations are working together as well because they know each other, they're friends.
It was one big family.
That's it. It was easy. It made life easier.
I love it. Well, it's something that we're going to bring back this fall. So we really hope that you will help us out to be able to support this program because it's something that we'll be able to give on not only for this year but for years to come. Dr. Davis?
And I think there's a match for freshman counselors.
There is.
So if you click on matches on the website, you can find the match for freshman counselors that you can give.
Yep. Or if you just go to Student Life, it's also under the Student Life tag too.
It's a good time to bring it back. New energy around here.
Awesome.
That's exactly right. Well, thank you.
Yep. Thank you both.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So my name is Todd Ensign, or I guess in some circles it's Dr. Todd Ensign. I'm the program manager for the Katherine Johnson Independent Verification and Validation Facilities Education Resource Center. So it's interesting history. 25 years ago, Ned Keeling was the director of the IV&V facility, and he felt deeply that education outreach was important, and every NASA center had an education resource center. And so he worked with what ended up being a colleague of mine, Karen Davis, who was then a graduate student at West Virginia University, and Eric Pyle, who was professor of science education, and they created the ERC. For about 5 years, it was at WVU, and then I personally was working at a nonprofit organization called the Adventure Group, but we were collaborating closely with the ERC to implement NASA projects like the GLOBE program, the Global Learning and Observations to Benefit the Environment. So there was this overlap while the ERC was managed by WVU, but I was adjuncting at Fairmont State, working with Dr. Deb Hemler, as well as Dr. Tom Rapine from Geologic Survey, and writing these GLOBE program teacher education grants. They were improving teacher quality grants from the federal government. So it was an exciting time where we were running these summer institutes, and we were even hosting trainings at the Education Resource Center, the ERC, down at the IV&V facility. And when Karen got pregnant with twins, she said, you know what, you're doing a lot of the work that, we're doing here. You're helping expand the reach of NASA's ERC with all these grants. You should apply for a position here as I step down. And so I was very fortunate that I was in the right place at the right time, doing the right thing, and was able to get a position at the ERC. But the program has, it's shifted. So we're just coming on 20 years now from management by WVU as a grant to management at Fairmont State University, with Dr. Deb Hemler being the principal investigator. So it's been a pretty wild ride. The ERC has significantly changed. When we began our work, our mission was exclusively to serve teachers and other educators. So we had no direct engagement with students, and that was part of the proposal. That was what we were asked to do, and that's what we implemented. So we did a lot of these educator workshops, and it turns out that the ones that were best attended were the ones where we had classroom kits. Now, the ERC's budget is very small. It covers our salaries, and it covers some travel, but it really doesn't have the resources to cover expanding the kits that we loaned out to teachers. So, for example, we had one portable planetarium called Star Lab. It's about $50,000. And that was the most popular kit we had. And then we had some GPS units, and those were the second most popular kit that we had. Other resources were all just paper and, manipulatives and expendable supplies like styrofoam plates. And so I got the message pretty quick that teachers wanted access to tools they wouldn't have in their classroom. And so we started writing grants and asking for donors and sponsors to help us to expand our, what we now call the Loan and Learn program. Our kits, our STEM classroom kits that we train educators on, and then we loan out to those teachers who've been trained on them to use with their students. That program alone, that initiative, we can train up to about 1,000 teachers a year. And those teachers report back that they impact somewhere between 10 and 16,000 students a year. So the tools that we get through grants and donations and support end up in the hands of students, having a tremendous impact by providing engaging activities the teachers wouldn't otherwise have access to. Not many schools have their own $50,000 planetarium. Not many schools have their own $20,000 set of Lego robots and iPads and resources and curriculum and tools to help engage the kids in computational thinking and programming. And so that's what that program has brought to the state of West Virginia. Over the years, the requests for direct student engagement just kept getting louder and louder. I mean, I can't tell you how many phone calls I fielded. Do you have summer camps for our kids? No. we train the teachers, and you can borrow them and run your own camp. But it got to be the point where we had so many requests that I asked, can we modify the grant and start doing some direct student engagement? And around that same time, which is 2011, I was volunteering personally. I was heading up to Wheeling, West Virginia to help out with this program that I thought was really cool called First Lego League. And I was just volunteering on a one day, on a Saturday to come up and serve as a judge. And there was a moment when I sat in this judging room and these students walked in. They presented this robot that they constructed, that they programmed, and how they solved these problems in this unique way that I realized I'm definitely not the smartest guy in the room. Like, these kids right here are way smarter than me. And I think we all go through a phase in our lives where we get concerned about the future. We're thinking, oh gosh, I don't know, it looks kind of grim out there. But this was a moment when I realized we're in really good hands. These kids are super smart. They're so kind and generous to each other. And they are really going to be the ones that I think help take our society into the future in a good way. And so participating in these first Lego League tournaments and these events became something that I really look forward to. So it was with great excitement that when we were asked, could the IV&V Facilities Education Resource Center host the next first Lego League state championship, that I asked, and we were permitted to hold this one event. Again, this was a shift from our historical target audience of just educators, and we were now shifting into supporting students. And we held this first event in 2011, and someone prophetically came up to me and said, "Hey, Todd, robots are going to change your life." And I thought, sure, okay, yeah, okay, great. And I'll tell you what, never were truer words spoken. I think today, if you ask people around the state, hey, do you know, Todd, do you know what the ERC is? They say, oh, yeah, they run the robotics programs. And we do. So our first Lego League tournament was incredibly successful. We went on to expand that program, radically from about 50 teams to over 100 Lego League teams. And then it became, a program where we took on other initiatives. So we had VEX Robotics and then VEX IQ, and now we have aerial drones. And today, we don't have 50 robotics programs in one tournament like we did in 2011. We now have about 50 tournaments across the state, including a week-long state championship during spring break here, and we have almost 600 teams. So the number of students that are now engaged in competitive robotics has seen about a 400% increase. And personally, I spent almost every weekend traveling the state, driving a truck and trailer and setting up and running these tournaments. And I get to serve, it's my favorite part of my job. I get to interview these kids and serve as a judge. And I get a chance to talk to them. And when I talk to these students and I ask them, about their robot and about their team and about their roles, I like to finish my interview asking them, so why do you do this? Like, what's in it for you? Like, why do you enjoy being on this robotics team? And I can't tell you how many students look at me and say, because I have friends now. Because now I'm part of a community. I have found my people, essentially. And so I think that's an incredibly meaningful thing. We know that when students have adverse childhood experiences, which is a tremendous part of the West Virginia population, unfortunately, the way to combat that is with positive childhood experiences. And after-school programs like First Lego League, like Vex Robotics, like the aerial drone programs, these outlets give these kids, not just another after-school program like a sport, but they connect them with those who are like-minded. They spend hundreds of hours building and rebuilding and coding their robots, practicing and flying their drones and communicating with each other, and then ultimately communicating with faculty like myself and like from other faculty across campus when they come to our big state championships. Back in 2011, we had one team that advanced on from West Virginia to represent West Virginia at the World Championship. Today I was just going through and helping to plan how much funding we have and how many teams are going to be advancing, and we're going to have over 20 teams advancing to world-class tournaments representing our state. West Virginia isn't just involved in competitive robotics, we lead the nation. We're really making a mark, I think, in a positive way that we didn't in the past. And that's what the ERC is now a big part of. We are now probably better known for our engagement with competitive robotics than all of our education programs. But those are still what we primarily do. It's just that this is the most public-facing part of our program. My team and I will support about 38 events this year. And some of those events are multi-day tournaments that go on. And, thousands of kids will come to our campus here at Fairmont State. And when they come here, these aren't just, and I want every kid to come to campus. I think that, the more students that have a chance to come visit our campus, the more they'll realize that higher education isn't some unattainable goal. It isn't for some elite part of our population. It's for everyone. And I think every kid should at least have the opportunity to come and pursue higher education at whatever level they want. But once they get to campus, I think that their mindset changes. And they're coming with their grandparents who might be their primary caregivers. They're coming with their parents. They're coming with, their friends and family. And we want them to have the most positive experience. And so when they're here, I think it's a unique chance for our campus to reach out and engage them and support them and show them that this could be their home. And we run these events at $50 a team. There is no state, there is no region that I've heard of anywhere in the country that can afford to do this. And we can only do this because of our donors and sponsors. What I think is so unique about the NASA partnership with the Education Research Center at Fairmont State University is that I'm a state employee at a state institution. I'm already essentially a faculty member who has access to, the resources here on campus. We can, sign out and use the Falcon Center. I do tournaments in every single higher ed university in the state, WVU, Marshall University, I can go on. But Fairmont State has, I think, the best and most unique resources in terms of an event space that is unique, allowing us to provide a tremendous footprint. We have, 3 gymnasiums that are all co-located on the ground floor of the Falcon Center, essentially. We have our own Main Street, where we have a Chick-fil-A, the largest Starbucks in the state. And we have our own 500-person dining hall and a conference center. We're able, by the generosity of our president, to use all these resources and have access to them. So we fill it. We flood the building. I've been told that other than some of the largest sporting events, it is the competitive robotics programs that bring in the most guests to our campus on a regular basis. And when I say we bring in thousands of students a year, it's not an exaggeration. why are these competitive robotics programs, so engaging and so successful here in West Virginia? And I personally believe it's the people. I think that, I was not born in West Virginia, and so I'll never be able to say I'm born and raised here, but I've been here for almost 25 years, and I feel like a West Virginian through and through. But the culture of our state is one where we kind of rely on ourselves. I don't feel we look for handouts from others. If something breaks, I think our cultural tendency is to fix it, and that is what robotics is all about. When the robot breaks, you have to go back and fix it. You can't wait for the part to be shipped or for someone else to go service it. You get out your saw and you get out your pliers and you start putting that robot back together again, and you get back out for your next match. And I just think that's it syncs and links up with the way that folks here in West Virginia feel about themselves. It is really fascinating to look at the cross-section of students and their families who are engaged in competitive robotics. We have what you might think is obvious, faculty members and their kids, folks who are, mechanical engineers and their students. But we have folks from every walk of life. I have folks who drive trucks, who are welders, who, we have white collar, blue collar, every collar, who are engaged in robotics, and they all see it as valuable. They all believe in the importance of teaching kids to be self-reliant, to be able to think on their feet, to be able to fix something that's broken, to be able to program it. And they understand that this is the future, that, we're not going to necessarily be driving our cars, in the future. We're going to have cars that drive themselves. But who's going to fix that? And I think that these programs that the ERC provides, our classroom kits, that give students access to building and programming robots, are competitive programs that give these kids an opportunity to become the best in their area, in their field. These are the ones that are going to give the kids the skill sets that they need for the future. And I think that's why it's so important that the ERC is partnered with Fairmont State University in this mission, in this vision of making STEM accessible for all. And I think those are important values that we project and ones that we help teachers provide to kids at every single level.
Okay, back.
Hey, welcome back. We are close to $375,000. We're just barely behind it. We need one donor to get the Falcon Fund $2,000 match. So one donor to the Falcon Fund gets us there, and there's a lot of matches still available. So please go check those out. That's the best way to get the biggest bang for your buck. And right now I'm joined by our College of Business and Aviation. Interim Dean Tim Oxley is here, and faculty member Emmy Gamble. And then we've got some students, so let's have the students introduce themselves. So name, major, you're in school, where you're from.
Okay, well, hi, I'm Savannah Tillman. I am from Kaiser, West Virginia. I'm a senior, and I am a business major with a focus in management.
My name is Jess Shute. I'm actually from Australia, business major, management and marketing, and a sophomore.
And you work here in the Falcon Center.
I also work as a supervisor at the Falcon Center, correct.
My name is Danielle Douglas. I'm a business management major. I'm a junior. I'm from Fairmont, West Virginia.
My name is Gabriel Ball. I'm a business marketing and management major. I'm from the Huntington-Barbersville area, and I'm a junior.
So, Tim, what is special about our College of Business and Aviation?
Well, there are several things special. I think, first of all, we have high-quality faculty members that deliver high-quality education, give students those skills and that knowledge needed to have really a strong foundation entering their careers, whatever career path that may take them in the world of business. And we know that that's very, very versatile. And so we have to provide them with a lot of tools. The other thing that excites me are students like these who really come to us and really want to learn. But we have some very, very innovative degrees that are touching needs that we have in the industry now, high demand, whether it's aviation, whether it's healthcare, whether it's accounting, certainly marketing management, some among our more versatile degrees. But I'm excited that they're here because I think one of the things that we do with donors' dollars is we help support students' activities to help enhance their education in the classroom. So these students just came back from the 2025 Social Innovation Challenge in Pittsburgh, and so we were allowed them to do that with minimal out-of-pocket expenses. And thanks to faculty like Emily Gamble who took them there on her own time to get them excited about what they're doing in the world of business.
I think one of the things, and we've been talking about this all day, that defines a Fairmont State education is the hands-on nature of what our students are doing. It's not just theoretical, but you're actually getting your hands dirty and doing stuff like that. Do you all have examples from your classes where you're doing that sort of thing?
I think this Social Innovation Challenge specifically was a great chance to exercise those muscles that we're starting to learn to use in our classes, working with others, trying to come up with solutions to problems, which is what entrepreneurship is all about.
That was well said.
I know ME's classes, I see on social media, your students are always in groups, right? And then, I walked by one day when you were doing mock interviews. So your students are very active, right? They're not sitting and listening to you lecture. And I get the sense that's pretty typical in our college of business and aviation.
Active learning is the way to go. I have 4 people here, and we were privileged to take 9 individuals with us, and it's changed their lives. They not only now know each other so much better, but they've learned that one of the things we did in our groups is that we're often polite, and they couldn't be polite in such so one of you added it up, 28 hours they were together in a group. And
you have to be
couldn't
selfish with your
polite.
time.
They had to know a professional way to say, how do we set ground rules? How do we negotiate? And they did fantastic job.
How did we do?
We did great. We got there and we were split up into groups with different people from universities.
Okay.
And then we were given a prompt and we had to come up with an innovative solution for that prompt. Actually, the group that won had the most Fairmont State students in that group.
That was her group.
It was there, yeah.
That's great.
It was great, and we sat down with those people and spent time, and we put our minds together as different entrepreneurs and came up with different ways to overcome these issues, and then we presented them to a small panel of judges, and they voted.
That's great. I think these sort of things are really important. When I interviewed here, I kept hearing, we're the best kept secret. We're the best kept secret. I was like, let's stop keeping secrets.
We were the only team from West Virginia there.
Yeah, we were the only group.
Right, and that's the thing. If you're in the room with people from these other universities, they start to learn what Fairmont State is.
Yes.
It increases our reputation. More people want to come here, and it's that continual, self-improvement loop. So I really appreciate the fact that you all took your time to do that. Not just me taking her time, but you all took your time too, and I think that's huge.
We got to meet some great other people as well, like great professors from different universities and other opportunities presented to us. We got to connect with a lot of those people on LinkedIn as well.
That's great.
And it's great that we had this opportunity, and the students and I would just like to take a couple seconds and thank you personally, Dean Oxley, for believing in us, and we want to let you know that we learned how to do the old-fashioned thank you notes in some of our classes.
Well, thank you.
We would like to give those to you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. And again, I want to emphasize that it's the donors that give us the dollars that gives us the discretion to be able to fund these kinds of activities. And we want to do more. We recently heard from a panel of business leaders that came in part of our site visit for our accrediting body, and they all said we would like to engage with you more. So this will give us an opportunity to do that because it does take resources, and so this is very helpful for us to be able to let the folks who are watching know just how impactful their donations are.
So please, if you're able, support these amazing students and their colleagues, because I think the sky's the limit for us.
Oh, yes.
So go Falcons.
Thank you.
Go Falcons.
Yay.
Thank you. Thanks, y'all.
Very good.
we're back. I'm here with Madeline Bates and Carla Marshall, and we're going to talk some more about student veterans. Madeline, what year are you here at Fairmont State?
I'm a senior currently.
Okay.
And I graduate this spring.
And what branch of the military did you serve in?
Army National Guard.
Okay. So did you come straight out of the Guard to here, or are you still in the Guard?
I'm currently still in. I joined halfway through my college, and then I came back to finish.
Oh, okay, awesome. So how long have you been back here?
Coming up on about 2 years.
Okay, sounds great. How's your experience been here at Fairmont State?
It's been awesome. I enjoy it a lot. I'm in the aviation program currently.
Okay, awesome.
And when I joined Fairmont State University, it was the only college that you could get a 4-year degree and your pilot's license and everything.
So do you already have your license, your pilot's license?
Yeah, I got my private pilot license, ran out of money, joined the military, and then now I'm just finishing my degree.
Okay, sounds great. So talk about some of the support structures we have for our student veterans and how you utilize those to help you get your degree.
Okay, so with the SVA here at Fairmont, they have a lounge, and a lot of the student veterans, people that are in dependents, we all like to go in there and we get some extra support from other people that are currently SVA students here. Along with that, we also have NatCon every single year.
Yep.
So that's an opportunity for student veterans to go and meet up with a lot of different vendors and get some opportunities for jobs for when we graduate and stuff like that.
Have you gotten to go to NatCon?
Yes, I went this year. It was awesome.
So where was it this past year?
It was
the Broadmoor, Colorado Springs.
Colorado Springs.
Awesome.
Yes.
Cool. So, Carl, maybe you can talk a little bit about where donations to the Student Veterans Association go, what you use those funds to support.
I'd be happy to. The donations that come into the Student Veteran Organization go directly to support the veterans. As you know, it doesn't come to the university for the university's expenditures,
right,
but it's actually for each of the students. We use it to help provide an opportunity for them to go to NatCon. I keep the food pantry supplied as best possible for the veterans if they have needs. Make sure that they have a cup of coffee to go, a package of Pop-Tarts if they need it before a big test. Sometimes students find themselves in a little bit of extra need. We all know that food costs are going up, and we want to be there if someone needs a bag of groceries or needs a little help with a utility bill. I try to connect people with outside resources for that, but I also want to be able to help where we can as needed.
Absolutely. So. Well, as I said earlier, it's our duty to help support those who've given to our country. And this is a great opportunity for you to do so. If you're watching now, make a donation to our student veterans. And Carla will make sure that money gets put to good use.
Yes, I will. So it rained a little bit earlier today. I hope you will make it rain a little harder this afternoon.
There you go. I like that. I like that. Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks.
Yep. Thank you. All right, welcome back. We just passed the $375,000 mark, so let's keep it going all the way to midnight. I'm here with Spencer Flanagan.
Hello.
Spencer is in a new position. You've been with the university for a while. You're in a new position now. What's your new position?
So my new position is I'm the Assistant Vice President of Student Engagement and Activities.
All right. How's it going?
So far, so good. There's a lot of work to do.
So it's a lot of parts of your old job as Director of University Unions and Campus Recreation.
Correct.
And then we've added student engagement, the Career Center, veterans, all to your role.
Yep,
so,
absolutely.
So you're a busy guy.
Yes,
and you have a little one at home.
For sure, brand new, fresh out of the oven 3 months ago.
Future Falcon.
Future Falcon.
In 18 years, right?
Yep, that's right.
That's good. We got to start recruiting
He'll be around before then.
Got to start recruiting him early, yeah.
That's right.
Yep,
yeah,
absolutely.
He'll be around a lot.
So the big reason you're here right now is you and I are sponsoring a match together.
Correct.
For the Staff Council Scholarship.
Yes.
Where does the Staff Council Scholarship money go?
Yeah, so previous to this role, I was also the Staff Council Chair, and I got to work with Staff Council a lot on a lot of things. That Staff Council money goes into a fund that allows it's a Staff Council sponsored scholarship that allows current staff members or family of current staff members to apply for a scholarship and basically get some assistance to go towards their tuition. So that is something that we do every year. We always give out they always give out a full-time scholarship and a part-time scholarship. Now I'm not involved with Staff Council. I want to stay involved by donating and raising awareness and supporting. Yes.
Yep. So, and it can go to a Staff Council member or a dependent?
It can go to, under the current criteria, it can go to any staff member. Staff member or a family member of that staff member.
Got it.
Yep.
So right now you're giving out one of each?
A full-time and a part-time.
Got it. Does that cover all of their tuition for the semester?
The full-time covers just about half of the tuition.
Okay, got it.
For the semester. So that scholarship in conjunction with some other things, that covers a bulk of those expenses. Yes.
And we know we have a lot of people here who come who have part of a degree, have some of those credits, but in order to advance in their career, they need that 4-year degree. So can you talk about the importance of this scholarship, why you're moved to give to it?
Yeah, so the big thing is we have several staff, and we've seen this, and we have several staff who've been here for a long time, but maybe they need to, they want to go get a master's so they can move up in their career, or maybe they have an associate's and they want to finish their bachelor's, right? It is really difficult for them sometimes to just start fresh when you have a full-time job, you have family, you have full responsibilities. So the importance of this scholarship is that it can help those staff members who maybe need to come back and finish. It can help take an extra stress. It can help take one of those stressors off their plate so they have one less thing to worry about. And that's why there's a part-time option as well. If you're working full-time, you may not want to be a full-time student. So we have the availability to give the staff a part-time scholarship.
Got it.
Yeah.
So what else are you passionate about on campus?
That's a trick question because I'm passionate about everything. I think the biggest thing, it rotates, right? The obvious answer is the students. I'm so passionate about the students. But I think if I wanted to expand on something right now, it's the community and student engagement and that collaboration between community and students. In my previous role, I oversaw the Falcon Center, Campus Rec, and community programs. And one of the best things we did is integrate our current student body with past Falcons, future Falcons, and just community members of Fairmont. Fairmont is very proud of this institution, and we want to make sure that the Fairmont community knows they're welcome here, that this is not just home for us, it's home for them. It's just home. That's one of the things that makes Fairmont a great place, too.
That's awesome. So part of what you're doing now too is the career services piece. So in about a week and a half, 2 weeks, we have our career fair, All Majors Career Fair.
Yes.
This will be your first experience with that in your current role.
Yes.
You excited?
Very excited. So it's like you said, it's a different perspective on it. I'm very familiar with the project because it's in this facility, but now I'm getting to see it through a whole new lens. I'm getting to see it. Susan Rodriguez, our Career Services, Senior Director of Career Services and Community Engagement, she's just doing a wonderful job over there, making sure that we're reaching out to folks and getting employers here, but then getting students here too.
That's awesome.
This is a big deal to have that many employers. We have over 100 employers come in, and
I think she said 130.
Up to 130 now. So I'm coming to both both gyms, very large gyms, fill the space, and then we just do everything we can to get as many students in here. So
I said she's going to have to do overflow in Colbank next year.
I mean, we are headed that direction, actually. I think that's
awesome.
going to have to be the next step.
It just shows how in demand our students are, which is really amazing. So,
absolutely.
I'm going to chance to answer the last question everybody gets to answer.
Yeah.
What makes Fairmont State great?
Yeah, so I've answered this question already, so I'll try and give I'll try and put some different spices on it. But it's a great place because this is just a place where everyone belongs. That is the best thing about it. Doesn't matter what your story is before, what your story is now, or where you're headed. This is the place that it is a stop on your journey you'll never forget, and then you'll always want to come back. So that's something that makes it great.
Thanks, Spencer.
Thanks, sir.
Go Falcons.
Let's go.
All right, welcome back. We have an exciting check presentation. We have Nicole Johns-Barker, who's the Associate General Counsel for Diversified Energy, and Caitlin Jividend, our University Social Worker, to make a presentation. So, Nicole, I'll hand it over to you.
I'd like to present this check. It is going to the Nest. Thank you. I have a few words to say, if you don't mind,
absolutely.
on behalf of Diversified Energy. At Diversified Energy, we take great pride in supporting the needs of our communities. More importantly, we are focused on giving locally to organizations that truly understand the heartbeat of our communities and most effective ways to help. We believe that as a society, we can only thrive when we lift up others. That's why Diversified Energy is proud to support the students at Fairmont State University with a donation to the Nest Pantry. It's easy to forget between paying for school, studying, and balancing work. Either on or off campus, students often need an accessible way to meet their basic needs. And the Nest program provides support. I know you'll be providing more details, offering free food, toiletries, and clothing, and more to assure students can focus on their education and not worry about those basic needs. These students are the future, and they deserve the opportunity to concentrate on graduating and launching their careers, not on meeting their basic needs. It's our privilege to make this possible, and we want a special thank you to Marissa Morrow for collaborating with us to find a meaningful way to support Fairmont State. So
Awesome.
Thank you for letting me say those few words.
Caitlin, can you talk a little bit about what the impact of this gift will be?
Honestly, I am at a loss for words. This is going to make such an impact. I can't even describe it. The benefits for our students, the support that we're going to be able to give is just mind-boggling, and I cannot thank you guys enough for supporting our students.
Yeah, we're happy.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yes, sir. Yes,
what
sir.
makes Fairmont State great?
I mean, we're talking about a Division II school, life in the balance motto, right? And it really does stand out from other institutions. I mean, I've been here for a little while, and I love the maroon and white, and it just means a lot to me and a lot of our student athletes as well.
So we've been watching what makes Fairmont State great.
The people, the students, the faculty. I think that that's something that we need to invest in, and it helps us to stand apart. That we have it's a smaller institution, but that gives the ability to have that one-on-one.
Awesome.
In our mission statement for the College of Business and Aviation, there's a phrase in there, in a caring learning environment. Mm-hmm. And when I interviewed here, that's what really stuck out for me, that the faculty here really cared about their students, very student focused, small class sizes. So when someone graduates in accounting, finance, economics, or all our other majors, the professors really know them. We can write letters of recommendation and we know their work. And you go to a much larger school, you just don't get that.
Yeah. What makes Fairmont State great?
Location's great. I mean, the northern part of the state, I love the northern part of the state. It's really pretty, especially in the fall. All things aside there, we're located between Morgantown and Clarksburg, so there's plenty to do around here. We're very well community oriented, for sure. Community members, they spend lots of time here, and I think that's great as well, because those can be employers, right? And that creates job security for students coming out of college with their degrees. But also, a lot of the people that work here are also alumni of the university. So they understand how this has worked, and they want to make that change.
Yeah.
Because with higher education, you need the change, and they're willing to do it.
How many people you know? One last question for you.
Okay.
What makes Fairmont State great?
You.
Aww.
The community, absolutely. It's pretty much like being home. I mean, you know everyone almost,
Yeah.
and you can walk around and talk to anyone. Everyone's available to help, and it's just really nice.
That's good.
Some of the biggest takeaways, some of the best things about being here at Fairmont State?
It's, all the time when I think about Fairmont State, it always gives us a lot of, good memories. So as I mentioned to you, I have my daughter, Savannah. She's only 4 years old, and we like to watch Inside Out, which is a very good movie. And Fairmont State is kind of like to give me a lot of core memories, those golden balls. Every time that I hear Fairmont State, those give me those golden balls. But circling back and going back to your question, I think, Fairmont State was a place that I was able to develop professionally. And as I mentioned to you, as a man, obviously there was a lot of people involved on this process. There was a guy, I forgot his name. I think that was Snively.
Pat Snively?
Patrick. Yes, something like this. Yes. People used to call him Coach Pat.
Yes,
correct. Coach Pat, exactly. So Coach Pat was a person that was kind of like the representation of leadership, I think, of the college. Mm-hmm. Like when I was swimming for him, and he was a person that was able to give the good directions, and he's not only a coach, but he's a leader, developing other students. And I remember when I was on my senior year, he said, "Hey, Alex, I don't care how fast you're going to swim. The only thing that I care is going to be the man and the person that you're going to be for the world, for the society." So that kind of like represents and lines out about Fairmont State, and especially for the culture of the university. And as I mentioned to you, one of the best things about this college, this university, is the fact that everybody there is willing to help. As you mentioned, as an international student, there are some procedures and some regulations that are different from a Native American. But if someone didn't know what to do, there was always like giving a very transparent communication. "Hey, Alex, I don't know what to do with this, but hey, we're going to find out together." So I was never by myself. I was always with someone guiding me through this process. And, it's a magical place for me. And I hope that everybody that is pursuing the degree at Fairmont State has the same feeling, because as I mentioned to you, the faculty members, the staff, that's like everyone is involved in this campus is part of the success of the college.
What makes Fairmont State University great?
Oh gosh, this is coming up on my 11th summer, and I got to be honest with you, the time goes by so fast. And for me, what makes it so great is that we're like a family. And I tell people this all the time, and whenever I say that, I mean that when you come here, you're not a number. Whether or not it's a staff member, whether or not it's a faculty member, every single student here is known by name by someone, right? And I think that that's something that makes us unique. We're not too big and we're not too small. We are just the right fit, and we absolutely provide the best student experience in North Central West Virginia.
Awesome.
I wanted to share with you too.
Please.
I wasn't going to come to college. I was the last of 8 children, and I had made up my mind. I really didn't. I wanted to be a blue-collar guy. I wasn't going to go to college. And my one sister was here, already in college, and she had asked me if I would come just for one semester.
Yeah.
She said, if you just come one semester and you don't like it, nobody in the family will say anything to you, whatever. I ended up staying 5 years in a double major. But I remember taking an English class to an elderly guy named Bart Watson. And I didn't have a real strong background from high school, and he knew that. He kind of took me under his wing, taught me how to write. I ended up taking 5 English classes while I was here. And I just don't know where I would be today had I not came here and got interested in my education. It was so different from high school. I actually wanted to learn. I actually wanted to get an education. And believe it or not, I ended up graduating magna cum laude, which was amazing. I had to work hard. But it just helped us all through life. I don't know where we would be had we not came to this little school. And I think a bigger school would have been too big for me.
You got lost. Yeah.
I'd have got lost. I don't think it would have worked. So,
what makes Fairmont State great?
There's so many things that make Fairmont State great, but I think one of the best things about Fairmont State that just makes this a great place to not just learn, but a great place to work is the people here who really care about the students, about this university, about the community, and about what they do. The unique thing about Fairmont is that we have people here who care so much about every little thing that goes on here that it's just that community and connectedness is what makes this place really one of a kind, and why I consider myself a Falcon for life.
That's awesome.
Here, the level of just enthusiasm, the level of caring, day in and day out, not just at games, but even at radio shows around town. When we're at the Little League ball field with our kids, at Mary Lou Retton, and even at practices, it's a special thing. It's a really special thing, and it's something that when you have something to compare it to, it's easier to see. So from a just special community and a caring, loving, close community in Fairmont, I know I speak for the whole team, we're just very blessed.
Kind of came in an unconventional way to Fairmont State. Went to a larger school to play baseball, and had a surgery that knocked me out. So ended up at Fairmont State, and it was the best thing that ever happened to me.
Yeah, so why do you say that?
Because the larger schools are for some people. But I liked the small classes and things that Fairmont State had. And I ended up getting to finish my baseball career at Fairmont State. But the smaller classes, the community feel was just a great fit.
First, what makes Fairmont State great?
And the fact that everyone is so nice, and that the place is run by some really great people who are willing to accept anyone, no matter what they have. So,
yeah, awesome. That's right. Hey, wave to your mother.
Hey, Mom.
What makes Fairmont State great?
What makes Fairmont State great are the people. Whether you're going to get an engineering degree, whether you're going to get a teaching degree or a business degree, an IT degree, I don't care what department you go to, the people at Fairmont State are the core of the goodness here.
Awesome. Yeah. Thank you. What makes Fairmont State University great?
I think the sense of community
that it has, mostly because it's like a smaller school, but also just because like everybody in it is wonderful. Like everybody always reaches out to each other, and like there's a really strong sense of community.
What a doll! I mean, that was perfect.
So what makes Fairmont State great? That's hard to follow.
That's hard to follow. I wish I would have went first. I also am a small town girly, right? Like I'm from the sticks of Pennsylvania. This place is like home, right? Like there are a lot of people that you can walk down the Falcon Center and say hi to. You know their names. All of my student athletes know their professors by name. That's a big deal for us. Going even into town, it's a big deal to know people's names in town. So having that small town pride is definitely a big deal for us, and we love the Falcons across our chest.
What makes Fairmont State University great?
Because it makes everybody who comes here great.
I love it.
Okay.
Thank you, Dixon.
Okay.
What makes Fairmont State University great?
The people. Everyone is just so nice, and I love the energy and the people here. I mean, I'm so grateful to have gone here and be a part of the community here. It's just, I love the people here.
What makes Fairmont State University great?
Family. It's all about the family, the atmosphere, the vibe. You feel welcome here. Same thing when our recruits come on campus, they feel the family vibe. So I think that's very important. That's the biggest thing.
Makes it easier to recruit, right?
Definitely, yes.
The program, the school, the town as well. I said it was a great fit for me, and I could not agree more. It was a perfect blend between a small and a large, especially coming from overseas, have the cultural shock, but also you have a lot of international students as well. So for me, it was great. I double major in business, had got a great education, and were able to continue moving on, receive my master's in Texas, and kind of made it to Vegas in my current career. But yeah, great, fond memories. I met great friends, families, community, and big mentors that actually they're still with me until this day.
Yeah.
And what makes the campus at Fairmont State University great to you, in your own opinion?
Yeah. So I've been asking that question all day, so I appreciate that you asked me. Yeah. The answers I've heard the most are people and family. Yes. And I clearly agree with that, but I think the thing right in this moment that makes it great is people have hope.
Yes.
People are hopeful. Yeah. And that's what I've heard all day. When people come up here and talk about what they want to see for the future, we're hopeful and we're in it together. Yeah. Right? I think if we are one team and we're in this together, there's nothing we can't do. Yeah. All right, last question.
Okay.
What makes Fairmont State great?
Fairmont State is home. I'm comfortable here. Like you said, I'm a townie. So I know everybody on campus already. So just continuing to build those relationships and provide more opportunities for students. One of the most exciting things for me about seeing students on campus is sometimes they're not from here. And for me to be able to share my home with them, it's just so exciting to me. Yeah.
Beautiful. One more question for you.
Okay.
What makes Fairmont State great?
Things like this. Things like you and I and the people behind the scenes and the students here participating in these activities, we all come together and we just make a community, and we're really, really good at having fun no matter what. It's late, we've been here for a really long time, and we're still having fun and laughing and enjoying each other. So it's really awesome to just see that community attitude shared among everyone on this campus.
Awesome.
Hi, my name is Leanne Riley, and I am the Director of Performing Arts Outreach and Development in the Academy for the Arts here at Fairmont State University. Day of Giving is coming up on February the 27th, and we would love it if you would consider giving to the Academy for the Arts here at Fairmont State University. This helps provide scholarships to students that have a financial need. It helps us produce large-scale musical productions that we have here on stage, and it also helps us to bring in high-quality artists to work with our students for master classes and workshops to really hone their skills and hone their craft.
The Academy for the Arts has provided me with opportunities that haven't always been readily available at my school. It's taught me how to be a better public speaker and how to be the best performer that I can be.
The Academy has given me a place to befriend people who enjoy the same interests as me. I've been influenced by many people at the Academy of the Arts, and it has helped me to be the person I am today. The Academy has been really great for me because I've had a ton of friendships that I will probably have forever. Taking voice lessons, guitar lessons, piano, dance classes here. It's just a lot of options. The arts means a lot to me because you get to freely express yourself and you don't get judged here. I'm so thankful for all the opportunities and friends I've made along the way with doing shows like Beauty and the Beast, Matilda, and The Sound of Music. The Academy for the Arts has allowed me to express myself in so many ways. It's allowed me to grow as a person. It has really shaped my personality and how bold I can be and being able to communicate with people better. I feel like I can take on more leadership roles now because I've gotten more confident with just talking to people. This has definitely helped me with social interactions. Please consider donating to help more kids like me learn in a helpful and supportive environment. Thank you.
Thank you so much for considering the Academy for the Arts on Falcon Day of Giving. We greatly appreciate your gifts.
Welcome back. I'm here with Coach Gennaro Bonaventura, our head wrestling coach. How's it going?
It's going good. It's been a busy week. We're getting geared up for regionals. First time in school history we're hosting.
That's awesome.
It's very exciting. Got a U-Haul today, got our mats. We're going to set up later tonight, and 12 teams will come in this weekend and fight it out, bat out for three for each weight class.
I appreciate you being here. I know how busy you are.
Yeah, no, it's great. So I know this is a big day too.
Yep, and you got some donations coming in. There's that Veritas match for wrestling. You still got about $2,000 left there.
Okay.
So if there's some people out there who want to give to wrestling, we're going to double your gift up to $2,000. So that'd be a lot of help.
Yeah, and it goes till midnight, so plenty of time to donate still. Yeah. And within the team, I know there's not a coach's challenge. I have to run a mile if we have 50 donors or more.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that's part of the wrestling challenge.
Well, they got some work to do then.
Yes, they do.
You have 15 or so donors now.
They got a lot of work to do. I'm sure the guys will get on it after practice.
Now, I'm glad I came to the wrestling MEC Wrestling Championships because I had an answer to a question earlier today. A donation came in for wrestling, and it was for $141.
Yes,
I said I know exactly why they made a donation for $141.
Yes, it was very cool to see that. Obviously, people don't know that was Colton's parents, and he's our 141-pounder. Made some history. You saw some history.
Yep, absolutely.
It was an exciting time,
and hopefully he'll make a little more history.
Make more. It's the first step. First step in the postseason process. This is the next step, and then go from there. So yeah, very exciting.
Yep. And the team was reinstated back in 2018.
Correct. Yeah.
Have we had a wrestler go to nationals since it was reinstated?
Yes, we have. So we've had 3 wrestlers qualify for the national championships. Luke Martin actually won it. And I believe it was either the 2nd or 3rd year of existence. Really had a really good showing. Won it. He actually won Most Outstanding Wrestler of the tournament.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and his banner's up in the gym. And then my first year here, Austin Gibson took 3rd in the region to qualify for nationals, and then Colton Stone King took 3rd last year in the region to qualify. So we're hoping for you to get more than one. That's the next step.
And you've got Colton won the MEC. Mm-hmm. You said Austin. He's still wrestling. This is his senior year.
Correct.
And then you have at least one more who you think is
Nate Pileski is a senior as well. Yeah. Should be seated in some capacity this weekend. And then how it works is after the top 6 seeds get drawn in, then it's a random draw for everyone else. Yeah. So you guys, it's whoever has his day. Austin Gibson came in unseeded 2 years ago and made the national tournament.
That's the thing. It's all settled on the mat. Right?
Yeah.
That's the good part about wrestling.
Right. Seedings and rankings, you can throw it out on Saturday. Just get after
it. That's awesome. Who's ready on that day, right?
Yep.
So talk a little bit about what these contributions, what these donations mean to your program, what you're able to do as these donations come in.
Yeah, so it's been, really, really great. I mean, our wrestling room has come a long way.
Yeah.
We got a fresh
even just a year and a half since I got here. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. So we got a fresh paint job last spring. We got some new wall mats this spring. We're going to add to it with some some more graphics and names and honors on the wall. And this spring, the fans will be able to see the first phase complete of the room, and it's come a long way. And that's one step. Obviously, it helps with our budget, our scholarships. Everything impacts our program in so many ways. So we really appreciate all the donations and gifts, and just keep building the right way.
And you were greatly improved this year, right? Am I right? You all had a better year this year than you did last year.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're getting there for sure. We got to close the gaps with some better teams. Obviously, the biggest thing was finally getting our first conference champ. I think, obviously seeing is believing. So people know.
How many seniors do you have this year?
In the starting lineup, we have 2. Overall, we have 6 overall that graduated.
But if you're losing 2 starters, that's a pretty good sign for next year.
Yeah, the future's bright. I mean, we got a lot coming back within the room, and we have 10 commits next year already, and going to try and build on that. And the future's bright for Fairmont State
Wrestling. I know one of the things you talked about last year was having a deeper bench.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So if you have injuries and things like that,
you always have to have more depth, especially in our sport. You get hurt, pretty quickly between practice, training, competition. So
it's not a sport for the faint of heart.
No, it is not. It is not. But we've come a long way, and I'm excited to see how this weekend goes. I think being home will have a huge advantage for our guys, sleeping in their own beds, being fired up to be at home, and I'm excited to have a good showing this weekend.
Hopefully we have a great crowd for you.
Yeah.
Hopefully people show up on Saturday. And what time does it start on Saturday?
It starts at 10 a.m. on Saturday, and it'll run straight through. There might be some breaks here and there. I would say it'll probably wrap up between 6 or 7 p.m. on Saturday.
I was at the MEC Championship, and that's a pretty similar schedule to what it was there.
Right.
I never felt like there was a moment of downtime. Yeah. Right. Even though our wrestlers weren't wrestling, but they were one match away. I felt like the whole time I was there, something was going on. So anybody who's never been before, it's fast paced.
It's fast paced.
You're gonna see a lot of Falcons wrestling.
Yeah. There's a lot of nationally ranked guys this weekend. There's a lot of nationally ranked teams. So the MECs is honestly the first step, and this is 10 times even more tough, because with MECs your season's still going. Right. Your season's done. Right. So people are going to be fighting for their lives this weekend.
Win or go home.
Yeah, win or go home. So it always makes it exciting.
Awesome. So the last question I let everybody finish with is, what makes Fairmont State great?
I just think the community. I really do. Coming here, everyone was so nice to me. I got hired late, and the coaches were so helpful. The missions, financial aid, everyone here was so helpful. And just with the culture we're building with the team, we truly are a family. Everyone cares about each other, and I think that's really what separates us from other schools. Awesome. We're not the biggest, we're not the smallest. I think we're a good medium, but we have a great community here, and professors, everyone's so helpful, and I think that really what makes it a special place.
And I think you're building a tremendous team culture. So
I appreciate it.
Keep up the great work.
Thanks.
Go Falcons.
Go Falcons. Thank you.
Awesome. Hey everyone, we're here with another edition of Mike Tries It. I'm with Coach Gennaro from wrestling. You by Coach G, right?
Coach G's fine.
Coach G. And I'm going to wrestle Cade. They're going to show me they showed me a move. We're going to try it out. We're going to see how I do. So what are we going to do today?
We're going to do a snap down, go behind, and then from there we're going to do a cow catcher.
All right.
All right.
And what weight does Cade wrestle at?
Cade, he fluctuates, but he's like a 74-84, 174 pounder.
Got it. So I got a little bit of weight on him. So that should help me out today, right?
You have a good advantage on him.
Okay, good.
All right.
Let's see how it goes.
All right. So see your stance again. All right. Cade comes in, back of the neck, snap down. Are you going to count? Okay, cow catcher right away. Good. That was good.
I thought you were going to count.
Let's do it one more time. Go ahead. I like it. Just go right for the cow catcher. I like it. So big snap, punch. 10.
Welcome back. I'm here again with Jana Bredesen, our Vice President for Student Affairs. So we're going to talk about David Jean, but I also want to just talk to you.
Sure.
So You're relatively new here.
I am. August 5th, brand new.
You've been running 100 miles an hour.
Yep, absolutely. I got to try to catch up with you.
But we haven't had a vice president for student affairs in
quite a while.
15 years.
Correct.
It was a combined position. We separated it out to make sure we had somebody focusing on enrollment, somebody focusing on the student experience. How's it going?
It's amazing. Coming here, I was absolutely floored with how amazing our staff are. We have incredibly caring and competent staff, but the ideas and the planning that are going into are like none other university I've ever worked at. So it has been such a great experience.
Good. And the future's bright.
Oh, the future's very bright.
Yeah.
I tell you, you guys wait till next year to see all the things that we're doing, that we're implementing, the changes that we're making, and it's all students first. And it's so exciting to be part of it and be part of such an amazing team.
So I know you said when you interviewed here, you had a feeling.
Yep.
So.
Yep.
Has anything surprised you? Has that bared out? What?
I think for me, it's even come to fruition more than what I could ever imagine. I always say that having a job like this, nobody decides to go into student affairs. You're not like in 5th grade going, oh my gosh, I want to go into student affairs.
Yeah.
It's something that you fall into because you were involved as a student. And I would say, like a lot of people in my position, I would not be here if it wasn't for the things I was involved in student affairs. I worked in the rec center. I was in a sorority. I was president of the sorority council. And those things help keep me in school and motivate me to do well in the classroom.
And then you become the person you needed when you were a student.
Yep, exactly.
Yep.
Exactly. And then help mentor other staff to do the same thing.
Yep. And that's a great transition to talking about Dathan Jean.
Absolutely.
Right? So Dathan Jean is our program that's set up for people like me who are first generation
and
first generation college students.
That's right.
So talk about what those students, how we select those students, what those students get out of it.
So Dathan and Jean is a wonderful fellowship that was absolutely being able to be funded by generous donors. And so if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be able to have this program. But this program is, students are able to apply for it, and a select 15 are selected. And through that, they are taken through an early camp that they come to before school starts. They're able to really be able to have, I would call, white glove experience of being able to really understand not only what it means to maneuver here at Fairmont, but just college in general. And again, the resources and the things that we're able to help them be able to bridge that gap to be successful. And what we're hoping to do is to be able to continue that through the sophomore, junior, and senior year, that it's not just the freshman year that we're helping these students. So it's a really exciting program. We actually just hired our first alum, Lauren Pearson, who's going to be able to run the program. So we'll have a designated person running the program to really be able to give it its full attention that it needs. But ideally, we'd like to expand this more than just 15.
So it's not that the right number is 15.
No.
The number we can afford is 15.
Correct. That's exactly right.
So if somebody wants to write us $1 million check,
oh yeah, we would be able to do
build it out for
all
everybody.
new students,
Yeah.
which it should be, because students right now, there's just so many different ways to be able to come to college and be able to navigate it, and especially if you're a first-gen student, you don't have people being able to help you through that, and some of these schools they're coming from don't have the support to be able to even tell them what a FAFSA is.
Exactly.
So to be able to walk them through all that.
I didn't know what the FAFSA was until my junior year of college.
I agree. I think I didn't know about it till grad school.
Yeah.
So you just don't know these things.
Yeah.
And again, it's being able to also help these students be mentors to students coming in, which is a really key component.
That's awesome.
I love it. And I love being here. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to be part of this family.
Thanks for saying yes.
Always.
All right. So we've got about 8 hours left. So let's run up those donations. Let's make those matches count. There's still a lot of matches out there. We will easily get to our goal if we meet all those matches. So make sure you look at those and figure out ways to make those a reality. And go Falcons.
Absolutely.
everybody. We're here for Mike Tries It. And I seem to have injured myself a little bit during Mike Tries It volleyball. So I'm here with our trainer, Mike Nyquist. Mike, I did something to my hip.
Okay. Go over and grab a table.
Sounds good.
Take a look. Is it left or right?
Left.
Okay. You heard it before.
I have not ever hurt this hip before. I've hurt my right hip before,
Okay.
but never my left.
Where, if you could put your finger on the spot with the most pain, where would it be at?
Right here.
Towards the front?
Yep.
Did you hear or feel a pop?
I felt a pop.
You felt a
So I was
pop,
going for a
okay.
loose ball. I almost fell, and I caught myself with my left leg, and when I did, I felt a pop.
Currently, do you feel any sharp shooting pain or dull achy pain?
Dull achy pain.
Dull achy pain. Doesn't feel like there's a needle in there. Is this tender when I poke on it?
A little bit.
A little bit. How about here?
Nope.
No. How about in here?
Nope.
Okay. Any pain down to knee?
Nope.
Is any of this tender?
Nope.
Does it feel stable when you walk?
Mostly.
Mostly? Okay.
Yeah. It feels a little weak when I
Okay.
walk, but not unstable.
Does it click or pop when you walk?
No.
Have you been up and down stairs yet?
Not
this
since
happened?
I've done it,
Okay.
no.
Can you slide down just
Yep.
a little bit more? Perfect. Just lay flat. We had to put right in there.
Yep.
Okay. And nothing out here.
No. It's sort of where you just were, and then if you drew a circle up.
It comes around like
Yep.
a C. Okay.
Yep.
No deep groin pain though?
Nope.
Okay. If I roll in here,
Yep.
nothing. That's
I
uncomfortable.
feel a little bit, but I mean, I wouldn't say it's a pain, but it's definitely an ache.
Okay.
So when you were doing that, I could feel, it almost feels like it's rubbing to me.
It feels squeaky, right?
Yep. Yep.
Yeah. If I go here. It's not there, it's right up in here.
Yep.
Okay. And can you sit at the table?
Yep.
I'll check another thing. You're going to take your knee and just push up to ceiling.
Okay.
Pain?
Yeah.
A little bit?
Yep.
Okay, now we want to do...
I've got a bad hip and a bad knee on this side.
Okay.
So honestly, if it felt like this on this side, I wouldn't think anything
No
of it. 'Cause
surgeries?
it's no surgeries.
Okay.
no.
Push out. Does that cause any pain?
A little bit, but
Little-
less than when I was
Less
pushing
than going up.
Yep.
Okay. And that pain when going up is right in there.
Yep.
Seemed more like a hip flexor. Probably strained your hip flexor. And it was a sharp pain when it popped?
Yeah.
Like somebody stabbed,
Yep.
like you
And
get
then
a
it-
vaccination, they put a needle
Yeah,
in
and then
there.
it took me a minute to sort of get my bearings, and then
Okay.
I still had to do a little bit more. so.
Okay. Yeah, it was probably a muscle strain
Yeah.
of some capacity. I would call it, there's grades 1, 2, and 3. 3 is a complete disruption of the muscle belly, so it tore all 3 fibers.
Yep.
You may have stretched a little bit of 1 fiber, so
Got it.
I call it like a 0.5 to a 1. So they're just hard to deal
Am I
with.
going to be okay?
Yes, absolutely. It'll probably be really sore tomorrow.
Yeah.
But definitely ice.
Awesome.
Definitely ice.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Hey everybody, we're here for Mike Tries It with Mara Johnson. Mara is a junior on both the swim team and the golf team. Today we're here to do golf with Mike Tries It because I'm not getting in the pool. So Mara, I play a little bit of golf. I play poorly. I'm okay off the tee. I'm okay on the green. My biggest weakness is from like 150 yards out. Can you help me today?
I can definitely try.
Okay, sounds good. So I'll take a couple swings, and then you can tell me something to try and see if I do better. Okay,
Okay, perfect.
All right.
Perfect.
All right.
Make sure the green thing's not blinking.
Okay, it's solid.
Yeah.
All right. All right, I'll do one more, and then you can
Okay.
critique me. Okay, there we go.
Okay.
All right, so what'd you see?
Okay, I'm gonna bring the ball back first.
Okay.
Oh, this thing fall. Okay, so when you set up to it, try to move a little bit closer to the ball.
Okay.
And then here, set up to it first. Set up like you're gonna hit it first. Yes, just come a little bit closer and bring your feet a little bit more together. You want them wider when you're trying to hit the ball further.
Got
but
it.
when you're hitting your irons, you just want them like shoulder width.
Okay.
Okay? And they'll give you, and make sure your weight is at the front of your, the first shoelace.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
Ready?
Yep. I feel really close to the ball right now.
You can scoot back just a tiny
Okay.
bit. Yeah, there you go. Perfect. You
All
don't want
right.
to feel like you're reaching for it. You should feel like you're just letting your arms hang.
Got it. All right. That seemed much better.
It did.
So, all right. Great job.
College. A place where you can have a full calendar, but an empty stomach. Somehow, an even emptier wallet. How am I supposed to make it through the semester with no snacks? I have nothing.
Did you say you have nothing? Have you heard of the Nest?
The Nest? What's the Nest?
Well, come follow me. I'll show you.
Welcome to the Nest. Did you know that our mission at the Nest is to make sure that every falcon can soar?
Hunger doesn't stand a chance when I'm on the shelf. I'm full of protein, and I make people toot with joy.
Beansy, keep it classy. I'm here to bring the cheesy comfort, the ultimate crowd pleaser. You know, students cry happy tears when I show up.
But here's the deal. The Nest is running low on supplies, and we need your help this day of giving. Every donation helps us stock our shelves with essentials for students in need. It's easy to forget that a little kindness can go a long way. Whether it's a granola bar or a new jacket, your donation can give someone the chance to focus on what really matters, like studying, or actually eating.
Donate to the Nest this day of giving. Fairmont State Day of Giving. Give a little, get a lot.
Hello, and thank you for considering the AIMS program on Fairmont State's Day of Giving. The AIMS program at Fairmont State supports neurodivergent college students with academics, social, and employment goals. And this is one of our favorite places to spend time, in our sensory room, which was partially funded by generous donors from the community.
On behalf of everyone in the business and aviation programs at Fairmont State, I want to thank each and every one of our donors.
Your generosity allows our students to take their learning to the next level.
In addition to providing scholarship opportunities, which make an education more attainable for many in our communities.
Your donations allow us to ensure we have the resources in our classrooms so students can learn the skills necessary for their future careers, as well as allowing for additional learning opportunities to bolster their resume through research, hands-on real-world experience, and representing Fairmont State at professional conferences.
In fact, at the 2024 West Virginia Healthcare Executives Annual Meeting, Fairmont State had the largest college membership delegation.
Our programs are known for excellence, which can be seen in the wide variety of career paths each of our alumni have successfully pursued.
From administrative assistants to top executives, entrepreneurs, and airline pilots.
Your donations pay back in dividends in the lives of our students and the community.
Hello, alumni and donors. My name is Toni Poling, and I am the chair of the Education Department at Fairmont State University. We are gearing up for our 2025 Day of Giving, and we are so appreciative of all the donations we received last year. Your general contributions help pave the way for our students to achieve their dream of becoming a teacher. Since our humble beginnings as a normal school, Fairmont State University has a long history of teacher preparation, and we remain passionately dedicated to preparing high-quality teachers for public school classrooms. Contributions from alumni and donors like you help to support our work. In addition to challenging coursework and more than 900 hours spent in a public school classroom under the guidance of a master teacher, education majors must also pass between 1 and 5 content area exams to achieve teacher certification. These exams come at an additional financial burden to our students, and your donations will help to relieve the added financial pressure. If you are able, we hope that you will give to the next generation of teachers who will educate your children and ours. Every dollar matters. As always, thank you for all you do as donors, alumni, and community members to support our students and our college on the Hill.
This is the Frank and Jane Gaber West Virginia Folklife Center at Fairmont State University. I'm Lydia Warren, the director, and this is Haley Harvey, who works on projects and archives. This beautiful space would not exist without donations. Donations and loans of objects like this dulcimer, and financial contributions from folks like these. Your contributions help support our mission and help pay for events, student workers, and archival upgrades. This year, we hope to use donations to continue our archival work and preserve folk traditions for the community. We appreciate your continued support this year on Day of Giving.
What up, Falcon family? It's Elijah Tidwell, running back for Fairmont State.
What's up, Falcon family? I'm Tyree Smith. I play linebacker on the football team.
What's up, Falcon family? This is Derek Crosby, the second running back on Fairmont State football.
What's up, guys? This is Donovan O'Malley. I play D-line for the football team. We are very excited about this upcoming season, and we need all your support.
What's up, Falcon family? I'm Nemo Roberts. I play defensive line for the football team.
We're excited about this up-and-coming season, and we need you guys' relentless excitement. Go Falcons!
We're very excited about this upcoming season, and we need all your guys' support. Let's make this day of giving unforgettable.
Hello, Falcon family. This is Nino Marzullo, quarterback, Fairmont State football. We are excited about the upcoming season, and we need your unwavering passion at every single game.
We need your support. Let's make this day of giving unforgettable. Go Falcons!
We're looking to do something that hasn't been done in over 25 years of winning an MEC title, and we would greatly appreciate y'all's support on this day of giving as we look forward to repaying y'all next November. Go Falcons!
Hey, welcome back. We are almost to $400,000. So let's get to $400,000. I'm joined by Bud Sapp. Bud, you are an alum.
That's correct.
Former faculty member.
That's correct.
You've served on a bunch of our boards.
That's correct.
All right, what boards are you on now?
I'm on the Fairmont State Athletic Association board, and the alumni board.
So you're a busy guy.
Yeah.
You are Fairmont State through and through.
That is correct.
So here you are on the 6th day of giving. How do you think things are going at Fairmont State?
I think things are going well. I've talked to, I've had opportunities to talk to you and the faculty members that were my colleagues before I retired, and it seems like everybody is enthused about the direction we're going, and some of the new programs we have, and different things that are happening on campus.
And I know one of your big passions is making sure that faculty, and then we're working on staff too, who've been here before, are recognized for their years and lifetime of service.
That's correct.
We're working really hard to go in that direction, to make sure people know, even when they leave here, they're still appreciated.
Right. Those faculty that have and staff that have emeriti status, we're hoping that we're getting a little bit more publicity, and that everyone on campus, so we're not operating in silos, that everyone on campus realizes what benefits are being provided for those emeriti faculty and staff, and hopefully that's going to come.
If you put in that work, we should celebrate you.
That's correct.
Absolutely.
And hopefully that happens this spring.
So what are you here to do for us today?
Today I'm here representing the Fairmont Kiwanis board, and this will be the second year that we're going to present a $2,000 scholarship to a Fairmont State student. The criteria include their graduates of Fairmont Senior High School, North Marion High School, or East Fairmont High School, which used to have key clubs, which are part of Kiwanis. Those have kind of gone away, but we're trying to get those back. But anyway, we get information from financial aid. We go through the list of eligible students. This year, we awarded that student to Harmony Molnar.
Oh, awesome.
She's in the associate degree program. She's also an honor student.
Yep.
We meet monthly, and she happened to join us with Marissa Morrow from the foundation at our luncheon.
That's awesome.
This month.
Well,
we're really pleased with her. She's doing great things.
We appreciate you doing that, keeping our local students here at Fairmont State. That's really important, and because we know if they come to Fairmont State, they're likely to stay in West Virginia too. So if you get these students who are involved in their community, getting them to stick around is a big deal. So.
Right, and we're working hard to do that.
So we really
our Kiwanis board and Fairmont Kiwanis have been around for a long time, and we're interested in doing what we can to improve the community, one child at a time.
Well, please take back to the whole group how much we appreciate everything they're doing. And I always let everybody finish with one last question. What makes Fairmont State great?
I think what makes Fairmont State great is the local people, the individuals here at the university. For the most part, everybody feels welcome.
Good.
And they appreciate that.
Awesome. Thanks, bud.
Thank you.
Go Falcons.
Appreciate it. Go Falcons.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Rick Johnson. I'm the head golf coach here at Fairmont State University. Coming to you today to thank you for all of your generous donations. At the present moment, the golf team is working to raise funds to put in a new indoor facility for our golf teams. So thank you. Let's Falcon go.
Hi, I'm Mara Johnson, and I'm a junior on the women's golf team. Thank you for all of your generous donations. Go Falcons!
My name is Skylar Jafarjian, and I'm a 5th year, and I just wanted to say thank you for all of your continued support.
My name is Emerson Simons, and I'm a sophomore on the women's golf team, and thank you for your generous donation.
Thank you for supporting Fairmont State Golf. We truly appreciate it. Let's go Falcons.
I'm Justin Rader, and I'm here to talk to you today about the Father Jude Molnar Student Emergency Fund here at Fairmont State University. For over 30 years, the Father Jude Molnar Student Emergency Fund has been helping students at Fairmont State University overcome their challenges. But the need is still ongoing. We invite you this day of giving to make a contribution to the Father Jude Molnar Student Emergency Fund so we can continue to help students at Fairmont State University overcome their challenges. The Father Jude Molnar Student Emergency Fund is not only a fund, but it exemplifies the Fairmont State University and the Falcon community as we lift up other Falcons in their time of need.
The National Security and Intelligence Student Association, or NSISA, is a registered student organization at Fairmont State University whose primary mission is to foster a community among all Fairmont State students majoring or minoring in national security and intelligence.
NSISA provides mentorship and networking opportunities within our organization through campus involvement, hosting a wide range of guest speakers and facilitating a sense of camaraderie among all members.
NSISA excels in campus engagement at Fairmont State University. Our officers and our members participate in campus events such as Move-In Week, Marina White Day, Trunk or Treat, and we even host our own organizational fundraising events.
During the fall 2024 semester, NSISA hosted a speaker series aimed at providing members with an opportunity to network with guest speakers that hold positions within the intelligence community. This list includes the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, the United States Marshal Service, and private defense intelligence contractors.
NSISA officers view themselves as role models for all national security and intelligence students here at Fairmont State University. We strive every day to provide members with the knowledge and necessary resources for success in their future endeavors.
Hi, I'm Alexa. And I'm Joey. And we're on the Fairmont State volleyball team. We would just like to take a second to thank you all for the continued love and support.
Falcon Day of Giving is February 28th. Your donations will help us buy new equipment and also support our trip to Texas.
Thank you for your support. Go Falcons!
So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to make one final announcement. The final bids for the silent auction are due now. If you want to make any more bids, please make your way to the silent auction. The final bids are due right now. So if you want to make one last final bid, it is last call for the silent auction. Thank you.
Hey, we're back, and I'm here with Jan Kiger. And Jan, we're going to talk about the Falcon Trail.
Yes, we are.
This is a labor of love for you.
It is indeed a labor of love for me. So the Falcon Park is this great eight-acre space at the top of our campus, and myself, along with students, have basically built the trails. About a mile of trails now. We've actually got a loop in the through the woods now. We have got lots of great features, and I'm in the park every day.
And you just got a designation from the state, right?
Oh, so we have a couple designations, and you're going to test me on that. So we are a certified wildlife habitat,
yep.
And we are also an organizational partner for physical fitness activities. So basically, we know that parks gets people out. People like running around the track is a good thing. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. But walking and hiking through a green space is way better.
And my guess is most campuses our size don't have an 8-acre park in the back of the campus.
There aren't many campuses, on this side of the Mississippi that have the kind of green space that we have on their campus.
Yeah.
There's nobody at our level that has it at all. Yeah. It's a living laboratory for us. It's used for not only my outdoor classes, but our forensics program uses it, our soil science folks use it, our GIS people, our surveying, lots of things.
And you've developed this whole thing on a shoestring budget.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I put initially everything that the park had was donated, picked up at flea markets, or was paid for with my own money.
Right.
So it was just, we've been working on it, and then we've gotten a little money along the way, and that's helped. And we've written some grants, and that's been a great thing, but we want to do programming, we want to do
and you can, events. But so people could step up.
Oh, absolutely.
And help you develop it, and it's open to anybody.
The park is open to
anybody.
Anybody,
the community member can come walk through it, and when you do programs,
anybody can come.
You don't check IDs.
Nope.
Right.
It's not. Yeah, we've done an adventure day. We invited everybody from the community. Yep. Students participated.
Yep. So if there's people out there who are interested in preserving our natural environment and having places to walk right here in the city of Fairmont, right, yes. 2 minutes from their house, then the Falcon Trail, the Falcon Park is the way to go.
It is definitely the way to go. It is. Awesome. We have trail runners, we have hikers, we have hammock hangouts where people just clip their hammocks up there in the woods, and spend time there.
That's awesome. So, if you're interested, come check out the Falcon Park and make a contribution.
Absolutely.
So, Jan, I let everybody finish with the same question.
Okay.
What makes Fairmont State great?
Well, the Falcon Park. There's no question about that one in my mind. Awesome. But there's lots of things at Fairmont that's great. The fact that we could have a project like that on our campus and make it happen is incredible. Yeah. Can't do that kind of stuff anywhere.
I was down in Charleston bragging about it, so I'm telling everybody it exists. So. And it's going to allow us to do our outdoor recreation major.
Yes, the outdoor leadership major is coming. It's made it through all hoops except for one, and we're patiently waiting.
But if you didn't have that 8 acres, you couldn't do that program. No. So awesome.
Yeah, it's definitely key.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Go Falcons.
Go Falcons.
All right, welcome back. I'm here with Brooklyn with Delight Ministries. Brooklyn, what is Delight Ministries?
Delight Ministries is a girls' community group. It's a Christian organization on campus. It's open to any girls on campus. Anybody who identifies as a woman can come to this community. We have Bible studies every week. It's just about friendships. We love to get out there, give back to the community, and yeah, it's really fun.
When and where do you meet?
We meet on Thursdays at 7 p.m. in Turley 106.
Okay, awesome. How big is your group?
So our group is kind of small right now, but we average about 15 to 20 girls a week.
Great.
Yeah,
That's
numbers are growing and we're really excited. Yeah.
That's awesome. So what sort of things do you focus on?
So we focus on trying to be vulnerable and allowing people to go closer to that. It's really nice. We do a lot of community events, a lot of community service, just trying to get the word of God out into the community.
Is this a group that's unique to Fairmont State, or does it exist other places?
It exists other places. It's actually a nationwide group.
Okay. Is it fairly new here?
Yes, it's fairly new. It's only 2 years old.
Were you involved in starting it, or did you just join?
No, I actually joined. Our team director, Megan, came from Wesleyan University, and she started it here, and she does a great job, but she's leaving soon, so we're trying to get the word out to get more people to join.
And you're a recognized student group?
Yes.
So people can donate?
Yes.
So if you go to the student orgs tab, you can put in the, my guess is you don't have your own fund.
Yes, other.
So you can put in the other, Delight Ministries.
Yes.
And you can make a donation and help them sort. What would you use that money for?
We would use that money for our community service events. Our big thing that we like to do is give back to the community of Fairmont, and more money would give us more ability to do that, and as well as our events. We love to do events and make girls feel welcome, and we want that fellowship together. So money would help us do that.
I think what people often don't realize is a lot of times the money that's given to Fairmont State or our student orgs makes it back into the community. So it's not like it's an either or. Do I support my community or do I support Fairmont State?
Yes.
With someone like Delight Ministries, you could do all of it. So that's awesome.
And this was a group that gave me friendship.
Yep.
So giving money to us and giving us the ability to have events makes friendship happen.
Yeah,
so
is it a non-denominational Christian group? Is that okay?
Yes.
Awesome.
Yes.
Well, thanks for sharing that information. And if you're interested, go to the Student Orgs page on the Foundation webpage, and under Other, put Delight Ministries.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you so much.
So tell us about Middle College.
Middle College is a fantastic program. We have youth who have experienced foster care in the state of West Virginia who have come to our campus to earn a high school diploma and their associate's degree. We have lots of really good support and services for them, so they're getting to experience normalcy and permanency, which is a really important part of the program. They're off to a great start on their second. Several years ago, but
the next one is item number 2, which is the vintage collection number 2, and that is Jack Savage. Is that right? Jack Savage. Vintage collection number 3 was won by Rick Johnson. Vintage collection number 4 was won by D.D. Jones. Vintage collection number 5, which, by the way, if you see Porter, you should make sure you thank him because all of these were donated by Porter Styles. So number 5 is by Damien N. Number 6 is Casey Ketterman.
Yeah.
Casey Ketterman. All right, now we're on the volleyball swag and NCAA championship ball. That one is won by Serena Scully. FSU collection number 7 is won by Rick Johnson. I think there's 2 pieces of artwork. So
3, actually.
3, all right.
So they're all separate.
This is the first piece of Jared Tadlock artwork. So this is the Fairmont City one. This is number 8 over there, and that's won by Donna Long. And then the Joe Manchin and Nick Saban portrait by Joel Dugan was won by Tony Marandino.
That was a rough one.
And then the printed sketch was won by Rob Lemon. Next is the printed artwork of Fairmont. This is number 11 by Jared Tadlock, and that's won by Keith Gibson. And then, is this a painting by Joel?
Yes.
And then the painting by Joel Dugan was won by Dawn Blankenship. And then the last piece of printed artwork of the city of Fairmont was won by Lauren Pearson. The t-shirt quilt with the Fairmont State shirts was won by Dawn Blankenship. The women's basketball signed ball was won by Dave Roth. The men's basketball team signed courtside seat was won by Janie Marandino. The women's basketball team signed courtside seat was won by Ryan Courtney. And then we're going to do 2 of those President's Office baskets. So those were won by Noah Bragg and Luke Kopp. Congratulations. Thank you, everybody, for all your support. Do they know how to pay for it?
Which is a really important part of the program. They're off to a great start on their second semester. Our grades have really improved, and the students are really, really working hard this semester.
That's great.
Yeah.
Fantastic. When did middle college start?
The idea started several years ago, but the first class came in the fall of 2024. So we are 1 semester and 4 weeks into the full launch of middle college.
And who's eligible for middle college?
So right now, middle college is for students in the state of West Virginia who are currently in foster care with the state of West Virginia, ages 16 and up. So they have to pass some academic criteria. They have to pass some testing that is done, and they have to show that they're willing to work on their academics and that they're willing to commit to the program for 2 years. But it's really for youth who want to get a head start out of their current situation and who want to set themselves up for success as adults.
That's fantastic.
Yeah. Now, Emily, I know it's still a little bit early, but what are the students starting to show interest in? Were you seeing anything coming out yet?
We are. So we have a couple of students. One thing that we're working on this semester is identifying clubs and groups on campus that the students are interested in. And then also externally to campus, some community groups or activities that the students are familiar with from before they came to Fairmont State, and things to kind of pique their interest and expose them to Fairmont State as a whole. So we have several students who are interested in clubs focused on like our students are all earning their associate's degree, but they all had to pick primary specialization. So we have one student who's interested in foreign languages, and so she's really explored that this semester. We have a student who has joined a gym off campus to work on some mixed martial arts skill building and connecting with a really great mentor in the community that way. So we're really after we got through that first semester and everyone became more comfortable and used to a setting, freshman year is hard for everybody, right? All first-time freshmen struggle that first semester. And so now that we've kind of gotten over that hump and made it through the first semester, everyone's just becoming more comfortable and more interested in becoming a bigger part of campus and the community.
So middle college students have access to all of the things that a traditional Fairmont State student would.
They do.
Library, Falcon Center, student clubs and organizations,
Yep.
all of that.
Absolutely. And they have been welcomed by the students, by the student groups. We have a couple of the honoraries that the academic honoraries that have came to our middle college students and have done some programming with them and some activities. So there's really been a concerted effort, I think, to make the students feel included, which is really, really great, because that's a big part of it, is building that community. We know if you have a sense of belonging, you're more likely to be successful. So that's outside of the academic component. That's also a really, really big part of what we're trying to do.
Awesome. And I feel like this is such an exciting and much needed program for you. It seems like it would be a very fulfilling experience. What are you excited about being a part of the program?
It is. So all of my career, I actually had, it was Dr. Slomeski who told me this. He said, sometimes you don't really, nothing makes sense until you look at it backwards, right? And so that's kind of, I think, like for me personally and with my career, I've been in social services. I've worked with vulnerable populations in the past, but I also have a background in education. And so for me, this is like the ultimate opportunity to be able to be part of something that will make an impact, because our kids, they need people to advocate for them. And if I have a seat at the table to do that, that's what I want to do, because it matters, because they matter. West Virginia matters. Like, they have an opportunity. This program could literally change generations of families in West Virginia. So it's not just them, but it's what comes next too. So for me personally and professionally, it has been the most fulfilling thing that I've ever done.
Oh, that's amazing.
So I'm very thankful for the opportunity.
One of the things you and I have talked a lot about when it comes to middle college is, we're building the plane as we fly, right? We're the first people to do this. And when we started having this conversation, we said, we're going to start with these kids getting education, and then we'll figure out the rest of it. So, we've been talking, we don't know what the future is. We're going to find ways to help more students. Can you talk about sort of how you approach each day, thinking about that? We're going to start with these students getting an education.
Yeah, I think the most important thing to remember is that everything is contextual, right? Nothing is happening in a vacuum. And so that education really starts with, good morning. I hope you have a great day. Good morning. I love your shoes. Good morning. It's so great to see your face this morning. I say that a lot and they just kind of look at me. But it's just that propping them up in a way that allows them to receive the education, and making sure, like we know about like Maslow's hierarchy of needs. So we are making sure that those basic needs are met. And then because those basic needs are met, which I'm considering part of this educational experience for them, they can then move on to those next steps of learning and self-actualizing. And I think that education, it is comprehensive. It's not only going to class or only completing an assignment. It's also growing as a person, finding independence, reclaiming the life that you want. I mean, that's part of education to me. And Fairmont State, I think, is really well positioned to offer that because of the size of our campus, because of the people that we have here. And they can really create that environment in which education is possible for our students. And I mean, I truly believe that education is the way out of poverty. It's the way to make changes, systematic changes, personal changes. And so if we can provide that, we can do anything. So.
Love that. Yeah. So here's your chance to make a pitch to donors.
Yes.
So where's the money that people are going to give to middle college go, and what kind of impact is it?
Yeah, so we talked a little bit about normalcy at the beginning, and that's one thing that that is really important. Like, we don't always think about it, but like, we have several students now who have been able to test for their learner's permit, and so that costs money. And whenever students are in a traditional home, they typically have a family that's willing to pay for that, and they have these resources. But that's not necessarily the case for our kiddos. And so paying for your learner's fee, being able to take lessons. Like I mentioned, the student who is really involved in MMA with his mentor, that costs money. And so these dollars that we're bringing in right now are really to impact that normalcy component of the program. We want to be able to take the students traveling. We want to be able to show them and provide like cultural opportunities for them while they're in the program. We want to be able, if they need to like get homecoming dresses, or if they need to pay for a class, if they need to get their license, those things all cost money. Even getting transcripts sent from, we had a student who had like dual enrollment credit from a high school that they came from. It costs money to get their transcript here, so that can be counted. So those types of things is really what we're working for on this day of giving, because we want to be able to provide that normalcy and permanency. And to do that, we have to be able to fund those projects.
I love it.
Yeah. It's amazing.
Quick, for a bracelet, what's your guilty pleasure song?
The Climb by Miley Cyrus.
Quicker! It's the climb! Quick, what's your favorite guilty pleasure song?
Party in the USA.
Thank you. Go. Quick, for a bracelet, what's your favorite guilty pleasure song?
Baby
Quicker.
Shark. Baby Shark.
Thank you. Hi.
Hi.
Quick, for a bracelet, what's your favorite guilty pleasure song? Quicker.
Should have said
Quicker.
no by Taylor Swift.
Thank you. Quick, for a bracelet, what's your guilty pleasure song? Quicker. Quicker.
60s in my no-con.
Thank you. Quick, for a bracelet, what's your favorite guilty pleasure song? Quicker.
Sparks Fly by Taylor Swift.
Gross. Quick, for a bracelet, what's your favorite guilty pleasure song? Quicker.
Mirrors by Justin Timberlake.
That's a good one.
Thank you. Thanks.
Quick, what's your biggest pet peeve?
When people chew loudly.
Do you chew loudly?
I hope not.
She chews loudly. What's your biggest pet peeve? Quicker.
When people who wear heels clomp them all around and they're really loud when they walk through the hallways.
Do you wear heels?
No.
Like ever?
Well, maybe.
Cancelled. Quick, what's your pet peeve?
When people come to Chick-fil-A and they don't say thank you, so then we can't say my pleasure.
You know, I pay for that my pleasure. Quick, what's your biggest pet peeve?
My biggest pet peeve is whenever you're taking notes and someone next to you has a squeaky pencil.
Just use a pen. Sharpie S gels are my favorite. Quick, what's your guilty pleasure song?
My guilty pleasure song is Plant Island by My Singing Monsters.
I've never heard of it. Can you sing it for us?
It's like boom, ba-boom, boom, boom, ba-da-da-da-da-da.
Cool. Quick, what's your pet peeve? Quicker.
That when people gulp really loud when they swallow.
I do that sometimes. I'm really sorry. Quick, what's your guilty pleasure song?
Boomerang by JoJo Siwa.
What's your guilty pleasure song?
The VeggieTales theme song.
I love VeggieTales. What's your guilty pleasure song?
Wait, sorry.
Quicker.
Wait, sing a horse.
Like, in parentheses, ride a cowboy?
Yes.
Okay. Quick, what's your guilty pleasure song?
Honky tonk, but honky tonk.
Why? What's your guilty pleasure song?
Terrapin by Claro.
This is the weirdest setup ever, but that's a great song. Quick! What's your biggest pet peeve?
My biggest pet peeve is my student workers don't clock in and out.
That's me.
Mm-hmm.
Anything you would like to say?
A lot of people can relate with me on this, I think.
I still get paid.
All right, everybody. So we're about to shut things down in Gym 1 just for a little bit to go up to the coaches show. But I wanted to give an update before we did. We're at $398,274. So we are very close to that $400,000 mark. My guess is by the time we get upstairs to the coaches show, we'll be there. And we have 1,050 donors. So keep it up. There's still those incredible matches out there. We'll be shutting down in Gym 1 until about 7 o'clock and going up to the coaches show, and then we'll come back down here for Mike at Night. We'll see you all then.